Yo, how's everybody feeling today? I hope everybody's feeling really well, really blessed tonight. We're doing a graveyard shift over here, straight from United Kingdom, London. We're going to break some news to everybody. Everybody must have heard already. I hope everybody is feeling great. And let's start with Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao shows interest in Errol the Truth Spence Jr. Manny Pacquiao shows that he wants to fight the Errol Truth Spence Jr. Let's talk about that and let's see what people think about that. So Manny, the eight-weight world champion, Manny Hall of Famer, who hasn't boxed since 2019 July, is showing interest in the Errol Spence Jr. fight. Manny Pacquiao's management team has reached out to Errol Spence's team to let them know they're interested in a showdown in 2021. It's one of the biggest fights in the welterweight division. But what has Manny Pacquiao done? He's 42 years old. The man is a legend in the game. Where does that leave Terrence Crawford? And before we get to that, Errol Spence's performance with some of the friends in the United States today, the man like D Calico in the house. We thought we'll cook it up for a moment and we'll just let everybody know what we think about this situation that's been announced in the boxing world. Give us a second and we'll go back to the normal screen. D Calico, how you feeling tonight, my friend? From America, how you doing, bruv?
Man, I'm feeling like my last name's Spence. You know what I mean?
You certainly went for Spence. Let the whole boxing platform know. The last time D Calico was on Rapstar Boxing Knowledge. And, smash the like button when you come into the channel. Press the notification and subscribe to the channel if you've never subscribed before. We cover all the boxing content and we keep it flowing. And we keep it all around the world on Rapstar Boxing Knowledge. So D Calico said on the last show that Errol Spence is going to win this fight with unanimous decision. And there's nothing wrong with that. And people were disagreeing with you. So D Calico, welcome back to Rapstar Boxing Knowledge.
Yes, sir. For sure.
Your predictions came out true.
I definitely said if it wasn't for the car accident, be honest, like no one would be questioning Errol Spence, if he was going to defeat Danny Garcia or not. So, like I said, if he win that fight, we might be dealing with the new Grim Reaper of boxing. I'm telling you, he here to snatch souls, man. He ain't here to play with nobody. He the truth.
Yeah, I mean, Errol Spence Jr. definitely showed everybody that he is not missing any step. There's nothing wrong with him after the accident. His granite chin was still in place. He took a couple of big shots from Danny Garcia. And, if you remember D Calico, when he took the first shot, he looked at the crowd and touched his glove on his face and said, that ain't nothing. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Errol Spence looked like he was very focused, very intelligent in that ring, and used his masterclass boxing skills to defeat Danny Garcia. And right now, Errol Spence is back. So D Calico, everybody wants Errol Spence. He's the number one welterweight in the world. How do you feel about Manny Pacquiao coming at 42 years old and saying, wait there, Terrence Crawford, you need to move aside. I want to fight Errol Spence in 2021. Where does that leave Terrence Crawford? Terrence Crawford fans must be pissed off right now, D Calico.
Yeah, I bet they are like bewildered. They just don't understand. I ain't gonna lie, like what they're judging is the beautiful execution that Terrence Crawford has displayed against subpar talent. Huh? Because let's be honest, Terrence Crawford said Errol Spence's performance was a B minus. Errol Spence said it was a B plus. So if we just saw, we all say that was a masterful performance. And if that was a B performance, that means the level of fighters that Crawford has fought and have all been D's or maybe worse. You know what I mean?
I mean, look, you got to understand this. Errol Spence just proved to the boxing world he's back. That
Yep.
Ferrari car crash did, God bless him. We're glad we got Errol back in the ring. Errol's now
Yep.
the number one welterweight in the world, undoubtedly. And Terrence Crawford fans, whether they like it or not, D Calico, the real hardcore fans know that he's the number one welterweight right now.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
For
no
real.
questions asked.
For real.
But but
No.
but what I'm gonna say to you, D Calico, Manny Pacquiao is gonna change the game because that fucks up the whole fight for Terrence Crawford and Errol
Yep.
Spence 2021. And I
Yep.
told people this fight might not happen. When every time we talk about Terrence Crawford or Errol Spence when they come up on our channel, I always say this fight's not guaranteed to happen because with Manny Pacquiao announcing his interest, and I know, D Calico, what does Errol Spence want and what does Terrence Crawford want? They both want the Manny Pacquiao fight, right?
Yep. Yep.
But Manny Pacquiao, right? He's announced interest in Errol Spence. Now, let me tell you why he's probably interested in Errol Spence. Errol Spence got the IBF title and the Prestige
Mm-hmm.
WBC title.
Mm-hmm.
So Manny Pacquiao, if he's going to fight one of them, surely he's going to go for the biggest price. Terrence Crawford's not the biggest price, is he?
Yep.
What do you think of that, D Calico?
See, it's like you say. See, and I'm not talking about boxing styles, but Errol Spence is the new Mayweather. You know, man. The reason being is like he's the biggest prize in sports, especially in such a small and in such like if he was a heavyweight, you would understand. But this guy is in the weight classes that he's been in, and he's been drawing in pay-per-view numbers the way he does is is quite amazing. So like I said, he's the Mayweather, meaning he brings in the dollars. He is paying people well to beat him up. He's beating them up and he's paying them very well. So being all under 60-40 for the kind of money that him and Crawford would bring in, 60-40 is beautiful. And Pacquiao understands that kind of thing. Pacquiao like, hey, I'm gonna
Yeah,
make
but
my
Pacquiao's the
biggest
biggest
payday
draw
since
for.
Mayweather.
Yeah, but Pacquiao's
Huh?
biggest draw. Pacquiao is one of the
Yep.
biggest draws in boxing today, still right
Yep.
now.
Yeah. That most
Pacquiao,
definitely. Like
Pacquiao,
him and
Pacquiao.
Mayweather, yeah, that was the biggest.
Yeah, but Pacquiao has big numbers. He gets paid over 20 million plus. So the way
Yeah.
he can earn this money is if he fights Errol Spence. And
They both,
Pacquiao's
yeah.
already
And
noticed
the
that
money
Errol
the money
Spence
goes
is
through the roof.
another big draw. Errol Spence is another big draw, right? And what that does for Pacquiao, that produces the number that Pacquiao needs to reach. And of course, Pacquiao's going to take the Errol Spence fight more than the Terrence Crawford fight. That's what I'm trying to say, D. Calico.
Well, yeah, same here, brother.
I mean, one thing that I'm a bit concerned about is Manny Pacquiao is 42 years old. He hasn't been in a ring, right, since July 2019. And he's trying to fight Errol Spence in his prime. And Errol Spence is one of these welterweights who's really big at that weight and got a lot of power, dog. I don't know if that's a good decision for Manny Pacquiao. I'm sorry. Against Keith Thurman, Manny Pacquiao looked really good against Keith Thurman, right? We know Manny Pacquiao showed the old shades of himself. But to fight Errol Spence after such a long layoff, I don't know if that's a good move from Manny Pacquiao. Now, we know Manny Pacquiao has proven the boxing world wrong time and time again. But as far as we go, what will happen in that fight, I'll have to assess later to see how Manny Pacquiao looks in training and stuff. But I favor Errol Spence all day at this particular time. At Manny Pacquiao where he is and where Errol is. D Calico, I favor Errol Spence, even though Manny Pacquiao's a bigger draw. Does that make sense to you?
Oh yeah, you actually took the words out of my mouth. You know,
Yeah.
but I'll be honest, like Pacquiao's best chance is because of the layoff. Like if he was like actively boxing twice a year, he might not be ready for Spence because he's really at the end of his rope. And the best thing about it is that he's had that layoff, so he might at least be able to, muster up the old Pacquiao for one more fight. But he could never defend these titles the way Spence is gonna defend these titles for years to come.
No, because that Manny Pacquiao, which was great against Miguel Cotto, Oscar De La Hoya, Joshua Clottey, um, Antonio Margarito, that Pacquiao's gone. But we've still got a Pacquiao, which is a very, very special and talented fighter. But I just feel that he was going to fight Mikey Garcia. Manny Pacquiao was showing interest in the Mikey Garcia fight. But all of a sudden, he says, nah, now I'm interested in Errol Spence in 2021. That fucks up the whole Terrence Crawford and Errol
Mm-hmm.
Spence fight. Now, that's the fight that
Because
the
he was
real
following
fans
the
want to
money
see.
trail.
What's that?
Like Pacquiao was obviously following the money trail. He was looking at opponents that that ESJ has, that Errol Spence Jr. has fought, because Errol Spence Jr. has pretty much made all of those guys, multimillionaires that he's fought. So he was like, the Mikey Garcia and Spence fight did pretty good. Maybe I'll go ahead and fight Garcia since Spence isn't around anymore. But now Spence is very alive and well. Now he's doing what's noble. He's doing what a man should do. He's going after the champion. So I feel like boxing is going to get better. It's all because of Spence. Like everybody's gonna be fighting. It's not gonna be no tune up fights and all this fighting bums. There's not gonna be no more of that. And I mean in every division, the heavyweight on down, it's just gonna be wars. Every fight is a war from now on.
Yeah, but why the fuck does Manny Pacquiao want to fight Errol Spence? I mean, yeah, it's a big, great achievement. He got two belts. But I just think that's a wrong fight for Manny Pacquiao. Errol Spence's reach,
Or three
his
belts.
power. Manny Pacquiao's 42 years old. Yes, Manny Pacquiao looked good against Keith Thurman, but this is not the same Manny Pacquiao we got, which we had a few years ago. So, look, Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence is the fight that we want from overseas. That's the biggest fight that we want. But
Yeah.
Manny Pacquiao and Errol Spence is a bigger fight. Do you see what I'm saying, D Calico?
Oh yeah.
Overall,
Yeah.
commercially, in the commercial world, Manny Pacquiao brings a whole country with him, right? So Manny Pacquiao brings the whole Philippines with him, and Errol Spence brings out the whole of Texas. Manny Pacquiao, Errol Spence is a bigger fight in 2021 than Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. Now, whether people are going to argue with us or try and bitch on that, you can't take away the numbers and the facts and the achievements. Errol Spence's achievement of beating Manny Pacquiao is huge. Am I right or wrong?
Oh yeah.
D
For sure.
Calico, that's going to fuck up Terrence Crawford and his fans and his people. Because if Errol Spence wins the WBA super title against Manny Pacquiao, holy fuck.
Yeah.
Errol Spence is the king of the welterweight
King,
division.
undisputed,
And listen,
un,
Terrence
undisputed.
Crawford, who didn't take 40%, like you just said, right? That Terrence
Yep.
Crawford didn't accept 40%. He's gonna be fucked. If Errol
Yep.
Spence defeats Manny Pacquiao in 2021 and wins
Yep.
the WBA super title, he's not even gonna get 25% next.
Yeah.
Tell me if
Yep.
I'm lying. Can you let all the subscribers and the people know? But before you do, I just want to put a big shout out to Papa Kaplan. Papa Kaplan's in the building. I want to put a big shout out uh, let me put a big shout out for Good Boy Sports and News. Good Boy Sports, God Boy Sports and News is in the house. Don Ramon's in the house. Miguel Robles is in the house. But listen to all the chat. Manny Pacquiao is interested in the Errol Spence fight. What does that do to Terrence Crawford? Is Manny Pacquiao, Errol Spence a bigger fight, a bigger draw? I'm even going to ask the chat than the Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford fight. Is Manny Pacquiao, Errol Spence a much bigger fight in 2021 than Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence? And where does that leave Terrence Crawford if Errol Spence wins the belt against Manny Pacquiao? Terrence Crawford's going to be fucked, D. Calico, if that happens. Explain. What do you think?
Terrence Crawford has to get his ass in the ring with Sean Porter and show us all what he's made of. Because he's not gonna knock Terrence Crawford. I mean, he's not gonna knock Sean Porter out, you know. And I don't think he wants to fight anybody that he doesn't feel confident about knocking out, you know. And that might just take all the confidence out of him, knowing that Sean Porter's gonna eat his best, you know. He probably won't even knock him down like Spence did, you know. So,
well, Terrence Crawford got to get a big fight now. Let me tell you why. Because we got Terrence Crawford fans coming on this channel. I get a lot of messages from Terrence Crawford fans from England in Rap Star Boxing Knowledge, and I know they're coming through the building now. Terrence Crawford fans, and they need to understand this, DK. If Errol Spence gets the Manny Pacquiao fight, Terrence Crawford, who didn't take 40%, will not get more than 25% on the neck. If Errol Spence wins all three, if he's got all three belts, Terrence Crawford's going to be the not just the B side. He's going to get less than what he was asking for. Do you understand what I mean? I mean, he's going to get less than what Errol already offered him.
Yep. And look, the guy Gary Russell was willing to go up 3 weight divisions and to take 40% just to fight Terrence Crawford. And Crawford, you know, obviously he don't want smoke that bad, is what I'm saying. You know, he don't really want all the smoke. You know.
I mean, we don't know if Terrence Crawford doesn't want the smoke, because Terrence Crawford turned up in Texas and he turned up to the fight. Terrence Crawford was at the fight and he let people know that I'm interested in this fight. But at the end of the day, Terrence Crawford fans are going to be fucking pissed off. They're going to be devastated. Because if Manny Pacquiao and Errol Spence fight is in the making, Terrence Crawford is not going to stand a chance in 2021. Terrence Crawford got to fight Sean Porter now to make a big fight. And he should fight his mandatory Sean Porter and make a big fight with Sean Porter. What do you think about that, D. Calico?
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Like, he needs to man up. You know, I think he's scared to fight where he feels like Spence's scraps, but he's already started that. You know, he just fought Kell Brook, so you might as well fight more. You know, people that Spence has fought. Like, go ahead and fight, you know, Porter, and then after Porter, go ahead and fight Garcia. You know, then maybe you have built up the repertoire to demand the fight against Spence, because I don't know if you can beat all of these guys. You know, and not to say you can't beat Danny, but Danny might look better against you than he did against Spence. And that'll mean something. That means something. You know? So we want to see it. We want to see, can you take a Danny Garcia punch? You know? We want to see if Sean Porter can rough you up a little bit in there. You know?
Yeah. Let's get to some of these messages before you keep cooking, bro. Papa Kaplan says Errol has been fighting better competition. No doubt about it. He hasn't. Terrence Crawford hasn't fought anybody like Errol has been fighting. Right? That's what Papa Kaplan says. God Boy Sports and News says salute to Rapstar, Boxing Knowledge. Did my first live today, and shout out to you, bro. Keep it coming with the real info. Yeah, God Boy, you know me. It's early hours in the morning here, but I'm still grinding, bruv. Don Ramon's in the house. Don Ramon says Mikey Garcia made more money with Vargas than Spence. Okay. I mean, yeah, I heard DAZN paid Mikey Garcia a lot of money. I did hear about that. I heard it was 7 point something million. I'm not sure how much exactly it was, but I know it was over
Yeah, but does that
7
mean
million.
the pay-per-view numbers was there?
I mean, DAZN were paying a lot of money before the pandemic. Remember, they were trying to bring the fights on because they
Hmm.
were launching around the world, weren't they? Uh, Miguel Robble says,
Yeah.
"Salute to Rapstar and the chat. Salute to everyone. Salute Miguel. I hope you're doing really well, Miguel. But what do you feel about that, guys? Manny Pacquiao wants to fight Errol Spence 2021 at 42 years old. Manny Pacquiao, the WBA Super Champion, has announced, or the management have let Errol Spence's team know that they're interested in this fight in the summer. And what the fuck's going to happen to Terrence Crawford if Errol Spence beats Manny Pacquiao and gets 3 belts? If Errol Spence beats Manny Pacquiao and gets 3 belts, what's going to happen to Terrence Crawford? Terrence Crawford, who didn't take 40% in the negotiations with Al Heyman and Errol Spence. Where does that leave him if Errol Spence defeats Manny Pacquiao in summer? That means this fight will never happen. I just want to let everybody know Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence ain't going to fucking happen, bro. Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence is not an easy fight to happen. It's not going to happen. If Manny Pacquiao steps in, forget about Terrence Crawford because Errol Spence, D Calico, has got 2 fights left at welterweight, and then he's moving up. How do you feel about that?
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
So
He's only got a couple fights left at welterweight, and then he's looking to move up himself at 154.
yeah.
So the Terrence
Hey,
Crawford,
look,
Errol Spence won't happen.
look, like the things you hear from Errol Spence, you don't hear from Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford not only wants the Pacquiao fight, which he's been saying for a long time. He his biggest fight that he plans on having is him versus Canelo. Like you say, he's gonna move up. He plans on moving up and fighting Canelo. Like this guy is the Grim Reaper, man. I'm telling you, he's coming for all the belts, you know. And Terrence Crawford gonna want to fight, like rematches and all that. This man just want to fight all of y'all, beat y'all all one by one undefeatedly. Rematching don't make no sense when he feel like he can whoop you and go to the next and go to the next and go to the next. You know, it's gonna get ugly.
I mean,
And and I salute.
this is facts though. D Calico, let's talk facts. Errol Spence, Manny Pacquiao, 2021 is a much bigger fight and a draw than Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. Even though Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence is a
Exactly.
much demanded fight by the fans, the Manny Pacquiao Errol Spence is a way bigger number, way bigger money, way bigger platform, and it's on a bigger scale. So at the end of the day, Manny Pacquiao's the one who's calls the shots. And if he wants Errol Spence, then Terrence Crawford has to just go and fight somebody else again. Terrence Crawford is in a fucked up situation again. He's got to go and fight his mandatory if he wants to be in a recognized fight. And his mandatory who's calling him out is Sean Porter. So
Hey, and Rapstar, I wanted to ask you about that.
yeah,
Can what's the odds that you would say of a Sean Porter beating a Terrence Crawford?
I don't know, man, because Sean Porter's work rate. Sean Porter's a little pit bull in that ring, and it's very hard to say if
Exactly.
Sean Porter. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if Sean Porter can win 4 or 5 rounds against Errol, you definitely might see Sean Porter win 7 or 8 rounds against Terrence.
Yep.
I mean, Terrence is a really good fighter, but he hasn't fought anybody around the
Hey,
level
I,
of Showtime Sean Porter. He's never
yeah, I was
fought
just gonna say,
anybody like Sean
I, I,
Porter.
I, I was just gonna point out how he's never seen somebody go to the wire, like to the last seconds, with the energy and the power that Sean Porter brings all the way to the end of the fight. You know, man, I'm talking about, like you say, a granite chin. That's probably his
From the
best
first
aspect.
round, from the first round, right, D, all the way to the
Yep.
12th round, Sean Porter has got a very high work rate. Do you know what I mean? He's consistent. And Sean Porter If you take the gas off of him, bro, you're in trouble. But Terrence Crawford has shown me so far he can adapt to many styles, but I just haven't seen him fight anyone as good as Sean Porter. There's been no one on his resume as good as Sean Porter. So it's very hard to say how Terrence Crawford and Sean Porter will go. Do you know what I mean? And for me, if Errol Spence gets the belt of Manny Pacquiao and Manny Pacquiao fights Errol Spence in 2021, Sean Porter is, I mean, Terrence Crawford, he ain't got another big fight. His biggest fight's going to be Sean Porter. And anybody else he fights, people ain't going to be interested. So Terrence Crawford is, again, in a bad situation. If Manny Pacquiao gets and Errol Spence fight in 2021, you're not going to get Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence. Forget about that fight. We need to forget about that fight now. And
hey, rough start.
Yeah.
We know Ali used to have the best jab, but in the '90s, who would you say had the best jab? Because I, you know,
no, wait. Larry Holmes had a good jab.
I mean, Lennox Lewis had the best jab in boxing. Seemed like back then.
That was after Larry Holmes, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lennox Lewis had a really, really good jab in the heavyweight.
Now watch this. Errol Spence, bar none, he has the best jab in boxing. You know what I mean? Like, I've never seen nobody doing damage to fighters' faces from a jab like Spence. You know? Like, I think that's the way he's messing up these eye sockets. He's not even messing them up with the overhands and the hooks. He's just jabbing them to death. Like, man, his jab is an asset. A lot of people use the jab, but they're not damaging anybody. You know.
Yeah, I mean, Errol's got a good jab. I also do like Canelo when he does use his jab. I also, you know, you can't neglect your jab, but you saw what Joe Joyce did in England last couple of weeks ago to Daniel Dubois with a jab. You saw what Lyndon Arthur did in England just the other day to Anthony Yard. He beat him virtually with a jab. And Errol Spence definitely has a good jab. And, you know, you can't take that away from him. But it's not just a jab. Errol does everything good. You know what I mean? He doesn't have hardly any weakness, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's real. That's real. Yep. They say this guy has the most headshots and the most body shot in boxing. And, you know, in the span that he's been boxing, nobody has out body punched Spence, and nobody has out head punched Spence. You know, that mean that jab is working. That mean, like you say, he's an all around boxer. You know that if he have a weakness, he's gonna break it down.
But what I like about Terrence Crawford, there's only one doubt I've got with Terrence Crawford. He's shown that he's had a little bit of a wobbly chin against Chris Gamboa. He did the stinky leg. He got knocked down with Mean Machine. We know that at the end of the day, he can get hurt, right? We haven't seen Errol Spence in those vulnerable situations, right? But overall, I like Terrence Crawford's switch here. Terrence Crawford is a good switch here, but Errol Spence will walk you down. Do you get what I mean? Errol Spence will use his jab. He'll be so smart in the fight. And can I be honest with you? I can't see Terrence Crawford hurting Errol Spence. And, you know, I got no dog in this race.
Yeah.
I ain't got no dog in this race. You know what I mean? I'm from England. I support boxing, right? But I can't see Terrence Crawford hurting Errol Spence. I can't see that.
Hey,
I can see a good fight.
Hey, like Ricky Williams.
Yeah.
Hey, Ricky Williams say
Ricky
that jab
Williams is in the house, man.
Everything.
Yeah, Ricky Williams is in the house, man. He's a good boxing brother. Maybe we'll send him the link, yeah? But look, we got Terrence Crawford fans in the house, bro, and they're fucked. Terrence Crawford fans are fucked now, bro. Because I tell you what, they're fucked, Khaled. Manny Pacquiao has showed interest, and Errol Spence showed interest in Manny Pacquiao. And the biggest fight for
Yep.
Terrence Crawford, what does he keep saying? I want the Manny Pacquiao fight. He doesn't say I want Errol Spence first. He says I want Manny Pacquiao. But now the Manny Pacquiao fight's coming for Errol Spence. You can't blame him to take that fight. That's the biggest fight in boxing.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here, bro? Let's keep this shit real, yeah? I might be from England, but Errol Spence, Manny Pacquiao is a much bigger fight than Terrence Crawford and fucking Errol Spence. These people better recognize I'm getting shit for this. I'm keeping it real because I come from England. And the numbers that Errol Spence and Manny Pacquiao will do is way bigger than Terrence Crawford. And on that note, I'm going to bring Ricky Williams in the house. What up, Ricky?
Hey, what's popping? How y'all doing?
Hey,
Great
man, we're
good,
weekend
bro.
cooking it,
boxing.
bro. We just want to let you know where we are. Errol Spence and Manny Pacquiao have showed interest in themselves. Now,
Yeah.
Terrence Crawford fans have started making a big fucking thing about it. They're getting hate messages everywhere. They're trying to bully on platforms. They're being a little bit out of, what's it called? Discipline here, right? Because they say, Ricky Williams, that our man turned up to Texas. You said that Terrence wasn't going to come. He came, Ricky. And now why are you trying to put us to the side? But can you explain to them the logistics of this business and why Errol Spence is going to be interested in Manny Pacquiao and not Terrence at this point? You go ahead and cook.
No doubt. It's really simple when you look at it. And you're right, I was wrong about that, rap star. I was wrong about Buzz showing up. He showed up, but he didn't show out. Right? Since time eternal, what's the rule if you want to fight the big fish in boxing and you at his fight? What's the rule? Since time eternal. What's the rule? You get up in that ring and you call him out, right?
Yep, interfere.
Right? I don't care if it was COVID. I don't care if Michael Myers was in the building. If he wanted to call Errol Spence out, that was his time. He didn't do it. But that's neither here nor there. So, yes, Papa Kaplan, you are right. But Bud has not fought anyone near the ability of Errol Spence Jr. Nobody. Terrence Crawford is in a talent-laden division, and he's fighting the worst welterweights available. That don't tell y'all something? He's in the most talent-laden division. He's fought Jeff Horn, the weakest of the champions, when he was unified and undisputed at 140, when he had his choice of champion moving up to 147. He chose Jeff Horn. He fought David Benavidez, who walked him down most of the fight, and he finally stopped him, yes, in the 12th round, but David Benavidez was just coming off getting shot in the leg. He fought Amir Khan, who was a mere shell of himself. Y'all across the seas know that. Y'all across the pond know that. Right? Then he fought Kavaluskas, who and I didn't know who he was. And then he fought Kell Brook, which the only hope is that we was hoping he was still the fighter that he was, which he wasn't. The thing of it is this, guys. I'm not saying Terrence Crawford is not a great fighter. He's the best Top Rank has to offer. But who has he beat at 147? Competition matters. To keep it a buck with y'all. And this is gonna hurt their feelings. Right? But if you talking about
coming over here. I can feel they're coming to see you, right? Ricky. They want to talk about it. But listen, before we get to cook it, can I introduce this other guy? Because I want to come back to you, because I want to introduce God Boy Sports TVs in the house. And I just want to introduce him to the platform. What up, bro?
Salute, man. I had changed my avatar. I be on Black Star panel though. I be listening to y'all over there. That's why I caught you at. So I'm like, I seen you doing the UK thing. I'm like, let me check bro out.
So yeah, salute to you, brother. What do you feel about this? Terrence Crawford and all the people are fucking blowing smoke now. They said they turned up to Texas. They said we showed you we're interested. A lot of people are sending messages after Ricky just made this comment. They said, how do you expect Terrence Crawford, especially in the pandemic, and he's not a PBC fighter to get in that ring. They're not going to let him. They said Errol Spence was making noise at the end of the fight. I've got the messages because, you know, I have to speak what they're saying too. They said that Errol Spence come to the end and said, leave the argument. There was arguments there. Terrence Crawford was, people were trying to blow smoke. But then, you know, at the end of the day, they're not going to let him in the ring, they said, right? But
Okay.
at the end of the day, Manny Pacquiao and Errol Spence have shown interest. So where does that leave Crawford, bro?
It leaves Crawford a little bit out the picture, but I got a scenario that Crawford could get back in the picture, but it's gonna be like a kind of ugly scenario. He can maybe beat his mandatory Porter and then maybe go beat like a Ugas or somebody, take his little weak ass belt or something. But it's as long as this keep going on, they gonna kill the hype. So Terrence Crawford is leaving. He's gonna be asked out when it comes to the money part because he's not gonna sell unless he's fight Errol Spence or Manny Pacquiao. So,
but I want to say this to the boxing world: doesn't Terrence Crawford always call out Manny Pacquiao? He doesn't call out Errol Spence. So
yeah.
I just want everybody to go back because Terrence Crawford's people and their fans are blowing a lot of crazy shit late in the last 2 hours. So I'm letting the media know. Go back and watch Terrence Crawford after every fight, and he says, I'm interested in Manny Pacquiao. So if Errol Spence is going to be interested in Manny Pacquiao first too, so why is the energy changed now?
Man, it's crazy you say that because just like Ricky Williams said, the first rule is to interfere if you want to go fight the champion, you know, so I'm pretty sure it was all type of media there. If the man couldn't get in the ring, he could have shot something with somebody like, yeah, I want the fight. We didn't see no new media with him talking about wanting to fight Errol Spence. So him even promoting himself like with the talking is killing the fight, man. So but yeah.
So I get a lot of messages before I go to D Calico. A lot of people are saying Crawford then needs to face his mandatory Porter. And let's bring it on with Crawford and Porter. Let's go to D Calico on that. Crawford and Porter. How do you feel about that? A lot of the people in the chat are saying we at least want Crawford and Porter. What do you feel about that, D Calico?
Man, that'd be beautiful. You know what I mean? Because that's number one. Those are the two healthiest boxers I can think of. You know what I mean? A lot of people been through, you know, been hurt in the ring. You know, they've had some type of injury, requiring surgery. Man, those two healthy bodies, that would be a beautiful matchup. You know, I mean, because we think, Sean Porter doesn't have the defense for Crawford, but what is that going to matter if he don't have, the bite, behind all that bark, so, it'll be a good test. And if we look at the last fight that Crawford just had against Kell Brook, for one, Kell Brook only got hit. He didn't, as soon as he got hit, the fight was over. And why did it take so long? Because Crawford isn't who we think he is. And if Errol Spence would have been in the ring that night, we wouldn't even be talking about this no more. He would have unanimously defeated Crawford. Because Crawford took a long time to get going on Kell Brook. Like, what the hell? Like, he can't walk a guy down like Spence can. And Spence would have, ate whatever he brought, and, it would have been a beautiful defeat.
I want to go to Ricky Williams on this one. But what I want to tell everybody right now, there's some people on the chat saying they want Crawford and Pacquiao 2021. I just want to let everybody know this as well. I've spoke to certain people in the boxing industry, and I might be from England, but I know some people. And they said that Errol Spence only wants 2 more fights now at welterweight. And if he's going to get the Pacquiao fight, Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence might never happen because he never took 40%, Ricky. So imagine if Errol wins 3 belts. Can you let the boxing world know that what would be his percentage if Errol gets 3 belts and then he faces Terrence Crawford to give him a chance? If he didn't take 40, what would be next?
If Errol beats Pacquiao and gets the WBA belt, he's looking at a 70-30 split. When he already said he don't want to take 60-40 unless it's for his advantage. What y'all don't understand, this is the whole thing about Bud, man. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I think Bud is a great fighter, but Bud ain't fought nobody at 147. The reason why he hasn't fought anybody because he wants to cash out. Plain and simple. That's why he always screaming Pacquiao name, because Pacquiao would be the biggest paycheck he could get at this time before Spence. But he's not going to get that fight. Not with Bob Arum. Bob Arum had already told y'all, and this is the business of boxing, guys. I ain't talking about who's scared. These guys been fighting since they was kids. Ain't neither one of them scared. It's just y'all man don't know how to do business correctly. And the way he's doing business shows that he don't want certain fights. That's just really what it is, guys. The reason why he don't want to fight a Sean Porter, a Danny Garcia, or a Keith Thurman is because the chance of him either looking super bad in those fights or losing those fights are too high. If he looks bad in a fight, his stock goes down even further. His stock is lower right now than Spence because he has no following. He doesn't. Here's a nugget for you guys. During the pandemic, Errol Spence here in Texas last weekend did 16,100 during the pandemic. Guess how many during a non-pandemic season when he fought Jeff Horn? Guess how many people was at the arena? Guess what? Because he's just super supported.
COVID numbers. Some COVID numbers.
Thank you. Less than half of what Errol Spence did. He's not a draw. This is the business. Y'all try to say all this other BS about, oh, they should just fight. That's not just boxing. If you're saying that, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. But like I said, y'all man, Bud is the one who is not making the appropriate moves. Again, I blame Bud for everything he's going through. Everything. He signed with Top Rank twice. When y'all know this is the way Bob do business. I done said this 100 times. Y'all notice how Bob do business.
You sound exactly there, bro.
Hey, I got a question for you, Ricky Williams. So why can you hear me?
You're breaking up a little bit.
I think that's Rap Star. Some wrong. Yeah, you sound like a robot Rap Star.
Oh yeah, you're good now, bro. You probably come
Yeah,
back.
so the question was why did Bud tell Sean Porter when Sean Porter wanted to fight him that he has bigger plans, but he ended up fighting Kell Brook? What type
That's
of
a great question. Because again, this is why Arum has washed his hands of it, because Arum, like I said, he's a fake, but Arum got caught in a lie. This is why he washed his hands of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you notice when he fought Kell Brook, they were saying, I'm gonna tell you, Bob, this ain't verbatim, but I'm gonna do my best imitation of Bob. We almost had the fight ready in Macau or wherever, but they wouldn't let us and Manny fight due to the health issues with COVID. Yep. Right? That fight was supposed to be November 14th. Ain't that what he said?
Yep.
Right? So that's a lie, because let's keep it a buck, right? This is the social media age. All you got to do is go on the internet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why wasn't Manny Pacquiao training? Why he wasn't in California or Big Bear with Freddie Roach?
Hey, listen, Ricky, before we keep cooking, we got Crawford fans in the house. Steve Davis is in the house. He's saying to y'all don't know what you're talking about. People are ducking Crawford. He's saying,
tell me how I'm lying.
No, but let me just speak. Rapstar is an open platform. He loves all the boxing. I'm not riding with any horse. I come from England. Errol Spence is the A side for Terrence Crawford. You guys didn't like that before, right? When he offered you 40%, you didn't like that fucking deal, right? And he came with 2 belts. But now he's got opportunity to fight Manny Pacquiao. Y'all are fucking hating on that. When Terrence Crawford wants the Manny Pacquiao fight himself.
Right. And Terrence is not going to get that fight because Bob is not going to steal that $20 million, because he in his heart either feels or knows that Bud is not worth it. He told y'all Bud is losing him money. This is all Bud's fault.
Yo, so Crawford fans, stop blowing smoke on the channel, bro. Come onto the channel, man. We're open platform. We're grown men. Just have a conversation.
Exactly.
You can debate on it. You've just sent thousands of words. That's a lot of energy, bro.
Exactly.
If you want to come
A
and talk
rap
like
stop.
grown men, I don't kick people off. As long as you don't fucking become an idiot or disrespecting the panel, then sorry, man. We give you a couple of chances. If not, then we get your ass out of it, bro. But what I'm saying is, Crawford people are just pissed off, Ricky. They're saying, look, Terrence Crawford, you guys say that he doesn't turn up to fucking places. He turned up to Texas. He went to Errol Spence's hotel, and apparently the inside is saying that they had a little conversation between each other that if the fight can happen, it can happen. Right? Now, we don't know how true that is yet. We got to find out if them things were true. But Terrence Crawford went to show everybody that he want all the smoke. But what's happened is people don't recognize this. Manny Pacquiao and Errol Spence is a bigger fight than Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. They're getting pissed off about this too. Look, people don't recognize this. That Errol Spence brings Texas with him. Manny Pacquiao brings the whole fucking country. He bring a whole fucking country, bro. And you're talking, he got international fans all over the world. If that man shows interest in Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford has to forget about 2021. He has to fuck off. Because now, where he didn't negotiate for 40%, like Ricky Williams said, I've got to agree with this brother. And I don't even know Ricky, I'm from England. The man's only going to get maximum 30% next time. Maximum, if you're lucky. So now you guys are go get a big fight. Terrence Crawford need to go and get a big fight. So I think the situation ain't good for Terrence Crawford, Ricky. If Manny Pacquiao steps in, it's fucked.
It's not. And let me give you the background of the whole thing. I've been thinking about this for a couple of days. Like I told y'all before, PBC is playing chess where everybody else is playing hopscotch right now. Look at how this is going. Look at how this is going now. Now look, no matter what his fans say, Errol Spence offered, come sit at the table, 60-40. Am I not correct?
Yep.
Right? He said, come sit at the table, but I'm talking 60-40 right now, right? No matter what y'all say, that 60-40 would have been a bigger pot of anything that Bud ever got. This is a minimum $150 million fight. At a minimum, $150 million fight, right? But Bud said, nah, right? I don't want that. Right? I'm chasing Manny. He's been chasing Manny since 2014. Manny's not coming. Manny's not coming. And that should tell you he's not fighting you, Bud, because as soon as Errol looked good on his comeback, Manny like, what's up? So Bud is calling and it's going to voicemail. And the reason it's going to voicemail because Manny's calling Errol. Right? So no matter what y'all say, and he had a question in a chat. He said, why would Crawford fight Porter when he wouldn't fight him when he was a champion? Because he has to do that. One, because it's his mandatory. And two, he needs leverage. Crawford has no leverage. Everywhere Crawford go right now, for him to remain legitimate, he's got to fight a killer. He's got to fight a killer. Right? There's nowhere for him to go. The problem is when he opened his mouth and Bob opened his mouth, they opened up the Pandora's box for him to be examined under a microscope. So now everybody looking at Terrence like, okay, who did he really beat? And this gonna hurt y'all. This gonna hurt y'all as Bud fans. Go on BoxRec. Victor Ortiz has a better welterweight resume than Bud Crawford.
Holy shit! I didn't even know that, bro.
Victor Quitter Ortiz. And Bud ain't fought nobody at 147. No matter what y'all say. Was he great at 135? Yes. Was he great at 140? Yes, he was. But he ain't fought nobody at 147.
Hey, facts. Nothing but facts. And if he ducked Porter, oh my God.
Then everybody gonna know. He allowed Bob and the moves paint himself in his own court. And when you shouldn't side with him in the first place on the second rip. If you wanted smoke, how can you not go to where all the smoke at? We got to get to a baseline of truth. The baseline of truth is all the premier welterweights, which is a premier division, even their lower class of welterweights are better than any welterweight that's on Top Rank, not named Bud Crawford.
I mean, they're all sending messages, but I don't know why they're not coming on. I mean, they're sending you, they're even implied to you, Ricky, earlier. They said, man, just hating. But look, what you got to recognize, right? Steve, listen, Ricky's just being straight up, bro. At the end of the day, right, the Terrence Crawford situation is going to get worse than it was before. And the fight might not fucking happen. And you guys are just...
I want to see the fight, guys. I want to see the fight, but Bud is making it hard to make. Bud can have this fight if he say, I'll take 60-40. Tell your man that. All Bud have to say is he'll take 60-40 because the longer he goes on and the better Spence looks, the less leverage he has. 60-40 is respectable.
Hey, and Rapstar keeps saying the fight might not happen. So he right.
What we were just saying about Crawford, how he told Porter he told Porter he had bigger plans, you know. Hey, so that's really, he's really just saying what a guy like is, you know, what Spence would say to him. You know, Spence will fight him, but Spence has bigger plans. Him and Pacquiao, that's like a worldwide event. You feel me? Him and Canelo.
Fucking the bitch you've been chasing since 2014. Spencer about to fuck the bitch you've been chasing since 2014.
Like, bro, him and Canelo was the fight for battle for Texas. You know what I mean? Like that would be a mega fight in Texas. And you know, here come Crawford want to get in the middle of all of that because he see the money that Spence is about to make, and he want to be on that level, but he's not going to get it like that. All you know. He just better keep padding his stats. But it's time for him to fight some real fighters. You know, and it starts with Porter. Anybody else is ducking. He's just ducking.
He needs to fight a premier welterweight. Plain and simple. He needs to fight a premier welterweight. But like I said, man, I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. I don't know how they gonna duck. I don't know how they gonna duck or get out of the Sean Porter fight. Bob ain't willing to pay nobody. That's what y'all don't see. Bud did this to himself.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, you can have one voluntary bout, Ricky, right? You can have one voluntary bout, which was...
He already had that with Kell Brook.
Yeah,
he already had that with Kell Brook.
Kell Brook was the cherry pick. Now you have to face mandatory, unless you're mandatory.
Or drop the belt.
Unless Sean Porter pulls out himself.
But he's not. Sean Porter, all gas, no brakes on this one. PBC know what they doing, man. And this the whole problem. Y'all don't understand. PBC is doing good business. Top Rank is not. They never did good business. So like I said, I see this. Rapstar see this. God Body sees this. And Bud don't see this. The only reason you were signed there after, like I said, I told y'all before, look, man, Bud, you signed with him the first time. No problem, my brother. That's cool. You got to eat. You had to get your foot in the door. You had to get your foot in the door. No problem. Right? But like I said, it's common knowledge about boxing pundits, boxing insiders, boxers, and promoters that Bob is an in-house fighter. Right? He's an in-house fighter. What he's going to do is move you along until he can get the next big thing, and then he'll feed you to them, and then move them along until the next big things come, and then he feed the big guy to him, just like he did Loma to Tio. Don't you think if it was somebody that he could have fed Bud to at Top Rank, he'd have did it already?
I mean, he's in a bad situation, bro. I didn't think Manny Pacquiao, we all thought in England Manny Pacquiao was interested in the Mikey Garcia fight, and that could have been his retirement fight, but now Manny Pacquiao shown interest. The whole Bud situation has become way, way worse than it ever was. And let's face facts.
Bud is in a corner, bro. Bud is in a corner.
He was in a corner already before this situation. Now he's fucked. And we got to think about Bud and their fans, why they're angry, why they're sending loads of messages, is because it's not like he doesn't want the fight, Ricky, and it's not like me and you don't want to see the fight. We do. But now now the opportunity is going to come hard for him, and he has to lose his ego somewhere. Am I right?
Correct.
Yep.
He's gonna have to
He
eat a
just
shit
needs
sandwich.
to lose his ego. Just lose the ego, and if you believe you can be Spence, then take it like Ricky said, and come and take all the fucking belts.
There's gonna be a rematch clause, and then you eat on the second run if you can beat him. It's simple.
And he must not have 100%, confidence in his own ability, because if he actually beats Spence twice, he's on top. He's the cash cow.
Easy. Undisputed at 147 and 140.
Oh, man.
Come on, man.
Major Key in the house, bro. Major Key, what you saying, brother?
Yo, well, I'm brethren.
Hey, man, I gotta tell you this, brethren and fam, and the man them. You know that situation. And let me tell you this, bro. Remember the Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence situation, right? Manny Pacquiao 7 hours ago has been released that Errol Spence and Manny Pacquiao are interested in the 2021 fight in the summer, and Terrence Crawford and all these people have just gone fucking crazy because Terrence Crawford came to Texas, and they said, but now Manny Pacquiao's put his foot in. Well, how'd you feel about that, Major Key?
Hold on. I heard most of it, and I'm gonna respond to it. But is it just me, or is he breaking up a little bit?
He's breaking up a little bit, bro.
Okay. I just want to let you know, Rapstar, you're breaking up a little bit.
I'm gonna go out the building while you cook. I'm gonna go out the building and come back in.
No. Okay. You sound good now, though. You sound good. But all right. So you was asking about the Manny Pacquiao situation, because I heard most of what you were saying. I just want to let you know that you were sounding a little like you were breaking up. All right.
Thanks, brother.
We'll talk about
you guys need to let me know if I'm sounding bad so I can keep up the audio better.
Okay, yeah. You still broke up right there a little bit. All right. I'm gonna answer your question though. So if you want to jump out and jump back in, but look, so when it comes to, so he's saying that the Manny Pacquiao that he wants to fight Errol Spence late next year. That's what his question is. Like, how do I feel about it?
Yeah. What's next for Terrence Crawford if that happens?
Okay. All right. That's a fair question because with what's going on with Top Rank and that's. I think what's his name? LaBeouf or some shit like that. What's his name? DeBuff. Bob Arum's associate.
DeBeau.
Yeah. So he left him in charge of Terrence Crawford's career because he's not even like comfortable that Terrence is going to sign on the dotted line next year. So that shows a lot of like for me. It doesn't really show any confidence, and why should Bud, at 33 years old, invest the rest of his career with this dude? So I think that what's going to happen is he's going to take a light fight, maybe maybe a mandatory, maybe somebody if he can get into the PBC, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they give him somebody like a Thurman. You know what I'm saying, or a Porter, just to kind of get in, because I think that Porter is a little harder than Thurman. Even though I like Thurman, Porter's a little harder because he's such a dog like that he'll bring everything out of Terrence Crawford, but it'll kind of like bring his name into the PBC as all right. Now the next one is going to be a big fight, maybe a Errol Spence. You know what I mean? Pacquiao, of course. If he decides to fight Errol Spence, for me, he's passing the torch. And I never count Pacquiao out, but I mean, the dude did take a long layoff this time, and he is 42 years old. You know what I mean? He's passing the torch at this point.
So
you have a major key.
Oh, go ahead.
What's up? I think you're still breaking up, bro.
It's like when you move or something.
Can you hear me now, brother?
Yes, I can, yeah.
All right. Well, Major Key, we already had problems with the Terrence Crawford situation with Errol Spence, with the negotiations going back and forth. And Terrence Crawford, a lot of people said that he's outpricing himself. Then the fans turned around and said, look, give us 50-50 or no fucking fight. And even then, that was the fans. Terrence Crawford was tricky and say, give us 60-40, remember? Now,
Yeah. We had this conversation before. Yeah, I remember.
yeah, and a lot of the fans have come on here and already sent some messages, but they're not coming on the chat. Now, why they'll come on the chat. But remember that Terrence Crawford was saying that I want the Manny Pacquiao fight. He's been saying all the time, I want the Manny Pacquiao fight. But now that Errol Spence is the Manny Pacquiao fight, maybe Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence ain't gonna happen 2021. You got to forget about that fight. And now, where Terrence Crawford went to Texas to show that he wants to, because Terrence Crawford's not getting the fight, it seems like a lot of negative energy towards Errol Spence. Now, can you blame Errol Spence for taking the Manny Pacquiao fight, bro?
I cannot. You know what? Here's the thing. Here's the whole thing. This is what I'm trying to say. And let me elaborate a little more from what I just previously stated. So just so you understand the depth of what I'm saying with this whole Bob Arum, that's why I started off with that. And maybe I ranted and wasn't clear. But if Errol Spence gets the torch passed and beats Manny Pacquiao, right? The first fight that they're able to make at PBC when Terrence Crawford signs on the dotted line, which is all of the bag that he needs, all of the convincing that he needs to sign with the PBC, is that undisputed fight with Errol Spence. So then he becomes two times, if he wins, two-time undisputed. Okay? So that's what I'm trying to say. For him, it's more interesting, Terrence Crawford. Because yes, we know he doesn't promote himself like Errol Spence. Errol Spencer's got that, like, he got that jolly smile, man. He got, you know what I'm saying? Like the dude is a nice guy, and he fucking boxes his ass off. You know what I'm saying? And Terrence Crawford boxes his ass off, but he doesn't promote himself like that. You know what I'm saying? That's the only problem with Terrence Crawford. So if he goes to the PBC, they're gonna do the promotion for him, like what Bob Arum was supposed to be doing. And it's gonna be, Errol Spence already got 3 belts now, because he's going to collect that WBA from Manny Pacquiao if that happens. I believe he beats Pacquiao. I love Pacquiao. I never count him out. You know what I'm saying? He's already proven to everybody you can't count him out. But come on, let's be honest. It's for me at this point, you know what I mean? Errol Spence is a young dog. He's going to beat him. You know what I mean? And when he gets that belt, he's got 3 straps. You know what I mean? He's got 3 straps to Terrence's 1. And when he wins, when they go at it, when he signs the dotted line with PBC, they're gonna make that fight happen, and it's all gonna be in house with PBC.
Yeah. So basically, can you hear me properly now, guys?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, Terrence Crawford's in a fucked up position. So no matter how much smoke his fans blow or whatever, the next thing for Crawford is to make his own big fights and try and get the Porter mandatory, and at least try and fight a big fight. But what they've been sending the messages are, Major Key, there's nothing to gain with fucking Porter. Why should they fight Porter now?
Yeah, Terrence just needs to stay busy in the meantime, because he's wasting time right now until he signs the dotted line, because this dude already fucked up by talking shit about him. Bob Arum talks shit about him. You're supposed to be promoting him, not demeaning him. You know what I'm saying? That's fucked up right there. You know, that should have been a breach of contract, just for talking shit about him. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that goes both ways, I guess.
But I watched the whole thing with Terrence on the Barack and what's that shit called on the Zone? You know what I'm talking about? Ak and Barack, the Ak and Barack show on the Zone. Mm-hmm. They had a whole fucking conversation with him, and dude was humble. He was humble. Terrence Crawford was humble. He's like, look, man, I'm a loyal dude, man. I'm not gonna talk back. And then they played video for him of what Bob was saying. And he's like, man, well, if he feel that way, he could release me right now, but I'm not going to talk anything because, I'm loyal. You know what I mean? Like, he was trying to stay humble with it. You know what I mean? But
right. But he didn't say anything. So like I said, if he already signed twice knowing he was getting into, what make everybody think he's leaving Bob anyway?
Oh, I'm pretty sure he is. Pacquiao at the end of the day did it too. Everybody did. Everybody.
He's not leaving Bob.
I want you to explain to the boxing fans. Some people, they don't understand that they're thick as 2 planks of wood, like we say in England. Is the Manny Pacquiao and Errol Spence a much bigger draw and a bigger platform, bigger fight than Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence? In numbers?
I wouldn't. No. You see, I know what you're saying. You're saying internationally.
The whole
And
world.
so,
It's a world
yeah,
championship. The whole
you're
world.
talking on the panel though. You're talking on the panel with a bunch of Americans. So in America, it would be bigger the other way. But you're right as far as internationally. So I have
Nah,
to agree with you on that.
in
No, it
So wait a
wouldn't.
minute.
America, it
In
wouldn't be
No, it
America,
bigger.
wouldn't.
I want to make
It
sure
wouldn't
No,
we
be
it
know
bigger.
this
wouldn't.
because in
No, it
America,
wouldn't.
let me
Yeah,
ask
most
everybody in
people
the
don't know
chat.
Terrence Crawford around the world, man.
And
Yeah,
most
let
people
me
in
ask
America
everybody
Exactly.
don't
in the
know
chat
Terrence
though.
Crawford.
Exactly. Most people in America don't know Terrence Crawford.
Right. So how would that Manny Pacquiao is a household name?
Correct. So
Right,
Manny
in America.
Pacquiao and Errol Spence would be the bigger fight, correct?
Even in America,
Yes, even in America. Terrence
No,
Crawford.
I was saying that. Oh yeah, you know, I'm saying Terrence. Yeah, you're actually right about that. Actually, when I
yeah,
think about that, I was saying he asked me a different question though. He asked me
no,
Terrence Crawford versus Spence or Terrence Crawford versus Manny Pacquiao,
Correct.
Right.
right? And
So
so
which
that's
would
what
be
I'm
the
saying.
bigger
So
fight?
when you add Manny Pacquiao into the mix, that's going to be a bigger fight, right?
and you
And
know,
so Terrence
we
Crawford versus Spence, you're right. They're both not really that known, even though Spence is a little more known.
yeah, let's make it fair with all the fans and the businesses and the platform here. Even if it's Manny Pacquiao, Terrence Crawford, that's a bigger fight for Terrence Crawford. You understand? And
Absolutely.
that's
Absolutely. That
why,
would actually bring him into the game.
yeah, and that's why I was telling these guys earlier who came on the chat sending messages. I said, look, Terrence Crawford also calls out Manny Pacquiao first. He says, I want Manny Pacquiao and then maybe Spence. He doesn't call out Errol Spence first. He always calls out Manny Pacquiao.
For
But
6
going on that,
years.
yeah, and going on that conversation, I want to go to D Calico. Let's put it this way, right? He's 42 years old. Manny Pacquiao's a Hall of Famer fighter. How does the fight predict in your eyes in today's world after seeing Keith Thurman's performance with Manny Pacquiao? Let's go to D Calico. Because to me, Errol Spence is too strong at welterweight. But let's go to D Calico. How does this fight go? Manny Pacquiao, Errol Spence, bro.
Like basically goes back to that beautiful jab I was bragging on. You know, Pacquiao gonna look like a bobblehead messing around with Errol Spence. You feel me? Like he gonna give the people what they want. He's gonna, he gonna give it his all. He's not gonna just, sit back on his heels like Garcia. But in the end, maybe one judge might pick Pacquiao, but two judges gonna pick Errol. And that's the best you can do against an Errol Spence. I'm telling you.
All right. So nobody jumped in. So I'm not cutting nobody off. So to clear that up, because when you was asking me the last time, right? So you asked me about Spence versus Crawford or Crawford versus Pacquiao. Now, of course, Pacquiao, because internationally, but what I'm saying is that that's why I was saying that the first point that I made, which is Spence fighting Pacquiao, I believe he passes the torch, and then that gives even more. However, even though it gives more incentive for PBC, especially if Terrence Crawford signs a dotted line for them to fight Spence and Crawford, right, to unify and become undisputed at that weight division. My whole thing is that it would do them more justice because Spence is a little more known. It would do them more justice if Pacquiao fought Crawford first. But the problem is that the PBC is going to fight for that because that's only going to benefit Top Rank if Crawford fights Pacquiao right now.
Crawford's not fighting Pacquiao.
That's we don't know that. We're not psychic, but I'm saying it would benefit him more because it would bring his name more to the table when they fight for that big pay-per-view. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, so did you see today it came out that Spence and Pacquiao planning on fight next year?
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
So it wouldn't hold no relevance for Crawford to fight Pacquiao afterwards. But
did you see signed paperwork? See, this is the thing that we get into on boxing channels all the time, bro. I've been on YouTube for the last year and a half, chopping it up with a lot of people, and it always comes down to that. We always hear Gary Russell signed this, and we got term sheets over here. We got this being done. We got this being done. We got this being done. and it never matters until something's actually done.
Oh yeah, that
So
was
my
terrible.
point is,
That was terrible looking at it.
that it sounds good, and I hear you, but I haven't seen no paperwork. No, nothing's on. If you go to ESPN.com right now and look at the event list, there ain't nothing there yet.
Hey, Major Key, I love your tongue in cheek. Yeah, I love it, man. But look, Major Key, the momentum is Manny Pacquiao has shown interest, and the management and the camp of Errol Spence that they're interested in the fight. So the momentum seems to be going that way to the Errol Spence camp. And Terrence Crawford, if that happens, Terrence Crawford's in a very good position. Then he has to find another way to. I mean, does he fight Ugas? Ugas has got a WBA regular title, hasn't he?
Why not? He's boring, man. He's boring, man. He's boring, bro.
Yeah. And then
he's boring. That's not gonna do any justice for him, man. The fighting Ugas, man. Porter, if anything.
But I don't see Crawford fighting Pacquiao if Porter is just mandatory. Don't he gotta, take that mandatory fight?
And who we got right now? Because I know he does have a because Punch Drunk actually asked that earlier. He asked. I think he put a poll out there to see who's gonna fight next or who he should fight next.
The mandatory.
We're asking Thurman. Porter is mandatory, and I don't even know who the fuck his mandatory is.
The mandatory is Porter.
Oh, okay. So I don't even know why he separated like that.
Yeah, that's why I kept saying I don't think they're gonna fight in 2021. Crawford.
Yeah, but I just want to tell everybody right now on the chat. I've had like 4 or 5 messages saying, "Fuck you guys. We want to see the Manny Pacquiao and Terrence Crawford fight. We don't want Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. I mean, we don't."
And I want a PlayStation 5. I can't get one.
But what they're saying is we want Terrence Crawford, Manny Pacquiao. Let Errol Spence.
It don't matter what they want. It's about what Bud wanted, what he moving to. But look, man, what part of y'all saying? Now, shout out to my man down there. You know what I'm saying? We was just on the other chat. You know what I'm saying? He's correct. There's no paperwork, right? But what we can say confidently is that Bud has been chasing Manny since 2014, and there was never any paperwork. What's so different?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you never seen that fight happen, right?
And you ain't gonna see it happen.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not convinced until I see it, though. That's what I mean.
But look, as much as I'm a big fan, Major Keaton, Ricky, and D. Calico, and of Errol Spence and Good Boy Sports, I'm just a big fan as Crawford. Why don't fucking Bob Arum and Crawford over trump that fight from Errol Spence? Why don't they fucking take over that fight?
Because come on, man. Why we keep having this discussion, man? Because Crawford is not making money, bro.
Yeah, I get that, but Crawford and Manny Pacquiao is a big fight too, bro.
Manny Pacquiao requires a 20 million standard fee. Bob didn't want to pay it. He didn't want to pay it then. He damn sure don't want to pay it now. He didn't want to pay it. He didn't want to pay it when Bud resigned.
Yeah, you're right about that, bro. And I'm gonna Rapstar, I gotta agree with the man. That's what I was trying to say. Like,
I know,
Manny Pacquiao, but also Errol Spence is not bringing really 20 million either, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. But he's probably the best.
The PBC is.
But how much
do you think he made fighting Thurman? How much did Pacquiao make fighting Thurman?
Let me finish the thought. What I'm trying to say is
y'all skirting around the issue, man. Y'all skirting
No, because you didn't let me land the plane, bro. Let me land the plane. So what I'm trying to say is that neither one of them has the money. But you're right. These people are willing to lose the money in order to bring those straps home. That's what I'm trying to say.
But maybe, come on, let's keep this shit real, bro. How can you lose money? Manny Pacquiao brings a country with him. Errol Spence brings the whole of Texas, one of the biggest states in America, right? Biggest our country, England. The man of Texas. No, but look, Major Key, the man of Texas, the man of Philippines and international worldwide, Manny Pacquiao. You telling me these guys can't get 500,000 pay-per-views?
But then right there,
me that they can't get 500,000 pay-per-views. Come on, bro.
No. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when it comes to paying Manny Pacquiao, they're gonna have to. They're not unless he signs on a dotted line, right, and says, "Yo, this is happening. Me, Manny Pacquiao, I'm signing on the dotted line for this fight," right? and makes that happen, right, with the PBC, then it's in-house. Then they make money. If they don't if he doesn't do that, then guess what? Then now you have to split money, and he still wants a $20 million. You know what I mean? So can you make that? Yeah, but who's got the upside on that? You know what I mean? It's a very difficult negotiation. You know, for him to cash out though, that's the whole thing. That's why I think he's going to pass the torch. When you're talking about passing the torch, that means that he knows he's going out. He knows he's going out. He knows he's losing. He's going to pass the torch, and then he'll take whatever he fucking gets.
Major Key, I love
that's
your
a whole
energy.
different story.
But Ricky made a really good point. I love your energy, Major Key. But Ricky said, if they can give Manny Pacquiao the money he wants with Furman, you definitely know they're going to give him the money he wants for Spence.
Come on, man. It's simple, man.
Yeah, but that was in-house.
This is man.
That was in-house.
He still has one fight left with PBC, bro. Like I said, we need to know we gotta establish a baseline of truth. Right?
But that was in-house, right? Y'all noticed
he
that,
has
right?
one more Major Key. He has one more fight with PBC.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what I was talking about. So he still got one more on the contract.
Yeah. So they're gonna make
all right. That was unclear to me because there's been a lot of dispute about that. So so if he got one, because we thought he signed a one-fight deal with them.
And to be honest with you, Major Key, just keeping a buck with you, it doesn't matter because Manny Pacquiao just requires a $20 million fee. Whether that was with Top Rank, because that's what he asked Bob for, and Bob told him no. That's what Manny Pacquiao requires is a $20 million fee.
So we could kiss a Crawford versus Pacquiao.
Goodbye. Because otherwise you'd have been seen it.
We must be real to all my fans. I've got thousands of people here on my list over here. You might as well be honest with them. Fucking Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence ain't happening either. We might as well say goodbye to that right now. Am I right?
It can happen if Terrence moves accordingly. Terrence is going to have to eat some shit sandwiches. He's going to have to fight some people he don't want to fight to get the Errol Spence fight. Because Errol is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. I'm going to clear my side of the street. And when I'm done, I'll come take over your side of the street. He ain't changed. Errol ain't changed. Right? Bud is the one, when they, like I said, they already had the discussion. They said specifically when they was in a breeze, it's on videotape. Check YouTube. We gonna fight, bro. Don't trip. This is what Errol said to him. This is what Errol said. His partner asked Bob 9 times, let's get him a ring. What Bob say? Bob ain't say shit. The reason why he wants either Errol Spence or Manny Pacquiao is because anybody else he fights, it's a 50-50 chance he gets his ass spanked. That's just the truth of the matter. Everybody can say how great he was great at 140, he was great at 135, but he's fought nobody the caliber of PBC elite health welterweights at 147. No matter what y'all say, no matter what y'all do, that's what's going on. If he loses,
you referring to Terrence Crawford?
Yes. If Terrence Crawford goes in there and has a bad showing and I'm talking about a bad showing. If he has a bad showing with Sean Porter, his stock drops immensely. Let him lose, he's out the race completely. Whereas before, when his contract was up for renewal, if he wouldn't talk to Al he would have been in the tournament just like everybody else. The welterweights is just running a round robin. That's all they doing. Mm-hmm. That's all they doing. See, but Bud, like I keep telling y'all, Bud, the dude who he's the dude that you ask to move and come when you done finish moving and lift a lamp and be like, can I get paid? You done moved your whole house, right? Your mother-in-law suite, filled the garage up, right? Moved all the furniture in the house where your wife needed to be. You got your man cave set up. He come when there's one last thing in the car, pick it up and take it to the house and be like, okay, can I get paid? That's what he's trying to do.
Man. And then
you can't say you the best if you're not fighting the best welterweights. You're delusional. You're living in your own fantasy bubble.
So what do you say to all the fans who are sending messages through the other stream in Europe right now? They're saying that, look, though, what about if Terrence Crawford fights Porter And
I want to respond to that one though, Rapstar.
Yeah, I know. What I just want to say this to Ricky quickly. If Terrence Crawford gets the Porter fight and Errol fights Manny Pacquiao, give them the fight in December. And if he doesn't fight Bud, then he's a fucking duck. They're saying Errol's a duck if he doesn't fight us after Manny Pacquiao.
Why would he not fight him if he has another belt and Errol looking to be unified? What has Errol Spence done from what we said when they talked in the breezeway before, when what he said when he was in the gym? It's all on tape. I'm going to clean up my side, then I'm going to come clean up your side. The only reason the fight ain't happened, Bud fans, is because Bud don't want 60-40. What is y'all talking about? Bud, take the 60-40 and watch the fight happen. Take the 60-40, Bud, and watch the fight happen. You not the A side. You back to the future. You hot tub time machine. What you did at 140 is not what you did at 147. Errol is doing all the heavy lifting. Errol just fought 3 Hall of Famers in a row. He fought 3 Hall of Famers in a row, no matter what y'all say.
Yo, so my point being, you said why Terrence want that money right now, right? You were saying that earlier, right? You was like, why he rushing to that to get that paper instead of putting in work, right? That's what you said?
Yeah. Why?
All right. So let me ask you this question. When is a person in their prime? What is considered prime?
That's all depending on the athlete. But
let's be honest. What's considered prime?
I just answered your question.
What's considered prime though? You just said it depends.
But now Hopkins was still in his prime at 42.
We're not talking about one specific dude. What's considered prime?
I just told you it's dependent on the athlete.
Okay, so I'll tell you it's 27 to 33.
Great.
All right. How old is Terrence Bud Crawford?
He's 33.
Exactly.
He's 33.
That's the point. So what do you mean why he rushing?
So why don't he take the 60-40?
He don't know how his body's going to feel in a year to 2 years.
Why don't he take the 60-40?
Yo, he's already going down in Hall of Fame history, bro.
I didn't ask you that.
But I'm making a point to you that's very clear.
Why don't he take the 60-40 then? Why does he not take the 60-40 then?
Talking about a 147 pounder
why does he not take the 60-40?
He's done okay things at 147.
He's done nothing at 147.
Bud Crawford, who is legendary at this point. He's going down in the
Y'all lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself.
To myself, bro.
You're lying to yourself.
I'm not lying to myself.
Victor Ortiz has a better welterweight resume than Bud at 147.
Victor Ortiz is not fighting right now.
Box Rec.
I said he's not fighting right now.
I didn't ask you that.
Mayweather has a better one.
I didn't ask you that.
Joe Louis has a better resume. Like, what are we talking about?
The point is, Bud has not proven himself at 147 to even warrant trying to play big dog. That's what y'all don't understand the business of this.
No, I'm understanding. I'm trying to talk to you about business.
Take the 60-40, Bud.
He doesn't need that 60-40, man.
If he's so short, take the 60-40.
That's the whole thing about Errol Spence. If he's so short, why does he take the 50-50?
Why should he?
Because that's what I'm saying. Everybody wants to see it. It's a 50-50 fight. Everybody knows that.
It's not PBC's job to feed fucking Bud Crawford. He made his bed. He got a fucking lie in it.
So I mean, with that reasoning right there, no wonder everybody says that Errol Spence is ducking Bud Crawford, which I don't agree with. But it sounds like that when
the people that say he ducking don't understand how men fucking move.
No, I just told you that I understand that he's not doing that. But when you say stuff like that, it sounds like that.
Then what's the argument?
Because it sounds like that. It sounds like that. It's not making any sense when you're talking about Bud Crawford.
It don't sound like that to a man.
Come on, man. Yo, it don't sound like that to a man. A damaged Kell Brook. It don't talk. A damaged Kell Brook and Kell Brook has a stated knee.
Can we do resume against resume? Can we do resume against resume? And that'll solve everything.
Because if when Errol beat him, he was bad. That means when Bud beat him, he was even worse. This how y'all sound.
Nah. Because he put him down. Errol Spence had him right after the orbital injury.
So?
So what you mean? So like,
So
come
are
on, man.
you?
Like
So give me a second.
you just
Okay.
stay in your own lane.
Let
You
me
know
know
what I
when you finish. Let me know when you finish.
I'm done. What's up?
Okay. So he fought him right after orbital injury, right? Right after the orbital injury, right? So are you saying that he fought the same Brook? Crawford fought the same Brook at this point in his career?
No, I never said that.
Thank you.
I still don't understand your point because I didn't make a point at all.
Competition matters. That's the point.
The point is they fought the same person.
Competition matters.
One was damaged.
Well, why
Kell
this?
Brook came off how many wins
took
this
one
time?
jab to the eye, and you
How
saying he
many
wasn't
wins did Kell
damaged?
Brook win before he fought
He took
Terrence
one punch to
Crawford?
the eye, and you saying he
How
was
many
damaged.
wins
This is how y'all sound.
did Kell Brook have
This is
before
how
he
y'all
fought Terrence
sound.
Crawford? And
This is how
when
y'all sound.
did Terrence
He
Crawford take
took
out Kell
one
Brook?
punch to the eye, and you
You're
saying
not
he
letting me
wasn't
talk now.
damaged.
You see what I'm saying? I stopped because I thought you had a major point.
Hey,
You know?
Major Key. Hey, Major Key.
What's up?
Hey, Major Key.
What's
So
good?
I mean, I don't know how you feel about that Kell Brook and Crawford fight, but if you ask me, Kell Brook was winning up until the point he got TKO. He was winning.
No, Kell Brook looked good. But that's the point. Yeah.
But no, what I'm saying, but before he got TKO by Spence, he was not winning.
You talking about how many rounds into the fight?
I'm talking about period. He was not beating Spence. He wasn't beating Spence, but he was.
So you're saying that he did not win one round when he stunned Spence?
I ain't say that. I ain't
It's
say he
a
win
fight.
one round.
It's a
Okay,
fight.
it was a good fight.
You talking about when did Kell Brook get knocked out by Terrence Crawford?
What is y'all talking
Like
about?
what,
Y'all
11?
don't understand how y'all
Why
sound.
we can't take Kell Brook out the conversation?
You're measuring 10 rounds when somebody knocks somebody out in the second round.
When he was fresher in his career. What are you talking about?
Pressure with a broken orbital bone?
Yes, fresher.
Wow. That don't sound right to me.
Okay,
I know it don't.
Major Key, my brother. Before everybody keeps cooking, everybody's loving this debate, okay? Major Key, they're loving what Ricky Williams is talking about. They're loving what D Calico, they want to know more. All I'm saying is, while you guys cook, smash the like button, bro. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. You know what I mean? Rapstar's showing an open platform for the fighters in America. And I'm from England. Yeah? And I love
up in the building.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Rapstar.
Yeah.
Hey, let's be honest. Goddamn, Errol Spence was about to break Danny Garcia's orbital bone. Come on, man. For real.
I mean, but we got to look at this. We got to look at this. I just want to be a bit neutral here because I'm from London and I got no horse race here. You know, I love all the boxing. Terrence Crawford has shown the boxing world that whoever you've put in front of him, he's adapted and got them out of there. But then I cannot disagree with what Ricky and D Calico and Good Boys are saying, that he hasn't fought opponents which are that good, which have got him ready and credible when the big shit goes down and they're going to test your soul. A lot of people are going to say Crawford might not be ready for that. You can't blame them for that, okay? Because Crawford hasn't, let me speak, bro. Yeah, but let me just say this. Crawford hasn't fought anybody in the welterweight division, like Ricky said, and anywhere near the level of Keith Thurman, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, and the main man himself right now, Errol Spence. He's not even had the resume like these guys. So come on, you can't knock him for that. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, bro, Errol Spence is a way more proven welterweight. I can't deny that, bro. But Terrence Crawford is a special talent, but he hasn't fought the caliber opponent. So what does that mean? Like Ricky's saying, if you haven't been tuned up and have fought 4 or 5 people like Errol Spence has, what makes you say that you're going to be good in the fight with Porter? You got to show us what it's going to be like you and Porter, you and Ugas. And then we can turn around and say, this man's fighting some caliber fights. But until then, the boxing world's going to have questions. And you can't blame that. It's just what it is. We're not saying he's not a freeweight world champion, but Derek James turned around and said 2 weeks ago, he's the weakest resume pound for pound guy he's ever seen. So you can't knock what other professionals and the boxing world is saying, bro. We're just saying now, if Manny Pacquiao comes to the table, D Calico, Errol Spence is fucked. This fight ain't happening. But what would you say to the fans, D Calico? They're saying, okay, go fight Manny Pacquiao, but you better fight us after Manny Pacquiao, or you're a duck. What do you say to that, D Calico?
I mean, at that point, it's gonna almost seem like Crawford is a tune-up fight for him. You know what I mean? I mean, like, you know, it could only benefit Crawford. Win, lose, or draw, he's gonna benefit from fighting Spence. But I ain't gonna lie, I just don't see him winning because you're going straight to the best fighter in the division, and you haven't even fought the second tier. You feel me? He's just beating up on the third tier. Like it's no coincidence that everybody has fought has fought somebody. Like everybody has fought each other, except for Crawford. Like he stayed out of there. He's like, oh, all you guys are having a Royal Rumble over there. I'm not getting in the middle of that.
Everybody people are sending messages for you, D Calico and Ricky Williams. They're saying give us three good opponents that they're saying three good opponents that Spence has fought and three good opponents that Crawford has fought. So Crawford's opponents I have for you is Victor Postol, which was in his he was in his prime. Victor Postol, Gamboa was unbeaten. Terrence Crawford fought Gamboa when he was unbeaten. And at 147, his best win is, who would you say, Jeff Horn or Minji, Ricky?
His best win?
At 147.
At 147? I mean, if you're being honest with it, Kell Brook was his best win at 147. A one-shot knockout. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Kell Brook doesn't have no resistance. He could give it.
Yeah, I know, but
anymore.
I'm not. I understand that, but we talking on optics, right? On optics, his best win is Kell Brook.
But Kell Brook was a fool. He was not the same.
I understand. I agree with Rap Star. Let me say this. I agree that Kell was shot, but if we talking about optics and the way the fight looked, right? Because let me use the logic I use on this, if you don't mind, good sir. Right? The logic I use is this: his fans say, "Ooh, Kell Brook was 100%," blah blah blah. Right? So that's why I say that's his best win. Right? Because they say he was 100%, even though the people in boxing that know boxing know he wasn't. But this is the one they hang their hat on.
Yeah, but a lot of people will say, Ricky, right? Jeff Horn beat Manny.
I don't disagree.
Controversial. Jeff Horn won that fight in Australia. He had the
I'm
fight.
Just letting you know. I'm just letting you know this is my opinion. I ain't saying I'm trying to change the world view. I'm saying this is my opinion.
What about Benavidez?
Kell Brook was the most decorated.
Yeah.
Benavidez was a good fight. Benavidez walked him down for 12 rounds. Basically, you might as well say he caught him at the last round. But that man was on one leg. He finished him in the 12th round. That's all I'm saying, guys. That's all I'm saying. Bud ain't fought really nobody, man. They had a name. Yeah, Amir Khan has a name. He has a name. Kell Brook has a name. That's why they picked him. Why you think they paid Amir Khan all that money? Because Bud needed a known name on his resume at 147. Y'all don't see this? This is all I'm saying. Like I told y'all before, I'm not even saying Bud not good. He's not, but he's untested at 147. I'm not saying he's not good, but he's untested at 147. Rap Star, DeBar and Joyce. What I tell you about Joyce? DeBar was looking like a monster out in these streets, right?
Yeah.
Right? And what I tell you Joyce was going to do to him?
Yeah, Joyce has been in the a bit more proven, and he's been in the game a bit longer than DeBar.
Competition matters. You might be a monster. You're a monster on your block until you go on another block. Terrence Crawford is the best top rank has. But he ain't came off the porch yet, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's what I was saying. My bad, because I fell off. So apologies to y'all, because I was actually trying to make a point. And then I fell off. My ear hit the I got big ears and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Dumbo. slap the exit button. But yo, nah, when it come down to it though, seriously speaking, Terrence Crawford, look, at the end of the day, the man has put together a strategy for anybody in front of him. Whereas, let's be honest, the PBC failed to even mention him as a champion many times. Even when they were promoting, they put the champions up and forgot to put his name in there because they weren't trying to mention him. You know what I mean? So, and they even said many times, oh, well, he should have signed with the PBC then. That's kind of like blackmail right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Well,
I can't lie about it, Major Key. It's hard, I want to defend Crawford a bit more, but it's very hard to fight against resume because you look at 2017, let's go nearly 4 years back. Felix Diaz, Julius Indungo, Jeff Horn, Benavides, Amir Khan, which was 5 years out of his prime. That guy, which was called Idalis Kavaskulas, right? Remember him? The guy which was
the meme machine,
and then Kell Brook. So for 4 years, these are the opponents. Now you look at Errol Spence, Kell Brook in his prime, Lamont Peterson, then Sean Porter, Mikey Garcia, Danny Garcia. The man's fucking fighting top 5 fucking welterweights consistently.
Mikey wasn't welterweight, but yeah, I get the rest of them. But at the end of the day,
so
at the end of the day, though, we've spoken, Rap Star, we've spoken on different channels, and you know that I've already said that if Terrence Crawford doesn't fight somebody big, then he needs to slip off of that pound for pound top 5 list if he doesn't do his work like that. You know what I mean? I've already agreed to that. But what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, I got like a little a remorse for it because I don't feel like it's his fault. I feel like it's Bob Evans' fault and what's his name's fault for not working together. And everybody knows that they should be making those fights. Let's be honest. They know that they should be making those fights. Everybody's asking for it. ESPN is asking for it. They putting them on blast. You know what I mean?
I mean, I get what you're saying, bro, but at some point you got to blame him too. I mean,
it's Bud's fault.
You got to blame him a little bit. Major Key.
I know. It's cool.
You know what? Yeah. I know. Major Key loves boxing, and I know what he's saying. He's a Bud fan and an Errol fan like me, and I get that. And he understands the Bud fans why they're frustrated because they are fucking frustrated. They want their man to fight someone good, and all the guys that you got good in America, we're from England. We're not blind, Ricky. They're all in the fucking PBC, mate. They're all in the Al Heyman. He owns all of it. And you know what Eddie Hearn said one day? He goes, Al Heyman owns a welterweight division. He owns it. So what the fuck is Bud meant to fucking do, bro? So then other fans say to me, I just got 11 messages from another stream. Errol Spence offered Bud 40%. He should have took it. They should have got the Manny Pacquiao fight. Why are they letting Errol bully the fight? Errol's not bullying the fight. Manny Pacquiao and Errol are coming to the fight. It's not like Errol's bullying it. Errol's a big draw. Errol brings 2 belts to the table, man. So if you're Manny Pacquiao,
that's true.
If you're Manny Pacquiao, you want more money and 2 belts. With Terrence Crawford, you're getting 1 WBO. The last time I checked, the WBC is more prestige than the WBO. The last time I checked, the IBF and the WBC means a lot more than just going for a WBO. So look at these kinds of terminologies that you got to put together. You see what I mean, Major Key? And I like Terrence Crawford.
I understand. I understand everything that y'all saying. I'm just giving a different perspective when it comes to Terrence Crawford. I don't necessarily think that Terrence Crawford is to blame here. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I think that anybody that fights like that, you should already understand just from being a man. You look at another man like that jumps in the ring and put that much work and effort into his craft. That's not no sucker. That he's not scared of nobody. You know what I mean? So it's not him. It's the promoters.
No.
And I mean that should be obvious to anybody.
It's him.
Okay, so Major Key, I've got some messages that I need to send to all of you. I've got other people from Europe saying, what do you think of Errol Spence's performance This weekend, let's go to you, Major Key. This weekend, after coming out of a life and death, what do you think of that performance with Danny Garcia? I want to go to
Say it
you,
again.
Major,
I was.
and then I'm going to go to Ricky last because I know Ricky going to cook it. So let's go to you,
Yeah,
Major.
no doubt. Just repeat the question. What was it?
What did you think of Errol's performance after coming back on the long layoff and after this accident?
I think he looked excellent. I won money off of that. You know what I mean? And just so anybody thinks I'm an Errol Spence hater, I won money off of that. You know what I'm saying? So I went to a bar with my peoples, and I made sure that everybody came out. My boy bet against me. You know what I'm saying? It was what it was. I told him beforehand. I already have on Major Key Boxing my channel. I already have the prediction there. You can see us in the bar. You can see who said Danny Garcia because everybody else said that it was going to be Errol Spence, including myself. You know what I mean? But it was what it was, and I already knew that Errol Spence had what it took. You know what I mean? But the only thing that I explained was that hey, Danny Garcia, you can never count him out until he's out because he is a tough opponent. However, he did show me some new wrinkles because he didn't come like the old Danny Garcia. Because if he would have came with like the old Danny Garcia, he would have been washed out 12-0. But he came like with different wrinkles, and I had him down 8-4. He lost 8-4 in my book, you know. So that's what it was for me. But at the same time, it reinforced the way I feel about Terrence Crawford beating Errol Spence. I feel like Terrence Crawford beat Errol Spence.
Okay, but did you appreciate seeing Terrence Crawford finally in the ring?
Of course, man. Coming back off of that accident, man, I threw that shit on my personal Facebook account. That yo, just send your prayers out to this man right here. I didn't want to lose him in boxing, man. I wanted to see what he was capable of, and so he came back hard. God was watching over him. You know, he came back, and I appreciate everything that he did. He came back to me stronger than ever because he looked real focused. He looked like he wasn't trying to like get engaged. When Mikey looked like a little slow, like lackluster. It was a lackluster performance. Like he was just like boxing from the outside. There's a little guy, this and this and that. I mean, you could do that though. I mean, that's kind of the point of the sport. But when he fought Porter, he came in and he was trying to brawl with Porter, and he was getting caught. Even though he caught Porter too, but he was getting caught. And with this one, it was a little smarter on his end because Danny came smart with a good game plan, but then he adapted, which was the point. He adapted and changed Danny's game plan against himself and made Danny look stupid after that. And look at how Danny's face looked after that. Even if he's light skinned, it don't matter. Like he bruised him up, and it was because he just kept that solid jab right in his face. And you seen it at the end. I think they had 103 power punches apiece, but then Errol Spence had like an extra 80 jabs or something like that.
Yeah, you loved the jab, didn't you? Let's go to D Calico. What do you think of that performance, my brother? Your Errol Spence come back after the touch of God. A lot of people said that Errol's never going to be the same, and just to see him come. And did you see him come so calm? He was calm in the ring, bro. You got to give him that. He was composed. What did you feel, D Calico? How did your man look to you?
Man, Errol Spence act like he never left. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, that was the greatest victory in sports history to me. You know what I mean? Because, we've never seen any athlete go through that and then, perform back at their high level in any sport. And most sports are team sports. Well, his team did, is heavily involved, and you got to give a lot of credit to them for the shape that he was in. But in that ring, it's all up to him, and we've never seen nobody hold their own, after, such a tragedy. Like, me, I go for underdogs anyway. And he will forever be an underdog in any fight he ever has. So he's like, he got a fan for life. You feel me?
That's beautiful, man. Hey, Good Boy Sports. How did you think Errol Spence performed in Texas in front of the world?
Man, I think he performed amazingly. But I honestly, from watching the media day workout, I knew Errol was back, honestly. When I seen him punching that heavy bag, bro, and that sound coming off that heavy bag, I knew Errol was back. And I knew me honestly from watching it. I knew Errol was gonna win just because of Danny's style. He fight like his feet is stuck in the mud, and he only shoot, for counters. So that jab showed you that that's the great equalizer. He couldn't do nothing. Like Danny couldn't do shit. So that for me, it was I give Errol Spence an A+, man, and I'm glad he back.
Hey, Ricky, I just want to let you know, a lot of people in England appreciated to see Errol back. It was a big shock for us, what we saw. In the last 2 months, I want to let everyone know, just his car accident views have gone up in big numbers because people, every time they see that car accident, right, it just looks like a man couldn't have made that. Do you know what I mean? And the talks, I want everybody to know, these talks, conspiracy theories, his jaw hit the floor, he was knocked out until they came and got him. All these things, did he answer them for you, Ricky?
He did, but he answered them for me before he even getting to the fight, when he started camp, when he told me, hey, I'm okay. Right? Keep trying to tell people I don't buy into the narratives that the media put towards you. That's a feel-good Bill story. I understand what happened to him, but like I said, it's only a few fighters that I can go with that ain't lied to you, right? Errol Spence ain't never lied to me, so until he make himself out a liar, I gotta believe what he say, right? So when he said I'm okay, I went to the doctors, I'm straight, I'm gonna get back into it, I gotta believe him. And before this, if he wasn't in the accident, everybody would have had Errol Spence beating Danny, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So how did he beat Danny though? How did he beat Danny though? One, he beat Danny better than anybody else ever beat him. You never seen Danny that bruised up in a fight, right? It's something to say a guy who dominates and pushes through Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia, a tough mofo. Right? But what he did is he used Danny Garcia on feet against him with that jab, because Danny already don't like moving his feet. Right? He kept the jab on him whenever he tried to get comfortable. Danny tried to slide in here, slide over, move him off an angle, come right back, get right back on the jab. The jab was everything in that fight. He fought discipline. He did get lazy sometimes. That's why Derek James was barking on him, right? But I had it 9-3, 8-4. You take it how you want. You know what I'm saying? But a dominating performance. Like I said,
9-3, 8-4. Yeah, same as you.
But like I said, even the fight with the premier fights that Danny had with Keith Thurman and Sean Porter, depending on what you was looking at, them fights can go either way depending on how you want to call. Right? This fight was a definite, hey, I got my ass whooped.
Yeah. I mean, let's go to this though, because I just want to say this, right? We got loads of questions for the panel. We got questions for me, Ricky, D Calico, Good Boy. We got questions that I want to get to, and we're going to get to their questions because we can't just forget about the chat. We've had Terrence Crawford fans have come and blown smoke, but then they left the building. Some of them are watching. They know they're in the building right now. I want to go to Major Key. I'm a big fan of boxing. I'm still a big fan of Danny Garcia. What a tough guy. But Major Key, that's his third loss in the welterweight division at elite level. Even though we can say the Sean Porter fight with the Danny could have gone either way. But those are 3 losses. Don't tell me Danny Garcia, he's from Philadelphia, right? The Philadelphia man, Danny Garcia, left hook Danny Garcia. Is he a gatekeeper at welterweight now? Major Key.
He could become one. Yeah. Realistically speaking, man, look, he could become one. He could become one if he doesn't get a win, because he's running out of his window's closing. He has shown grit towards Thurman, Porter, and Spence. Because even though Spence definitely, I agree with everybody on the panel, beat him more convincingly than anybody else, and it was a clear victory for Errol Spence, but he showed new kinks, in his armor, and so he showed that he could switch up his style a little bit, because let's be honest, he's known for the left hook, like you just said. He said left hook, Danny, right? But he was throwing right hooks. You see what I'm saying? So, because he knows that he was fighting a southpaw, and you're not going to catch a southpaw, especially with his flat-footedness. He's not going to get his foot outside of the southpaw, so he needed to throw those right hooks, and that's what he did.
So maybe
so I give him credit, but Huh?
I got a message from the Europe stream that I'm sharing, and they said, just like the panel has been saying, that Terrence Crawford hasn't fought many people. So you can't write Danny Garcia off, because say if Danny Garcia can win against Pacquiao or Terrence Crawford, he still can win a title. Do you agree with this or not, Major Key?
I'm not gonna count Danny Garcia. I just think that it's unlikely. I'll put it like that. I think I'm not gonna put money on that. You know what I'm saying? I think that if it's Pacquiao versus Garcia, I'm gonna put my money on Pacquiao. If it's Crawford versus Garcia, I'm gonna have my money on Crawford, and that's straight facts. You know what I'm saying? I personally, when he fought Thurman for the that first time that he went at a title shot with Thurman, well, not a title shot, but to unify, like I personally wasn't convinced with him, but I was happy with his performance afterwards, because the same dude that paid me $20 because Danny Garcia lost yesterday was the same dude that was telling me, yo, Danny Garcia is kind of nice, man, and I was like, okay, well, I don't really believe that, but this and this and that. And so I watched the fight with him, and so happens to be the same place we were at yesterday. And when I watched the fight, I'm like, okay, well, he did better than I expected. But better than I expected doesn't necessarily mean that he wins.
But Major Key, Philadelphia's in the building. They said we still got faith. We got faith in Danny. So what they're saying is you can't make him a gatekeeper right now. So I want to know how the Americans feel about that. But
I just said the same thing. I said eventually. I just said that. I said if you rewind it, I said eventually, if he doesn't do something, he will become one. I didn't say he is.
Yeah, but Major Key, I want to ask this. It's a very big question. I'm getting loads of messages. Angel Garcia should leave Danny. Please let Danny go and bring somebody else. I'm getting these messages. They're saying, please, Angel Garcia.
Yeah.
He can't.
You sound like a robot. But yes, I agree with you. I think you said that he should leave Angel Garcia and get a different manager or a different trainer. Is that what you said?
People saying that Angel Garcia needs to let that go to another camp and train with other.
I would agree with that.
You sound like a robot rap star.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell him. But but yeah, I do agree that he should go to a different camp, because at this point, especially when you look at the post-fight conference, Angel's like telling him, he's putting him down, kind of. You know what I'm saying? That's not how you treat your fighter. If you didn't have that father-son relationship, you wouldn't say that. What he was saying, it kind of puts him down. You know what I mean?
No doubt. I agree with that, bro, for real. But like I said, them father and son training things, they only go so far. Yep. You know what I mean? People don't know what they don't know. As far as the gatekeeper, what people don't understand, like, styles make fights, not the fighters, right? Styles make fights. Danny Garcia is a problem for people that's not athletic, right? If you're a slick boxer that's athletic, you're gonna always get Danny problems. But if you're a guy that's plotting for it, Danny will stop you. Don't get it twisted. Danny will stop you. He said, the boy said his friend said Danny was nice. That's because Danny is nice. It's just his style. That's just the way he fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
His feet are heavy, but Danny has great timing. He understands spacing, and he can take a good shot. You know what I'm saying? And he heavy in both hands. So, I mean, it's all dependent what he does from here. But I would definitely recommend, if it was me, again, I can't tell another man what to do. But if it was me, he should seek a more professional trainer.
Ask him to leave his dad. Would you? I would
have him go to another trainer. Maybe Barry Hunter or who used to. What's the dude that used to coach Andre Ward? Virgil. Virgil.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with the dude on that one, man. Like, I think that they kind of reached the end of the road with the father-son relationship, and I know Angel loves him, but sometimes it's toxic like that. You know what I mean? Like you're not gaining anything from it, because every time somebody gets mad or something like that, they expose it, and that kind of is a detriment to the training.
Okay, so I want to go to the other panel right now and make sure that they know, that the fans want to know, that is Danny the elite gatekeeper. We can't really call him an elite gatekeeper either, but can we say
I
that
wouldn't call
Danny
him a
Garcia
gatekeeper like Homeboy just said. I wouldn't call him a gatekeeper. What's your name
Yeah, but
again?
okay,
Ricky,
but
right?
then
Ricky?
I've got something else to say to that from hardcore fans. They're saying that
But
if Danny can't win a title at welterweight, what does that become? Someone got
It's
an
all
answer for
dependent.
that?
It's all dependent who he's facing. I think that's what people don't understand. It's all dependent who you got in front of you, style wise, right? You got to remember who Danny lost to too. Who did he lose to? Right, the top welterweights in the league, right?
So,
Top welterweight in the game. There's no shame in that.
so
There's no
Ricky, we're
shame in
getting
that, guy.
messages right now, Ricky. They're saying right now, if he fights Ugas, Danny Garcia can beat Ugas and get a WBA title. Right
I
now.
think so. I mean, I don't know if he can beat him or not because it's all dependent where his mental status is. And again, if he, tries to learn some new things, but it'll be a good fight. But like I said, Ugas, while he's a good fighter, he's not super athletic. So if he come in there and stand in front of Danny will stop him. If he stand in front of him, Danny will just like Derek James said in the corner. He was like, Danny knocked people out for playing.
So D Calico, is Danny still in the game at welterweight? D Calico.
I mean, Danny to me is becoming the new measuring stick.
That's what I was thinking.
We thought it was, we thought it was Sean Porter, but he's kind of outgrowing himself. He's kind of becoming, a big face in boxing. Number one, him and Spence had the fight of the year. Like when we compare other fights of the year, they don't compare to that fight. Maybe Porter is more than what we thought he was, and maybe Danny Garcia is the measuring stick.
I'm glad you said that, bro. Thank you for saying that.
Not mad at that.
Okay, I want to go to Good Boy Sports. Same question to you. Where does Danny go from here? How does Danny build from here? And should Danny leave his... I mean, D Calico, you never answered should Danny leave his dad before we go to Good Boy. Should Danny leave his dad, Angel Garcia, and move to another camp?
I mean, maybe his dad should just retire. You know what I mean? But I mean, I don't know if Danny can change. It's like the Deontay Wilder type thing. Like you don't expect a boxer to learn boxing. It's kind of, he is what he is. That's why I say, he's like a gatekeeper.
Okay,
a lot of people not gonna make it over.
Sports after this. Good Boy Sports. What do you think, bro? Is Danny a gatekeeper, or can Danny win a world title still and trouble some of the welterweights?
If he fight Virgil Ortiz or Ugas, like I think Mr. Popo said that, yeah. If not, then yeah, he's certainly a gatekeeper. He probably could make a lot of money fighting Mikey Garcia, but other than that, he's really out the mix. Unless he fight one of them top welterweights he lost to. And I don't see him getting that rematch no time soon.
So somebody sent me a message. I think Ricky can. I mean, Ricky don't need to. I can answer this. Let Danny go to 154. He can't fucking do it at 147. How the fuck are we gonna send that? Listen, you can't.
No.
And let me tell the whole boxing world.
Why y'all treating Danny like that?
Yeah, they were on a different channel because I heard that on a different channel. They were on a different.
Why y'all doing Danny like that, boy?
Can't send Danny at 154. Boy. Stop joking with us, all right? This is stupid.
No,
and let me tell you,
it's killers up there.
I want to tell Ricky this and everybody. There's only one welterweight who can clean up 154, and I'm gonna say it on my channel right now, and that's Errol Spence.
Errol Spence.
Errol Spence is the only man who's gonna eventually be the guy who can go and do it at 154.
That's it. That's all. That's all.
There's no other welterweight that I reckon can do it at 154. Maybe Virgil Ortiz, though, Major Key. Virgil Ortiz might be the
Boots. Boots might be able to do it.
Boots.
I don't know. I think Virgil Ortiz might be the next guy who can move up to 154. And can you guys imagine this? End of 2022. Look at it. 2022. D Calico, all for Texas. Virgil Ortiz, Errol Spence Jr. Big fight. 2022, bro.
Hey, man. Hey, my wild card to go up and weight is Sean Porter. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he fought at 168 in the Amis.
Yeah. Okay, now I need to ask these questions because I'm going to ask you the questions I'm getting on my other panels. Major P, After that win with Errol Spence, does that put him up on your pound for pound list? Let's start with you,
Yes,
mate.
absolutely. Yes, it does.
Okay, answer
Absolutely.
why.
Absolutely.
Explain why.
Huh?
Explain why.
Well, because number one, he beat Danny Garcia, which was already considered one of the top welterweights. So you don't necessarily need to see Danny Garcia as a top pound for pound because he wasn't, but he was a top welterweight in everybody's eyes. You know what I mean? Again, we go back to nobody can disagree on this panel that Danny Garcia only lost against top level competition, and he fought pretty much everybody.
Everybody.
Okay, so
Everybody.
exactly, he got a deep resume. So Errol Spence beat him more convincingly than anybody else. So therefore, you have to put Errol Spence, and that's what I was talking about earlier. I'm when I say that I believe that Terrence Bud Crawford is going to be Errol Spence. Don't get it twisted. It's not that I don't like Errol Spence, because actually right now, with Errol Spence not putting in work like he's supposed to, even though I like the way that he did Kell Brook. You know what I mean? I still have Errol Spence creeping up to take over his position pound for pound. But we can't forget a lot about the other people, Canelo, Inouye, you know what I'm saying? All these dudes, Chocolatito, like all these dudes that are in that same pound for pound discussion.
Okay,
You can't
mate,
forget
when you're
about
making
them.
statements like that, and I'm sharing you around Europe, Germany, Italy, I got another message. They said, tell Major Key, what are you basing your pound for pound on? Errol Spence has done much more in the last 28 months than Terrence Crawford ever has done. Are you basing your pound for pound over 4 years ago or something? Now, these are...
No.
Can you answer that, please?
What was the question? What was the question based on? Like
how
what? So I
do
could
you base
clarify.
your pound for pound? Do you base it off of 3 years ago?
There's like eight different brackets of things that you have to consider for pound, you know, and I look at these things in detail, and one of the reasons that I have not just because of talent, not because of endurance, not because of popularity, none of that stuff. One of the things that I'm going to say is Errol Spence himself is going to number one, he beats everybody convincingly. He's been rocked a couple of times, but when he gets rocked, he comes right back and rocks the person right back. You know what I mean? He's a dog. He's a dog. Look, he dropped Sean Porter with one of the cleanest shots. I know Adrian is like kind of shocked Sean Porter in the 12th round, but that was just kind of like a lucky shot. Boom. But Errol Spence caught him clean on a counter. Boom.
So is Errol Spence to you ahead of Terrence Crawford in the pound for pound today? You got to answer it, Major Key.
I'm going to answer. I'm going to be honest with y'all. And I know you're going to record this, and I'm going to have to say it back on my channel. All right. So I'm going to say Terrence Crawford right now, based on his performance and Errol Spence's performance, I'm going to say we got Terrell's. I'm sorry, I said Terrell. Like Terrence and Errol. I got Terrence Crawford number 3, Errol Spence number 4, bro. On my top pound for pound.
Okay, I need to go to Ricky for that because a lot of people are already disagreeing with this. They said Errol's already...
That's fine. They could disagree. They could disagree. That's me, though.
I'm going to share this message if I can in the middle. It says over here, and it's kind of true as well, Ricky. The last 3 years, man, fucking Errol's the man who's proved it. I mean, are you guys going back 4 years ago to give Bud the props for the pound for pound? Ricky, answer that. Is it who's ahead in the pound for pound? Is it Errol Spence or is it Terrence Crawford?
Right now, my number 1 pound for pound is Errol Spence Jr.
Wow.
Number 1. Oh no.
Okay, I'm sure Major Key, you can come back with that in a minute. But I'll go to D Calico. Right. Is Errol Spence ahead of Terrence Crawford in the pound for pound? The boxing world wants to know in Europe right now.
I mean, like basically, Crawford defeating Kell Brook did nothing for his standings. You know what I mean? And Spence beating Garcia, that did something, definitely. To me, it did a lot. You feel me? It definitely moved him up in the standing as far as being a pound for pound. And I definitely give him the edge, over Crawford. It's nothing big yet, but once he gets Pacquiao, it's just like two teams being at a tie, but this team has the tiebreaker because they beat them head to head, or they swept them this season. So it's like
D
they
Calico,
have
we're
the
getting
same
some
record.
messages here. I gotta let you know the messages. They say, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Last week, Terrence Crawford is the pound for pound. How you guys putting Errol ahead?
Yeah.
Can you explain it?
Could
Because
you
they're
come
not
back to me,
understanding
please?
it. Just see, like Ricky just said it in two words.
It's
You gotta
amazing.
explain it to these guys, man. They're casual fans. We've got fucking casual fans, a lot of these people, bro. You gotta
Could
explain
you come
why
back to me,
you saying
please?
that Errol Spence is ahead.
Look, man. Errol Spence just beat 3 Hall of Famers in a row. How many Hall of Famers did Bud beat in a row?
Ever. Really. Except for Crawford. Except for Kerry Brooks. Yeah.
And let's
that was
be
just
honest,
that
guys.
was an exhibition. Wasn't that an
Let
exhibition?
let's be honest, guys. Let's be honest. It's gonna hurt y'all feelings. I understand. It's okay though. Before ESPN announced him pound for pound, wasn't nobody saying shit really about Errol. Remember, y'all had Loma pound for pound, right? Right? We got other fighters that should be pound for pound that's not even on their list. The Charlos. Jamel is undisputed at 154. He's not on the pound for pound list. They got Canelo on the pound for pound list, but he got popped for dope. This is what y'all call pound for pound?
We want Josh Taylor on that list too, because Josh Taylor beat a very hard champion.
Can I get to speak soon? Can I get to speak soon?
Yeah, Major Key, we're gonna come to you, but Ricky's just answer it, finish it off. Why you got him ahead, the pound for pound?
That's why I wasn't interrupting, but go ahead.
No doubt, bro. No worries. Like I said, man, I'm going off the current body of work and resume. Bud on there, but he not Uno. He not Uno.
Hey, Bud fans, stop sending messages. If you got a problem with this situation, then come on the channel. It's an open platform. Some people got Errol Spence ahead of Terrence Crawford in the pound for pound. I'm going to go to Good Boy Sports, Major Key, and then it's your platform, all right? Because we haven't asked him.
No problem. I'm patient, brother.
Yeah, we know. Listen, Good Sports. What are you saying, bro? Is Errol Spence ahead of Terrence Crawford in the pound for pound now, bro?
Yep, because like I said in the beginning, I'm just simply going off resumes. I'm not saying Terrence Crawford his skill set is weak or nothing, but Terrence Crawford is an amazing fighter. But until I see him fight somebody, I have to go off resumes. So yes.
Okay, Major Key, you've heard all this. Some people already. I got 7 messages on the stream for Ricky after this. A lot of people do disagree with Ricky saying that Errol's number one. They said that you cannot base Errol number one. Canelo is number one, and you have to remember there's Michael Monster in Noah. These guys have got very, very solid resumes. I want to go to Major Key and then Ricky. I want you to answer those questions after. Major Key, go ahead.
So Rap, just remind me of the pound for pound, because I wanted to go into the other point first, because we're talking about the resumes, right? What we're talking about is Terrence Crawford. Yes, maybe not a great name-wise resume, right? But we're talking about Danny Garcia, right? Who lost 2 times. So we're talking about resumes, right? And we're talking about we're trying to weigh them together. We're talking about Kell Brook, who lost against Triple G, right? We're talking about everybody else before him that really didn't even matter. And then we're talking about Terrence Crawford, who beat Horn, who beat Pacquiao. Then we're talking about. Hold on. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So we're talking about Crawford, who beat Pacquiao. We're talking about Crawford, who also beat Brook. We're talking about Crawford, who actually took on his mandatories a lot of undefeated fighters, including Horn, that were undefeated and won after becoming undisputed at 140. After that, right? So we don't need to talk about 140, but that is necessary to talk about. Like, we're not talking about we're talking about Errol Spence. What has he got accomplished at 147? This dude's already accomplished at 140 undisputed, and now moved up to 147 and being ducked by everybody. So that's one point. When it comes to the pound for pound, right? I'm sorry, but we're talking about the same points I made. That's why he doesn't get above Terrence Crawford, right? And you can never say that anybody. You're talking about Canelo Alvarez right now. That bro, how many fucking fights this guy's got, bro? Only lost to Mayweather, man.
Mm-hmm.
Fought so many people.
That's
so
true.
and you guys could talk whatever you want about he lost to this person. The only loss on his resume is to Floyd Mayweather. Who's ashamed of that?
Right.
Who's ashamed of that? Manny Pacquiao is great, and he lost to Floyd Mayweather, right?
No doubt.
So he can't get embarrassed about that. You know what I mean? Especially when he was 22 years old. You know what I mean? So we talking about Canelo. There's nobody right now above Canelo Alvarez, pound for pound, until Canelo gets beat.
Looking at the chats, everybody, Major Key, everybody's saying Canelo's number one. There's loads of messages coming right now. Canelo number one, and they're saying Manny and Chocolito, Fury, Spence, and then Major Key.
Yeah, everything is debatable. Everything's arguable, but I mean, for me, it's hard to see past Canelo being number one. That's all I gotta say.
Elite Media has Canelo, Charlo, Spence, Davis, and Crawford. That's what
I don't think Charlo's up there yet. I like Charlo. I think he entered the top 10 with his last fight, but I don't believe he's number one. You know, I mean that's far fetched right there. You're reaching right there.
I mean, I got about 17 more messages on another stream in Europe, and Ricky, they're all for you, man. They're saying you can't have Errol Spence number one, bro. That's not boxing. They're saying that's not boxing.
Let me know when they're ready.
Well, they're ready for you because I've got another message for you to say, how can you put Errol Spence number one? Forget. They said forget about Terrence. You've got Canelo and in no other monster.
Let me know when you're ready. Go ahead. Like I said, it's funny how people use context when it comes to Errol, but not the other fighters, right? Okay. Let's examine Canelo Alvarez's last fights. He's about to fight Callum Smith. Okay, 27-0. Good fight for him. To be honest with y'all on that one. But he ain't won that fight yet. He fought Sergey Kovalev at light heavyweight. 30 days after his last fight. He fought Daniel Jacobs, who we all know fails in big fights. Rocky Fielding. Gennady Golovkin. Right? Which arguably he lost the first fight, even though I had him winning. But again, this is what the fans say, is that Gennady Golovkin arguably lost the first fight. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Okay. Liam Smith. Okay. Amir Khan. These are his last fights. And he's pound for pound. You could be pound for pound walking in there with somebody you know you're going to beat.
My man, you're listing only certain things and then giving excuses.
This is
one. Daniel Jacobs was great still.
You was done.
Okay.
Be done.
I'll wait. That's
like
good.
I said, y'all use context when it's with other fighters y'all ain't cheering for. You should use context with all fighters. This is his resume, guys. Again, I'm not saying Canelo's not good, but if you go into context and the stuff that's behind the fights that he fought, you'll understand why I don't have him as pound for pound number one. I'm not trying to change y'all mind. I don't care. Y'all don't pay my bills. This is my opinion. But if you're going to look at it as a whole. Don't look at it as partial, right? No matter what y'all say, he got popped. So Lord knows what other fights that he was on dope in. See, but like I said, most people don't know how honorable men move, right? Y'all look at it as part of the game. I don't look at it as part of the game. I don't vote for Biden or Trump. I didn't vote for neither one of them. I don't take bullshit on either side. Right? Men move accordingly. No matter what y'all say. Now, what you can say about Canelo is he the biggest money man in boxing? Correct. Is he the biggest draw? In most cases, yes. Right? But take it into context. I'm not talking about star power. We're talking about his resume and who he fought. Is he a good fighter? Hell yeah. I used to have a Canelo Alvarez t-shirt. I dumped that bitch, though. You know why? because he used us in saying that he was gonna fight Caleb Plant and then switch to Callum Smith.
I've got a message for you from another platform. They said that tell Ricky Canelo in the last 16 months fought GGG and fought another weight class and went ahead and fought another weight class to fight
So what?
Kovalev. So they said he went 3 different weights.
He fought Kovalev 30 days off his last fight.
Let me just tell you the question.
Too, though. I need to respond to that.
Let me just say it, Major Key. They said Canelo has gone 3 different weights, right, Major Key? And he's won 3 different titles at 3 different weights in the last 17, 18 months. Errol Spence hasn't gone to 3 different weights. So obviously,
no one cares.
They said Canelo moving different weights, winning different.
Y'all care, but I don't care.
That means,
but no. But hold on.
I don't care. I look at the body of work.
My man, the body of work for who? You just said Caleb.
For everybody.
Hold up. But hold up. You told me to chill. Now you chill, please. All right. So when it comes to Caleb Plant, right? You're talking about he went from Caleb Plant to Callum Smith. Why was that? Because Caleb Plant wouldn't sign it because he said it was too quick, right? And then Callum Smith, guess what? All of them were off because it was coronavirus. All of them were off. All of them were off, brother.
Y'all don't know boxing.
All of them were off.
Y'all think y'all know boxing. Y'all don't know boxing. Let me teach you.
You see that's disrespectful because you see what I'm saying?
I don't care.
Just because I disagree with you and I'm making a point, don't say that we don't know boxing because everybody knows boxing here.
Let me teach you, right? Because
I said, but I'm not even done with my point. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Finish up. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead.
So again, like I said, let's put everything into perspective, right? What did y'all boy Canelo do, right? He tried to get Caleb Plant 30 days off a fight, right? What y'all don't understand, Canelo's a cherry picker. This is what he do. I ain't mad at him, but don't give him pound for pound status for when he out there in the cherry orchard. Cherry pick? Canelo's a cherry picker.
How's Caleb Plant a cherry pick from Canelo?
Is he fighting Caleb Plant?
Caleb Plant turned it down, brother. What you not understanding? He turned it down twice.
Why would he turn it down?
Because he said it was too soon.
Find me the article.
Bro, oh my God, yo.
I got a message.
Rap Star, can you find that for him? Because this is your channel, bro. We know this.
Find me the article.
I just got a message from
please don't say we don't know boxing. That's common knowledge right there.
Listen, the man saying, right, that if Canelo ate something in Mexico, and you know that country comes with food without any restriction.
That was my next point, bro. Can I make that point? Because I'll make it better.
Take the platform, and then we got to go to the other people. Go ahead.
Okay, so when it comes to the clenbuterol, let's be honest about that. That's a whole different subject. That they had an outdated, just like every fucking other sport that has to adjust rules, like football, basketball, everything known to man. They have to adjust rules to get up to the times. They figured out that there is contaminated meat, okay, over there in Mexico. So what did they do? They suspended him for 6 months. He had to take it, but then they lifted the levels after that to get a little higher because they knew that the amount that was in his body was not enough to actually enhance your performance. That's facts.
That almost makes sense, right? But
it makes perfect sense.
Listen. That would make sense, right? If it went that way for everything. So it's funny how the WBC can hire scientists and biologists to find out, the beef had higher levels, but y'all can't figure out that gloves is being cheated with.
Who's y'all?
The WBC.
But what are you talking about with that? Like, you have proof about that?
Because yes, it was just a fight a couple of weeks ago where the gloves came in and that was skinned, and they let them go past.
Back to Glovegate. My
so what
bad.
you talking about? Like I said,
I didn't know who was going down this rabbit hole with Glovegate.
No, this simply proves the WBC's ignorance. This is what it proves. So how you gonna speak on an organization that fuck up all the time?
Hey,
y'all
man,
don't make no sense.
Going down that rabbit hole, brother.
Y'all don't make no sense.
But they accuse Gervonta Davis.
You have the right to say Canelo's pound for pound, just like I have the right to say he isn't. I ain't knocking you. I'm just telling you why I don't have him pound for pound.
No, I'm not mad. I think you're completely wrong. I think you're reaching hard.
Time will tell.
Whatever.
Time will tell.
Okay, let me ask Good Boy Sports this. I've got a question for you, Good Boy. They're saying if a man's gone up 3 different weights and he wins titles at 3 different weights, Does that not give you a better pound for pound status against the man at his own weight campaigning? Good boy, can you answer that one? Well, let's get to you.
Yes, 100%. But if he wasn't taking drugs or things that's banned in the sport, of course he would be a number one. So that just kills the argument right there. And then I remember he just said the Caleb Plant and Canelo. I could have swore Canelo was just trying to fight Yildirim. So it's things like that we got to look at.
You're wrong about that.
Well, okay, but there's an article on that. But okay.
No. I could explain it to you. You want me to explain it, or you want to keep finish your point, and then I'll jump back in?
No, I'm pretty much done because just like I said, if Canelo didn't take Pop Dirty and all that, of course he'd be number one. But you can go ahead.
Nah, because he went to 175, beat Kovalev. He came back to 168 and put his name in the hat as a WBC franchise champion. You get your name drawn first because you're the one that gets the automatic name pool. That's what people. And then Yildirim was somebody that they chose. That's not up to Canelo. That's up to the WBC. All he wanted to do was get the belt because Benavidez was the one that was sloppy and didn't make weight. That was on Canelo. You know what I mean? To go for that. You know? That's it. I mean, it wasn't Canelo's fault. Like, he didn't plan that.
Did he have to choose you, or could he pick somebody else? Did he have to choose
I would pick somebody else. Of course. I don't know who the fuck he is. I've never seen Anthony Yildirim fight in my life, but I know who he is just because of that bullshit. You know what I mean?
No, Christian knocked him the fuck out.
Yeah, I know. Of course. But I'm just saying that it wasn't Canelo's fault. Is that my point? You know, everybody's quick to blame something when they don't understand the whole situation. You know what I mean? And it wasn't Canelo's fault that they chose that.
Canelo's a duck and a cherry picker.
Major Key, I'm not going to lie. A lot of people agree with you. They say, look, I'm from England, right? A lot of people in America right now on the platform and on the other channel that we're streaming, they've got Canelo number one. Now, whether you can argue it back and forth as much as you want, what people are interested in now is, Major Key, a lot of people are agreeing that Canelo's number one. But they're saying, how the fuck have some of you guys got Errol Spence ahead of Terrence Crawford in the pound for pound now? Now, Major Key, you didn't have Errol ahead of Terrence.
All right, so chop it up with them while I take a piss, brother.
Yeah, so Ricky, are you saying that Terrence Crawford is below Errol Spence in the pound for pound?
Yes.
Does that not justify that he's won 3 different weights? Like Terrence Crawford's campaigned in 3 weight classes.
Who did he beat to get there?
Victor Postol, Yukros Gamboa, and Jeff Horn.
And who else?
And the rest of them, they didn't really give him much credit for.
Exactly.
But Ricky, we got to be straight here, bro.
No doubt. Let's go.
No, look, Ricky, I like your energy. But Major Key's a brother from, he's with a big energy. D Calico's got great energy. We got amazing people in the channel here. You said that Errol Spence is pound for pound number one. Right, Ricky?
That's correct. That's what I said.
If anybody's got anything to say to that, Ricky's saying that Canelo Alvarez is not pound for pound number one. A lot of people disagree with you on that, Ricky.
That's cool.
But can you justify why you think Errol Spence is really the pound for pound number one? And before you justify, we got Love and 8 in this house. We got PED in this house. We got Punch Drunk Boxing in this house. We got T-Tone Toledo in this house. Yo, Punch. Errol, hey, listen, Punch. Some of the panel are saying that Errol Spence is number one, pound for pound. But a lot of the channel and a lot of the people are saying Canelo is number one. So if you got anything to say, Punch, I'll send you the link on that one. But Ricky, why is Errol Spence the number one pound for pound in the world right now?
Because he just beat 3 Hall of Famers in a row. That's what I'm judging it off of. I'm judging it off the whole of his career. The whole of his career. His career doesn't have any holes in it, right? I can go through Canelo's career and Crawford's career and find holes in it, right? Canelo, again, y'all can like it. I used to like Canelo too, but he's a cherry picker and he's a ducker. He got the franchise belt specifically to duck Charlo. Specifically to duck Charlo when Charlo was his mandatory. That's why he petitioned for it. Bud Crawford, no matter what y'all say, he's a great fighter. He's a good fighter, right? But if y'all keeping it a $150, when he went through a 40, Danny Garcia had already cleared it out. Danny Garcia, go check the box rec, guys. He had already cleared out 140. And like I said, people don't understand Bud Crawford. You was undisputed at 140. That means it gave you the right to fight and request any champion at 147. You picked Jeff Horn. You picked Jeff Horn. Canelo's a ducker. He ducked Charlo.
Hey, brother Ricky. Hey, I like Errol Spence being number one, but I think that people also want to know where is Canelo on your list?
Yeah,
what
but
ranking
I
would
gotta
you
say
say?
this right now. D Calico, you gotta appreciate pound for pound status in a lot of parts around the world. Go for a man of style. We can go to any weight and go at that weight and win
with their skill set. You're correct. With their skill set.
Yeah, so Canelo seems to have the skill set to go up and down D Calico and win titles. So because of those attributes, his pound for pound status is way ahead than Errol Spence, a lot of people say.
Against who though?
You just look at like when we had a little poll here, everybody was saying Canelo. When I've shared it in Europe, a majority say that Canelo has a much more better resume than Errol Spence Jr.
He does.
But people will argue now that it's Terrence Crawford ahead of Errol Spence. You see what I'm saying? And if you've got Errol Spence ahead of Canelo, then I'm going to be honest with you, really. I love your energy. But it seems like a lot of the chat and everybody.
I don't care. They don't have to agree with me, bro.
This one, bro.
They don't have to agree with me. I don't care.
Hey, Rapstar, I'm gonna tell you what makes Errol so exciting is that I don't think he'll never take another tune-up fight again in his life. You know what I mean? Like not even a tune-up fight. He won't be fighting no bums, none of that. You know, he's got good fights lined up for like 5 years. You know, I don't think no other boxer really wants to do it like that. I think he's gonna change the game. You know, it's gonna be like the old days when the best fight the best. You know,
I hope that happens, yo. And I took a like how they like to say it in Europe. I took a grand piss. Felt lovely, yo. But Punch, you need to hop the fuck on, bro. I see you in the chat.
No, look, man. I gotta be honest. A lot of people can't agree that Errol Spence is number one pound for pound right now, Major Key, because they're saying Danny Garcia was the fight that Errol was coming back for. And now if he wins the title against Manny Pacquiao and Terrence Crawford, that puts his status ahead somewhere in the top three. But Ricky D. Calico and our good brother, good boy, has said that, listen, bro, Errol Spence is number one right now. What you got to say for that, bro, for Canelo?
What I got to say is that Ricky wasn't here when other people were saying, right, that Danny Garcia was a tune-up fight. So I can't hold him to blame for that because it wasn't him that said that, right? But other people said that Danny Garcia was a tune-up when we all knew that he wasn't. So now, all of a sudden, he gets so much credit that he beats Terrence Crawford on the pound-for-pound list. I don't believe that. You know what I mean? So maybe he thought that, wherever, he was giving his predictions and all that, and I can't blame him if he did do that beforehand, but I didn't hear it with my own ears. But I got to say that on most of the YouTube channels, most of the YTBC that both of us follow, Rapstar, we never heard that anybody was saying that, like, a lot of people were doubting even Danny Garcia. They weren't even putting him in the mix.
No, we gotta be fair. I remember on Punch's show, we did say that if Errol Spence wins against Danny, he does go ahead in the list a little bit. We did say that, remember?
Yeah, but that's why I have him closer in pound for pound. He goes in the list, but I don't have him ahead of Terrence Crawford though.
No, I hear that, but you know what I mean? At the end of the day, having Errol Spence number one pound for pound on that win is kind of a big
Rapstar.
Yeah, he's not gonna be in.
A Rapstar.
Yeah.
A Rapstar, watch this. The best offense plus defense plus power plus granite chin is Errol Spence. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I mean, at the end of the day, bro, you got to respect this though. We got to come to terms with this. Canelo went 3 different weights, bro, in 16 months and won 3 different titles. That's much better than what most people have done in the last 17, 18 months.
He did it with power. He doesn't have defense like Errol Spence.
So you're saying Canelo's defense is not good as Errol Spence?
I mean, I'm enjoying a fight right now, Canelo, and like we know he doesn't lose, but his defense is like he's got a good chin too, because he's been hit upside the head 1,000 times, 10,000 times. You know what I mean? And that ain't an Errol Spence thing, a trait. He doesn't take a beating.
Well, I want this new brother, Punch Drunk Boxing. He's a really great guy. He knows his boxing.
What up, brother?
I want everybody in Europe, I'm sharing this stream and around the world to know that we'll be going back and forth here, Punch. And a lot of the messages are going that Canelo's number 1. Errol Spence has moved ahead in the pound for pound. But the platform, there's people here saying that Errol Spence is number 1. Do you agree, Punch?
What's good? What's good, everybody on the panel? What's good, Rap Star, Major Key? What's good, everybody else? I can't see the name, so look, I think what it comes with a pound for pound is like talking politics and religion. Everybody, it's like an ongoing conversation, ongoing debate. Everybody got their opinion. First foremost, Errol Spence himself says Canelo Alvarez is pound for pound number 1. So I could just pull up whatever Errol Spence is gonna say, and if anybody think that Errol Spence is number 1, I'll just say whatever Errol Spence is gonna say. He don't even have himself as number 2. He has Chocolatito. Now, Canelo Alvarez has fought the most Hall of Famers. Canelo Alvarez has jumped weight classes. Canelo Alvarez has dominated his opponent as well. Better resume. Is actually younger than Errol Spence, have done more than Errol Spence. In the span of 12 or 13 months, he's jumped 3 weight classes and have acquired 3 world champions. Now, of course, you want to say the 168 beaten the 168, that's a regular title, but went to 160, 168, 175, back-to-back Daniel Jacobs, Triple G. I mean, it is what it is. All the boxes feel like Canelo Alvarez is number 1 pound for pound. I don't even think that's too highly of debate. Errol Spence only been in 1 division. He's doing great in that division. You could say he's probably number 1 in that division, in the welterweight division. And that's all I could say right now.
Yo, Ricky, what you got to say to that, bro? Because it's on, man. I mean,
that was strong.
And he still ducked Charlo.
So is Charlo the standard to become number 1 pound for pound?
Did I say that? I just said he ducked Charlo. You saying he didn't duck Charlo?
I mean, and who he fought after Charlo?
I didn't ask you that.
To be honest, Charlo's not a guy that I even look at. If
I didn't ask you that.
I don't know. Really.
Of course. I'm done.
Who cares about Charlo, though?
I know you don't.
Rank him as number 1.
Canelo does, because he ducked him.
I mean, I'm just saying, after all I said and all the facts that I said, you said, but he ducked Charlo. So that's
right. But he's pound for pound.
Yeah, but I got a question for that one, Punch. Some people are saying that GGG was a bigger name for Canelo than Charlo. GGG did more for Canelo's rankings than what Charlo did. What do you say to that, Rick?
That's great. He still ducked Charlo.
But
he still ran away from
GGG was the bigger fight.
It was. I'm not saying, look, popularity. That's a popular fight. GGG was a popular fighter. Canelo's a popular fighter. I'm not saying that. Can you say he didn't duck Charlo? Y'all pound for pound.
The fight was bigger on the other side of the scale, they're saying.
I'm asking a question.
Yeah. Every top guy.
He specifically requested the franchise belt. The WBC created it for him to get away from Charlo. So you telling me when Charlo was his mandatory?
Every top guy is always gonna duck somebody.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Mm-hmm. Next subject.
I mean, at the end of the
I
day,
didn't think you went anywhere with that. That didn't
Nah,
justify
I
any
mean,
point.
he said every top guy has ducked somebody. Nah, I mean, it's
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
speculation.
saying. When you a top guy, you're going to avoid somebody. If Errol Spence picked to fight Bud Crawford, I mean, if he picked to fight Bud Crawford, did he duck Manny Pacquiao? Did he avoid Manny Pacquiao, another champion? Yes or no? If Manny Pacquiao comes and say, you know what, Errol Spence ducked me, does he have the validation to say that?
I mean, nah, because we already
No,
know.
he doesn't. A top guy
Not
is
in this
always going to
situation.
duck somebody. Look, a lot of people felt that Keith Thurman was ducking Errol Spence, but then he unified with Danny Silva Garcia. So a top
He
guy is
might have
always
been.
a
It's
top guy
like I
can't fight
said,
everybody.
guys. Y'all keep coming in trying to make y'all point. I made my point. And no, I didn't say Jamel ain't pound. If he's not pound for pound, if Jamal not that good, why didn't Canelo fight him? That's all I'm saying. This is the way I look at pound for pound. Y'all can't change my mind. I'm not going to change y'all, man. Stop it. But y'all can't say that Canelo didn't duck him. Move on to the next.
Doesn't justify pound for pound. That's all I'm saying. But everybody, again, got their opinion. But it doesn't justify. Nobody's going to say Canelo Alvarez is not pound for pound because he ducked Charlo. You got to come up with a better one that makes better sense.
I am.
I mean, but it just doesn't
and I'm gonna say
justify.
about,
That's all I'm saying.
I am.
Like,
y'all don't pay my bills. That's just keeping it a buck.
and a
I'm
lot
supposed
of
to think what I want to think.
It's not
was
personal.
Charlo-
It's not
was
personal. It's
Charlo's
not
best win?
logical. You got to sound logical.
I don't care. It doesn't matter to me what you feel is logical to me. He still ducked.
So you
Y'all
rather
pound,
not sound logical? You
He's
rather
pound
sound
for
illogical?
he's pound for pound, and he ducked Charlo.
So you're gonna go to the Hall of Fame and say I'm not pound for pound because he ducked Charlo?
It doesn't matter. Boy, Rocky in the Hall of Fame. Sylvester Stallone is in the Hall of Fame. Stop, bro.
It makes no sense.
Stop.
It makes no sense.
Gotti's in the Hall of Fame.
It's not logical.
Okay, I got
Stop.
another question.
It's not logical.
Punch. I got another question.
You're not gonna get anywhere with me. Move on.
It's not logical. I'm not trying to get nowhere with you. I'm just trying to make you sound logical.
But this pound for pound is all subjective.
I don't control you as a man. You don't control me. Move on.
It's not personal, brother.
Move. Then let's move on.
But we still talking about the subject. The host didn't.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
I mean, I've just got to say this as well, then, Punch. Have you got Errol Spence ahead of Terrence Crawford? Because that was the conversation for a while here. In the pound for pound.
As of now, yes.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, look, man, it's very subjective. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I appreciate it. Let's keep it really gentleman kind at the end of the day. You know what I mean, Ricky? I mean, it's not like, you know what I mean, man, coming at you. We're just having a little conversation. And
it's look, rap star. People need to understand about me. I don't take nothing personal. It's not that. But I'm a man before I'm anything. Y'all coming in here trying to voice your opinions to me is the same way I'm voicing my opinion to y'all. You can call me ignorant, whatever. You don't know me. But don't none of y'all control my mind. That's the end of it. I don't control y'all. And I said this earlier. My opinion is my opinion. Your opinion is yours. It doesn't matter if it's logical to you or not. Your opinion is not logical to me.
All right, so that's beautiful. So can I say something?
It's logical to Errol Spence.
Yo, so I'm saying like 160 pound, right? My man chose to go to 175 to get a championship up there, to hit a weight division, and then drop to 168 to get another weight division, right? Do you consider that ducking? When at what part? What fight that Charlo had made you feel that he was capable of saying that Canelo was ducking him? Which one made you believe that he was such a champion, so great that Canelo was ducking him?
That's a great point. Again, nothing Charlo did made me think that Canelo did it. They created the franchise belt. He petitioned for it for the specific reason that he didn't have to fight his mandatory. His mandatory was Charlo.
Okay, so he ducked Charlo.
Yes.
Okay, so who's the best at 135? Who do you think?
135?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah.
So we talking about Tank Tio, right? Right? This is a great conversation, man. This is a great conversation right there.
Don't walk into it.
This is a great conversation. If you asking me my personal belief of who's the best at 135,
yeah,
Tank Davis. Tank Davis.
Yeah, but okay, Ricky, when you're saying this, you know there's like about thousands of fans who end up seeing this kind of conversation. So you've got to let people. But Ricky, look, I respect your energy. I respect your energy, but you got to let people, if they've got something to say, then they're going to say it. And you got to give it. Okay, well, who wants to say something to that? Because I'm going to let you guys cook on that. Who's going to cook first?
How many fights did Tank have at lightweight?
Not many.
One.
But that's not the point. I'm going off skill, man. I'm going off skill. Now I could be wrong, bro. Like he can get in there with Tio and get washed, but LSI, I gotta see it. But for what I see right now, from Tank, if he remains focused, right? If he remains focused, if he stay out there in Vegas, he stay at his weight. Who y'all see beating Tank convincingly? Who y'all can say for sure? Who can y'all say for sure with 100%? If you see the Tank that's in the gym consistently, that's listening to his trainers, that's staying on point, that's making weight, who can you say with 100% accuracy and guarantee in your mind that somebody can beat Tank?
At lightweight, Teofimo Lopez.
We'll have to see it.
But at least you could say that, because what you're saying is he has the potential to be the best lightweight.
To me, in my opinion. See, this is the thing. Like, I like Tio. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. I called Tio against Loma. Right? Loma was good for what he was, but what people don't understand, Loma was long in the tooth. People don't understand, and he can't fight going backwards. Loma can't fight going backwards. Tio is great, but just like y'all see holes in people get, Tio got holes in his games too.
He gassed out at the end of that.
Right.
He gassed out at the end of the Loma fight.
But also, Tio has problem with activity. If you rush Tio smart and pressure him smart and put hands on you, you're gonna touch him. Who does that better than Tank?
Tank needs some boxing skills too. I ain't gonna lie. But his punches saved the day. One thing about it.
Okay, I gotta come on this one, D Calico. I gotta come.
Milo, I agree with Milo.
Look, this is what I think.
Milo Shakur is the only guy I think that gives Tank a run for his money.
This is what we gotta say here. Come off today. Doesn't matter where you're from and who you're from around the world. Teofimo Lopez, he's the man on paper. He's got all the belt. He's the proven lightweight. He has got the best resume at lightweight, and he's also the man who's the guy with all the metal. So if it comes down to the fight, people are saying that even Teofimo Lopez is the ace side, not Tank Davis. So that should answer most questions there. Think about that, bro.
To be honest, if you asking me personally who Tio should be fighting, he should be fighting Devin Haney. That's who he should be fighting next.
I'll let Punch.
That's who got the other belt.
Go on.
The reason you don't want to fight Devin has probably the best defense in boxing right now, and it's not all that exciting for people who want to see a knockout, but it's exciting for him because he get to go home looking like a pretty boy. You're not gonna hurt Devin Haney because you can't even hit him.
Devin Haney is a prospect with a strap. Hasn't fought anybody in the top 15 overall. Yes, his defense is good when he's fighting guys like that is not top 15.
No doubt. That's the same thing I say about Bud.
And also, and also, the thing about Haney, yes, he got all the skills, but Devin Haney is also a big 135, in which they say they're going to move to 140 also shortly. He doesn't even have the power to upset a Santiago nor a Gamboa that was tailor-made for him to get out of there. Devin Haney has a lot of work to do. He needs to get he needs to get stronger. And shout out to Bill Haney for hiring what's his name? Blue, that used to work with Errol Spence. Blu-ray, so he could get stronger. I think that's a great move. I think we got to give Devin Haney, more time. I mean, for these young fighters, we don't. It's hard to critique them because they still haven't even hit that adult strength yet. They only 22, 23. I could imagine how they're gonna be at 25. So I think what Devin Haney is all about strength. That's all.
But from what I heard too, guys, is that fight might not happen because of some money stuff that happened back in the day. From what I heard about it from somebody, they were saying that Tio was poised to fight Devin Haney, But Devin Haney and his pops took some fight for money, and now Tio, like, you know, what comes around goes around. So we might not see that fight for a while.
I think they got one more fight with Matchroom. I didn't think, even if they want to promote and go to different channels, I don't think that fight was gonna be done, because they got one more fight at Matchroom. They're not gonna do a cross promotional fight if it's not a big humongous fight, and of course there's no gate. So that fight is not gonna happen. And yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that, because Top Rank and DAZN, they cash poor right now. That's why they can't really make no big fights.
And Ricky, subscribe to Punch Drunk Boxing, because he actually had Bill Haney and Junior Lopez over there, like going out for drinks on Junior Lopez's birthday. He had him on the live.
For sure, I got you.
Yeah. So you know what I mean. So you know what I mean. Like we hear little gems here and there on different boxing channels. You know what I'm saying? But shit, man. Like I gotta say. I gotta say, when it comes to going back to the whole purpose of this conversation, man. Well, not the conversation, but that last thing. I don't see anybody above Canelo, and I know I'm not gonna change your mind. I'm not trying to, but man, you know, you gotta really like come like with some explicit information for me to believe that Canelo, because everything you guys said. Remember, you were talking about the clenbuterol, you were talking about this, and I explained everything. I have an answer for everything.
You're entitled. You're entitled.
All right. I appreciate that. So just so you know that people can believe
I've got some questions about the Devin Haney situation. People have come on the chat and they're saying that Devin Haney hasn't beaten a world champion to actually prove himself that he's won that title. He's been given the title and he's under pressure to actually perform against good opponents. So what do you say to that, Rick?
You don't know until you see it. That's just where I'm at. If these guys so easy, like, we all want to see the fights. Let's keep it a buck. Really, that's what it comes down to.
We all want to see the fight. We all want to see the fight for fans, as fans. Yeah.
Right? And like I told you, we all just speculating. We all think the way we think. But let's see it. You know what I'm saying? One fighter think they better than the other. That's why we go to watch the show. Right? That's why we go to watch the show. You might think your guy can win. I think my guy can win. We'll get in there and we'll see what happens. Either way, we ain't the ones getting punched in the face. But hey, I gotta go. It's 1:28 where I'm at here, guys. I gotta chill out. I gotta go get ready for work. I got work in the morning, so I'm gonna leave y'all to it.
Hey, Ricky, man, take it easy, bro. But before you leave the building, can you give your top 3 pound for pound guys right now?
My top 3 right now, like I said, is Errol Spence, ESJ. I got Terrence at 2, right, and then I get a Nui at 3.
Okay, all right, man. Well, if I got some messages, where's your channel, bro? So people can come.
Hey, check it out, guys. Hey, thanks so much, Rapstar. You keep it busy. Yo, fellas, nothing personal. I hope y'all, taking care of your families, taking care of yourself.
We good, bro. We good.
You can find me at Ricky Williams. That's my government name. You know what I'm saying? Just look it up on YouTube, man. It's there for y'all. Leave a like, leave a comment, whatever y'all want to do. It's your life. But like I said, man, hey, I'm out of here. I appreciate y'all listening. Take care of yourself. Take care of your family. And guess what, people? Everything else will take care of itself. Y'all have a good one, man.
Yeah,
God
peace
bless,
out,
God
Ricky.
bless.
Yeah,
Peace.
all right. Yo, Punch, you made a statement, and then people come back with this statement, bro. You got Errol Spence ahead of Terrence Crawford in the pound for pound, yeah?
I mean, it's still rocky. Maybe I'm living the moment for a while. I really haven't really detailed the, you know what I'm saying? I ain't really look at it like that, to be honest. But what I was gonna say though, you know how Errol Spence would have been number 1 if this would have happened, if he would have taken that Golden Boy 2-fight deal, not fight Lamont Peterson, fought Miguel Cotto, fight him and get that belt in 154, become a 2-division world champion, get the second fight as a mandatory. It was gonna be Carlos Ocampo, and then stay with PBC right after that contract. That right there, that move, because I was a little upset when he didn't want to fight Cotto. For the same money that he got Peterson, reportedly. So if he would have done that and he would have had Cotto, 2-division world champion, then he would have fought the resume that he got right now. That would have propelled him to be probably number 1, in my opinion.
Right. So you haven't made your mind up yet. You haven't said that Errol Spence is ahead of Terrence Crawford in the pound for pound yet. Right?
Nah, I really gotta look at it. I gotta look at it. You know what I'm saying? Because I understand a lot of people want to discredit Kell Brook, but in reality, I think we discredit Kell Brook is because we just wanted to see. We're so desperate for Errol Spence and Bud that whoever they fight is not valid. And even though that we may think that Sean Porter is valid or Keith Thurman is valid, those fights are good. People be after that win, people's always gonna say, well, Errol Spence beat Porter and Keith beat Porter and Kell Brook beat Porter. And if he fights Keith, then they'll be like Manny Pacquiao beat Keith, and Manny Pacquiao lost to Jeff Horn, and he beat Jeff Horn. I think we're really nitpicking Bud Crawford so much because the fight is not happening. But hey, I'm probably living the moment a little bit, but I could see Bud still being the top of Spence. I could still see that as well. It's a hard one to pick.
Yeah, but what do you say to well, earlier on? You wasn't here. There was a lot of smoke. The Crawford fans came in to blow smoke today, and they said, "Listen, man, our man went to Texas. He showed y'all that he wants to fucking fight, and now Manny Pacquiao's interested. Crawford's out the picture again, Punch, and now they're saying there's no fight 2021."
Man, that fight is not gonna happen, guys. That fight is never gonna happen. And the only way it happens is maybe after October 21st, 2021, when that
Hold on, I think
when
he
that
misspoke. I think he misspoke, Punch. You said Crawford, because I thought you said earlier Spence versus Pacquiao.
what do you mean?
Rap star. I'm talking about rap star. Rap
No,
star. Because you
Pacquiao
asked him a
showed,
question.
no, wait. Let me explain it easier, Major Key. Pacquiao showed interest to the Errol Spence fight. Negotiations are going to start, they're saying, between the Pacquiao camp and Errol Spence. It's been announced. It's on some of the major platforms. Terrence Crawford now came to Texas for all the smoke. But does this put Terrence Crawford out of position? Because we had loads of fans. They sent like they were sending like 100 messages at a time saying Terrence Crawford deserves the fight. Stop ducking. But Punch was just, he was just saying that this fight's never going to happen anyway. So we were just saying that, would you think Pacquiao stepping in? So if Pacquiao steps in, Major Key, Terrence Crawford's out of the game. Well,
No. I don't want to cut a punch. I just thought that because we spoke about this earlier. I know that you talking about the Terrence Crawford Spence never happening, and I know that I've heard Punch say that before, and so that's what I thought you were trying to elaborate on. But when it comes to the Pacquiao versus Crawford, man, like there's no reason for that to happen. Like right now, me personally, I would like it to happen just to build up the fight to the Spence, but I also understand that Spence needs to get that belt off of him, and that's what we were talking about the transferable. We're passing the torch earlier. Remember?
yeah, but I think you're missing the point, bro. I think I'm asking Punch what the fans are saying. That look, we had a problem with Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence before. What the fuck's gonna happen now if Pacquiao stepped in and then Punch was speaking?
Okay.
Yeah, Punch, can you elaborate on that? Like, we had problems with Crawford and Spence before. And now Pacquiao stepping in 2021, where does that leave Spence and Crawford? Are you there? Can you hear us? Yo, can you hear me, Major Key?
I can hear you now, but you were breaking up earlier. That's why I was asking the question, because I couldn't hear all your whole dialogue.
Can you hear me, Punch?
I kind of misunderstood what you were saying, and then you clarified that you were talking to Punch, and I was like, all right, let me fall back.
Yeah, Punch, can you hear me?
Yo,
are you there?
I guess he ain't. Either he on mute or he don't, or he had to do something right quick.
Yeah, I can't hear it. Yeah, Transcend Sports. What are you saying, bro?
What's up, bro? Hey, Major Key Boxing. Just done from work. What's up, brother?
I'm good, man. How you feeling, bro? I mean, I just want to ask you this question. Manny Pacquiao has turned around and said that he's interested in Errol Spence fight. Terrence Crawford out the listener. Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence is not going to happen. How do you feel about that, Transcend Sports?
Hey, when Pacquiao and Spence, it's a bigger
hop
fight.
Back on, right?
Yeah, where did you go, Punch?
He said he's gonna hop off and then hop back on.
Yeah, go ahead, Transcend Sports.
Pacquiao and Spence, that's a good fight. Like, I just really want Crawford versus Spence is gonna to fight, but realistically, they're not gonna fight yet. So if that's the case, then why not give Pacquiao and Spence a try? That's still a big major fight right there. And I can argue that Spence and Pacquiao is a bigger fight than Spence versus Crawford. I mean, Crawford versus Pacquiao is not as big as Pacquiao versus Spence. That's what I meant. But anyway, I just want to come in and just drop by. Major Key Boxing. Salute, bro. Rapstar, salute.
Love you, brother. Love you.
Is in the chat? Who else is in the panel? Who is
My
that?
my Filipino brother. I love you, bro.
Yeah, Punch was there, but he lost connection.
Yeah.
Hey, Rapstar.
Yo.
All right, bro. I just gotta go. I just want to come in and say hi to you guys. Done work. I just gonna go home and sleep. Y'all have a good night, okay?
All right, brother. Let me know. Yo, I already subscribed to you, so next time that you go live, I'm gonna be on your shit, bro.
Yeah, bro. Hey, what about you, Rapstar? You subscribed yet?
Yeah, I need to subscribe as well, I think. So I might have to go there later on and do that in a bit, all right?
All right, brother. All right, you guys have a good night.
Am I crackling up? Can you hear me, bro?
We can. You kind of cracking up, but y'all have a good night, okay? Peace.
All right, brother. Peace.
Yeah, tell Mr. Moonshine I said hi to him.
No doubt.
All right, brother.
Hey, Rapstar.
Yo, bro.
I'm gonna tell you what I find funny, right?
Go ahead, cook. I'm gonna fix my audio and come in, right? But you cook.
Yeah. Hey, I'm saying the same people who don't give Devin Haney no credit. You know what I'm saying? They give Terrence Crawford too much credit because the best fight that Crawford had fought, up to date was really Gamboa. And Devin Haney just fought Gamboa. You know what I mean? Not to say I don't think the world of Gamboa, but I know that when Crawford beat him, he was a good fighter. And that's the only guy, able-bodied that I can really say Crawford dismantled.
Can I cook?
Hey, but Rapstar, I was saying how people. Hey, Rapstar, I was saying how people give Bud credit for fighting nobodies when about the best fighter he fought was Gamboa, but nobody gives Devin Haney credit for fighting Gamboa. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Gamboa was. Yeah, but you got to keep it real here. Gamboa was 6 years late on the game after that. Gamboa had lost loads of fights and been knocked down after that. And Gamboa was not the same Gamboa that Terrence Crawford fought D. Calico. We got to keep that real.
I know. And that's why I said that was the best fighter that Bud had ever fought.
Nah, man.
Or beat. That was the best fighter he fought and beat.
I mean, Major Key, I can say something unless you want to.
Me and Rapstar have said it ourselves.
Yeah, no. I'll say it myself then. What I'm saying is that Gamboa, when he fought, number one, he was going through a bunch of contractual disagreements, and then he came back and fought Terrence Crawford, and Terrence Crawford did beat him in his prime with no losses. Okay, and then now you got Gamboa getting injured with an Achilles injury. Okay, and still lasting to the 12th round with Gervonta Davis. Hold up. Yeah. Gervonta Davis, then coming back. I don't know. I mean, you watch football, basketball? You watch that? Yeah. Okay, so an Achilles injury, you can't come back a few months later and just fucking, fight like that 12 rounds. You know what I mean? But he did against Devin Haney, and Devin Haney couldn't even knock him out. Devin Haney like got the world championship one time out of default, and then after that got the shoulder injury, so he got put on reserve, right? And then came back and requested it. So I don't even know why people be talking about anybody else requesting the franchise championship when really it was the promotion companies that requested it. It wasn't the individuals themselves. But then Devin Haney requested that belt again. You know what I mean? Because the promotional company there is Bill Haney, right? And they requested the belt.
Don't you think
Hold
Manny
on.
Pacquiao was better than Gamboa? I mean, Don Ramon just made a
There
good
was a
point.
bunch of people better than him, but what I'm trying to say is that Devin Haney though he requested it after the shoulder injury a second time. That's why they call him a two-time email champion. They're not joking about that.
Yeah, but
He
so many
never
people come here
win
to
it.
defend Devin Haney, Major Key. I've had so many people say that Devin Haney is the best thing coming out in boxing. But what I'm asking them is, where's the resume? If he's got the best defense and the best attributes all round, where's his resume? And let me ask you this. A lot of people said, D. Calico,
Be-
that Devin Haney lacks
because
strength. A lot of people say that Devin Haney lacks strength. What do you think about that? And then we go to Punch.
You say a lot of people say exactly.
That he lacks strength. Devin Haney doesn't have much pop
Yeah.
in his shot.
Yeah. See. Earlier when we were talking about pound for pound, and I kind of almost pretty much sided with Errol Spence. I said offense, defense, power, and granite chin. Now we don't know about his Devin Haney having a granite chin. We don't. We're not gonna just say he has the power. I only say his defense is elite. His offense is slightly above average, but his defense is elite. I didn't say his chin is granite. I didn't say he has that power, but this is boxing. Like Mayweather
So you
didn't
think
have
his
he didn't check
defense?
all those boxes. Mayweather didn't
Yeah,
check
but
all the boxes either.
do you think his defense can win him fights against Tank and Teofimo Lopez?
He's willing to go 12 rounds, and that's the thing about it. Those guys aren't as nobody's as willing to go 12 rounds as Haney. He expects to go 12 rounds, and he has the endurance for it. So he can outbox those guys. Can only knock him out. Hopefully.
well, you
Okay,
think
sorry, I want to go
to
to Punch.
throw
Yeah, go ahead, Punch.
that elite word around. I mean, we gotta check ourselves when we throw in that elite defense. Elite, when did he fight an elite fighter to call that he has an elite defense? I think we get in the habit of giving extra credit and also not giving credit enough. To be fair, but the highlight of Devin Haney's career is just working with the Mayweathers. That's the highlight. That's the highlight of his career. Ain't nobody could tell me that this win was a great win by Devin Haney. He goes to 12 rounds because he can't put nobody out. That's why. Now, well, not nobody out because he did have 3 fights ago one of the best knockouts. But I think that Devin Haney needs the people to actually give him time. He is a prospect with a strap, and that strap, now he got responsibility because he got a strap. But I think that he needs to still grow, just like Shakur Stevenson. He dropped his strap, but the last fight he fought was ranked in the 90s,
So
and this next fight is ranked in the 50s. Ain't nobody pressuring Shakur Stevenson because he's still young and he still needs to grow. We understand that, but when it comes to Devin Haney, is this pressure because he has a strap that in reality he shouldn't be having.
Gamboa was grabbing Devin Haney like Roy Jones did Tyson. Come on, man. Like let's be honest. Like it don't matter, right? That's why he made it 12 rounds.
He has.
He has to learn.
No,
he has to learn.
he's young enough to use footwork. Exactly. But if he doesn't learn with Santiago and didn't learn from Gamboa, guess what? The next opponent is gonna be doing the clinch game. The next opponent is gonna be doing that. That's why, in my opinion, he needs to get stronger. He needs to get strong. He can't just let himself be clinched all the time. He gotta go. He gotta have maneuvers to get away from those clinches and footwork and pivot out of those clinches and things of that nature and hit the dude with the body shots in those clinches.
Yep, that 100. Hey, but put it like this: the reason I can say elite, because even like every one of these guys are professionals, so they all, do something very well. Like, a Gary Russell has elite hand speed. There's no doubt about that. You feel me? And I would say some good defense, some very good defense, or almost. But there's not many other things he can do. Like everybody has, some things going on. But ESG, he pretty much checks out high in all those categories. It's just like saying if you can make a bigger version of him, then that guy would dominate heavyweight boxing.
Can I
Seriously.
ask you this? Can I ask you this, D. Calico? A lot of Devin Haney fans are getting a little bit confused with the amateur pedigree and what he brings in that table, because I've done a lot of study on Devin Haney punch, and his amateur pedigree is fucking good. But does that style do greatness in the professionals? Because punch amateurs style doesn't sometimes win. It does great things in professionals, and Devin Haney for me, Calico, carries too much of that amateur style. I mean, unless somebody thinks that's what I see sometimes, bro. What do you think of that?
I mean, it could work for you. I mean, it could work for you for some fighters, and then for certain fighters, it doesn't. I mean, there's great amateurs that just couldn't make it well in the pros, and there's some all right amateurs that was good amateurs, and they make it awesome in the pros. Sometimes you could be an amateur, but you have a pro style, and Devin Haney got that amateur. He works the point system. He works the point system. But then there's gonna be other fighters that he's gonna try to work the point system, and it's not gonna work. It depending on the judges and what they see, depending on what state and what judges is there and what they consider, how they tally up the points. There's some judges that don't be looking at the body shots. There's some judges that do. So I mean, I think it's still time for Devin Haney. That's all I'm saying with Devin Haney. What Devin Haney to me is that he don't deserve. We don't need to give him extra credit. He's still growing just like every other young fighter. That's like me saying Edgar Berlanga is elite in defense because he just knocked everybody out. I never see nobody touch his face. But he still needs to grow. All these young fighters. That's all I'm saying, really.
But what'd you say to Bill Haney when I saw him on another platform, and he said to me, "Look, man, why don't they just give us a chance to prove it that our chin and our style can even work against a good fighter right now, and then they're gonna change their mind." So it's all about the opponents that they need. You get what I mean, Punch?
Yeah, but it's just like boxing. Everything is timing. That's the part that the fans don't like. Is the business and the timing, and everybody got their time. And then people gotta need to identify when the fight is realistic or when everything is clout or just the start of a marination. The Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez. I could come with content. We all could come with content and say, "Oh, that fight should happen. It's gonna happen." We know that fight is not gonna happen next, so why waste our time? But we don't gotta devalue that fight. But we know it's not gonna be the next fight, so we should. Where there's a lot of channels need to stop shaming a fighter for Teo not fighting a Haney when we know that the Haney's ain't even looking at that fight. Eddie Hearn said yesterday, "What's the next?" They asked him, "What's the next fight?" Eddie Hearn himself said, "We're looking at the winner of Ryan and Campbell and no fight else." So if Eddie Hearn is saying that, he's not mentioning Teofimo, and the promoter Teofimo Lopez is not even mentioning Devin Haney.
I mean, I hear you, but Eddie Hearn also said that they want the fight and they want to put the champion in with somebody. It's just they're waiting for a fight. And that fight might not happen, what you just said, because Teofimo might want the fight with the winner of Luke Campbell and Ryan.
Maybe, but what they got to offer interim. Remember, he's not. Also, he's not going to go backwards. Maybe he's gonna go the money, but I think he's gonna make that money versus the Cambosa. But then he's gonna wait after the Joshua and Jose Ramirez, and he's gonna have his say so. He could petition for that fight. I mean, he's not gonna move backwards. Do we want him to move backwards?
Haney? But what do you say to Bill Haney? If Bill Haney's watching right now and he says that, "Look, man, at the end of the day, my son has a great style. Because you guys want to see knockouts, my son is not a knockout artist. But all round fighting, he's better than Ryan and he's better than Teofimo. And you guys have to understand, not all knockout artists are the people who are going to be the winners in the fight. So he's saying my son might not have the power, but he's got the chin.
That's not enough for a young fighter. We all know that not every fighter needs to be a knockout artist, but yet when you're placed there, you have an opponent, you picked an opponent tailor-made for you to get out there. It's not tailor-made for him to go 12 rounds. It's tailor-made for him to get out there. All the young fighters, every fighter, basically almost every potential great fighter, knock out almost each and every one of his opponents in the beginning of their career. Why? Because it's tailor-made for them to look great. And these last two opponents, Santiago and Gamboa, was tailor-made for him to get out of there. It's that simple. It's not to go 12 rounds. He knows it. It's all about performances right now at this stage. And can we say that this is the elite performances? That's why nobody's hollering his name. That's why nobody's trying to go after that belt. His own contemporaries don't look at the belt like something that they want to go after. People say that WBC is a prestige belt. Ryan Garcia said himself, if he beats Luke Campbell, he wants Tank. Tank want Ryan's. Tio want whoever he wants. Ain't nobody calling out Devin Haney, not because of Devin Haney, it's because his contemporaries don't respect how he got the belt. That's number one. They look at that belt like a watered-down belt because everybody knows that Tio is that guy.
I mean, you guys definitely have put the message around the world. I speak a lot on Europe, and even some of the platforms in Europe now saying if Ryan Garcia beats our Luke Campbell, we have to rank him higher than Haney. It's come down to that. You know what I mean, Punch? And D. Calico, how do you feel about that? That some people say if Ryan Garcia beats Luke Campbell, he should be ranked ahead of Haney, regardless of the belts. What do you feel about that, D. Calico?
Yeah, I can agree. Because I want to see, I want to see him fight that kind of a competition. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, it is what it is. We got to keep it real over here, D. Calico. Haney hasn't fought anybody in the top. Has he fought anyone in the top 20 yet? Punch.
I mean, but I still feel like people are giving Lopez too much credit too.
Gamboa was like 13.
I mean, what's this? All the credit y'all giving Teofimo, like I know y'all ain't thinking that Vasily Lomachenko could have beat Gervonta Davis. So basically Gervonta Davis, man, there's no way, man. Like I know you seen when Lopez and Gervonta was sparring. Even though that was old, I'm just saying like. That guy, like guys don't want they don't want to get hit by Tank.
But he was 15 years old. His dad.
No, he was 19.
I spoke to his dad. 19. Isn't it Punch? He was 15 then, wasn't he? When he sparred Tank.
No, he was 19.
No, he wasn't 19.
I'm looking at. I got the video right here.
Look. Has anybody sparred here? Has anybody sparred? Rapstar, you sparred, right?
Oh, my bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just went to get something.
I thought you was asking him a question.
I've sparred. Yeah. Go ahead. It's a whole different ball game in the ring. It's a whole different ball game when you're sparring with 16, 18
exactly. But the question is, when you spar, the question is, what are you working? What are you working at? Like sparring is not like putting two guys in the ring and go ahead and spar. Spar is to work on certain things. We don't know if they said, yo, Tank, work on the outside. Let's work on the clinches, work on the inside. That's sparring. Sparring is not like here. This is not every sparring is not the doghouse. Like that's it, it's a fight. Nah, that's not. So the question is what they was working at. Because if you look at the sparring, it looks like Tank was working on movement. He was working the outside, and then when he wanted to come on the inside, we don't know what they was working at. That's sparring. So I never looked at the sparring.
And D. Calico, my brother, you got to listen to this. One of the people in the chat just went and done a check online. Mr. Popo said Tank was 19 and Lopez was just turning 16 at that time.
Now he said a young Teofimo Lopez sparring Gervonta Davis when he was 19. proof that there has always been bad blood between these two. Yeah.
Nah, he wasn't 19. He was already a professional. They never spar when they never spar as him as a professional.
Okay, hold on. Now I'm looking in the comments. Somebody said they said guys, T.O. was 16 and Javante was 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Also,
Yeah.
that
so
was it.
remember this punch.
Yeah, they both were teenagers though.
Daniel Dubois, D Calico, and everyone done really well against Anthony Joshua and these guys. I'm gonna tell you guys straight. But when it comes to the professionals, it's a different ball. I mean, when it comes in the ring, he couldn't come with the 10-ounce gloves like that and come with bare face and he didn't have no guards on his face or nothing. So it's a different ball game punch when it comes to sparring and a fight.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I never look at it's never a winner. I got the best of you in sparring unless if you was there, unless the instruction in
Nah,
sparring was
no,
go
I'm just
ahead.
talking about that power. Look, if you got all that headgear on and that power is too much for you, you do not want to get in the real fight with that guy. I'm telling you, it's nowhere in
But
hell.
I've seen an article here. There's somebody saying that some of the camps said that on the second sparring against Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney actually got wobbled. Now, see, you could even say that that's not good for Devin Haney. You see what I mean?
What did hey Bill Haney and Teofimo Lopez Sr. was talking at the same time on my channel. They was talking about it. When Teofimo Lopez said, "And we got you on the second one," did Bill Haney say anything about that one when he said that?
No, he didn't. And I want all my European subscribers that we're streaming through our friends and everybody to know, even D Calico, if you ever want to bump into Bill Haney or Teofimo Senior, all these guys, they come on to Punch's show. So subscribe to Punch Drunk Boxing because he hasn't told everyone. So I might as well tell everybody. You know what I mean, Punch?
Yes, sir.
Nah, I'm not. No soliciting. I'm not gonna solicit.
But I've got to big you up. Punch has professionals coming to his platform. He has all the professional people with whoever want to share their knowledge with him, and he shares it with everybody. So all my European subscribers, subscribe to Punch Drunk Boxing, man. You know what I mean? He's a real channel, and he has everybody on his channel. So yeah, man. And even Josh Taylor's camp. I know there's somebody here. I know him. So reach out to Punch. He'll show you a lot of respect. Because you know what, Punch? Other fighters like Josh Taylor, Tyson Fury, Josh Warrington, they don't get spoken up enough in America. And that's why I got a channel as well to speak about Conor Benn and these guys. And it's really nice to see that you do cover them, bro.
You know who's one of my young lions too? One of my young lions, man, that I like. And a lot of people don't like, but I like. I like Josh Kelly.
Hey, you should. I mean, I love Josh Kelly too, but I got Conor Benn on this channel. So if he's watching, who have you got winning this fight, bro? Conor Benn or Josh Kelly?
You know what? That's what I actually forward that question to Eddie Hearn yesterday.
Yeah.
I want to see a Conor Benn versus Josh Kelly. That's the fight that I asked him.
I'd love to see Conor Benn pull up on your show so you can actually get him recognized in America.
Yeah. I would like to ask some questions of Conor Benn. What do you think about that fight, Conor Benn and Josh Kelly? Oh, and you know what? Also, what about Josh Kelly and Virgil Ortiz?
Whoa, I mean, Virgil Ortiz and Josh Kelly's a big fight, but I reckon, I'm going to be honest, I'm a big boxing fan before I put Conor in with Virgil. I'd like to see Conor against somebody like Lipinez. I mean, if the Josh Kelly fight comes, I've got Conor Benn now. And the reason why, he's the most improved fighter since his controversial win against Payard. Do you remember that, Punch?
Nah, I didn't know.
Yeah, so the Payard controversial decision is what's made him into such a better fighter now. And I reckon if you talk about the most improved fighter in the last year and a half, it's Conor Benn for me. And Conor Benn, he can take a shot and give a shot. So I believe I'm going with Conor Benn on that fight. But if Conor wins that fight for us and cleans up domestically, who would you like to see him fight maybe next?
I would like to see. I like Conor Benn in the last fight. I just feel like he loaded up on every punch, and you could see that it wasn't. When you load up on every punch, it's kind of slower, and your opponent tends to see those punches, and he's not gonna. He should have stopped his opponent, but the thing, he was seeing the punches, so it hurts him, but he's not catching it by surprise. You get knocked out with punches that you don't see. I think that Conor Ben needs a nice 2 more fights. Shorten up the punches and mix the speed up. Once he mixes the speed up, then he's gonna be a major problem. I want to see him mix the speed up. So I would like a Sergey Lipinets. After his last performance, I do think that would be an interesting fight. Both of these guys load up. Lipinets is probably more technical, but that would be a good fight. That would be a good fight. If he gets through Lipinets, then Conor Ben and maybe. You think it's Conor Ben ready? If he takes care of Lipinets, he's ready for Mikey Garcia.
Hey, I got a lot of messages coming on right now, and I'm going to email you these from another link that they're sharing. A lot of people said, Conor Ben, you better pull up on Punch Drunk. You better let the Americans know that you're coming. So, Conor Ben, bro, you got to pull up. Punch Drunk's already speaking about you in America, and we want these good fights. But we got a lot of messages, Punch. A lot of people saying, we want Conor Ben Lipinets. Some people are saying, in honor of his dad, Nigel Ben, who would you compare Conor Ben to in today's world? So yeah, I'll just leave you with these two. There's lots coming in right now.
Yeah,
Can I make a quick point real quick? Oh, my bad.
Sorry, because we got to cover the European boxing because we're
no, it's okay. But I want to talk to your European fans to let them know about something that's upcoming. But I cut off Punch before his microphone messed up. So go ahead, make your point, Punch.
Oh, no.
You good? Está bien.
Where you going, Punch? People want to know.
I'm good.
Oh, all right.
What was the question? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Now we can. You were breaking up earlier, yeah, and that's what happened earlier, and then I don't want to cut you off again because I know, you know what I mean. Sometimes people cut each other off and they don't even know that they cutting them off because the other person's breaking up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Punch, answer the question, bro.
What was it?
A Major Key. What was the question that people sent? Oh yeah.
No, that was you that was asking them. Because I was going to respond. I was going to respond to something different. I wanted your European fans to hear something.
Let me speak. If Conor Ben is the guy now that everybody's sending loads of messages about Conor Ben right now, Punch, and they're saying that who's the top 2 opponents that you want him to fight before he gets a world title?
Lipinets, Lipinets, and Josh Kelly. But I will have him training in America.
And who does he remind you of in today's style? Like, what does Conor remind you of? What kind of style?
To be honest, Keith Thurman.
Wow, a lot of people saying that we think Conor Ben is ready for Mikey Garcia. I don't know, Punch. I mean, I love Conor Ben. And, I'm a big fan of his dad. And, know the family well. They're really great people. But Conor Ben, Mikey Garcia, no, give him at least one fight to get ready. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the Lipinets and Josh Kelly. I think that'll be a good two fights right there. Or Lipinets and Virgil Ortiz.
So a lot of the British people are being really honest about the Canelo fight. So let's go to Canelo right now, because
hold on. Let me switch the subject real quick, Rapstar, because I've been waiting.
Yeah.
Sorry,
because I know that D. Kalika don't really. Last time I spoke to him about Conor Ben and Joe Joyce, he wasn't really in tune with them. So, Major Key, go ahead, bro.
All right. So look, I just want to make sure that you're because we were talking for a minute, and I stood quiet this whole time. We were talking for a minute about the 135-pound division, right? I want to let a lot of people know, especially your UK fans, know that there's a great fight going on December 12th, this weekend, with Verdejo and Nagatani. And I know Punch got Nagatani, I know D got Nagatani, but I got Verdejo. You know what I mean? And so let's let that be heard
Verdejo is going to sink or swim. If he doesn't win this fight, his career is over. If he wins this fight, the whole 135 pound division is on notice, bro. I'm just gonna let you know. And let me ask you this, Punch. Do you believe that if Verdejo beats Nakatani, especially convincingly with a knockout, that the whole 135 5-pound division is on notice?
I think he does got people on notice. I just think that I think, to be honest, he should get Nakatani. Nakatani been out. Nakatani's been out. Nakatani was
He only lost once against.
He was retired. He had blood clot in his brain.
Nah, but he only lost once against Teofimo though.
That's what I'm saying. But he was nearly retired. He had blood in his brain. So he should. So Verdejo should have Nakatani. Should. But I got skill wise, I still got Nakatani.
Okay, so if Verdejo knocks him out, what are you gonna say about Verdejo? Is he putting the 135 division on notice?
He got him on notice, and I think it has to be with a good performance, and he'll have people on notice. He'll have the fighters on notice, but if he needs the public, perception. He needs the public on notice. His promoter on notice.
One thing I'm gonna say that I've said before on your channel. I went to Cotto versus Delvin Rodriguez. Remember Delvin when he was making a comeback? Cotto that he beat Delvin in the 3rd round. He knocked him out. Delvin Rodriguez.
Nah, I don't remember.
Okay, so that was like 2013, 2014, something like that. He beat Delvin Rodriguez in like the 3rd round. Bro, I watched this guy come in for a 4-rounder. Okay, I watched Felix Verdejo come in for a 4-rounder, bro. That was the most exciting shit that I saw before Cotto came in. That was the only thing that everybody in the arena was wilding out for before Cotto came in.
Okay, I've got questions coming in, Major Key, for Punch and you and D Calico, but I want to quickly go to D Calico. A lot of questions coming in from this side. Josh Taylor Ramirez. Who you got, D Calico? And they said Josh Taylor ready to come to Texas. Josh Taylor Ramirez. Who you got for the undisputed?
I got Josh Taylor.
I mean, I definitely ain't got no dog in that fight. But
who have you got, bro? Josh Taylor against Jose Ramirez in America is coming for the undisputed. All the British fans, they want to know from Rapstar's channel. Who you got?
Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor showed me he could bang, he could outbox. He could work the inside when he wants to. He could work the outside if he wants to. He could take a good punch. And I just think he got the more intangibles. I think that Jose Ramirez is a come forward fighter. I think that Victor Postal showed that with movement, you could offset Jose Ramirez. And I mean, he got constant pressure, and pressure is good. He got effective pressure. I do think that Josh Taylor just got the intangibles to mix, adjust pretty well to anything that Jose Ramirez is going to throw at him.
So I want to tell everybody this. You said this really greatly. A big channel, or meant to be a good channel, was being very biased last night, and my cousin kind of cooked him. His name's Ellie Setback. Fuck it, we're going to talk about him. He got cooked.
Your cousin cooked him?
Yeah, he got told because he was going on there and say that opposite to what Punch was saying. And he was saying that Ramirez will out-pressure and outwork Josh Taylor when Josh Taylor's attributes are exactly what Punch just said. And a lot of people can't see Ramirez winning a fight, what Josh Taylor's best at. But before we go to that cooking, I want to make sure we talk to Major Key, bro. Who you got in that fight, Major Key?
No. Honestly speaking, I think Punch hit the nail on the head. Honestly speaking, because I've been telling people that I see Teofimo Lopez giving Josh Taylor problems, but I don't see Ramirez giving him problems. And that's the reason I even started thinking about Ramirez Taylor.
Yeah, but you got to answer the questions now. Because if you say that in Europe,
Bro, you gotta get your
you got a
fucking
question
moment,
right
bro.
now.
What the fuck? What type of time are you dealing on, bro? You at like 6 o'clock in the morning now.
Hey,
What
listen,
time
I
are you
got a
on?
question for you, bro. How the fuck can you just say that Teofimo Lopez is the only opponent that Josh Taylor
Yeah, I didn't say
will be
that
the
the only
hardest?
opponent. I said Teofimo can beat him. I didn't say the only opponent. You
I
see how you
I
listen?
love your
That's
energy,
selective
bro.
hearing, brother. You know
I
what I'm
love
saying? That's
your
because you're
energy.
tired. Because it's 9 o'clock in the morning. You're
Hey,
I
fucking.
love your energy, bro. I thought you
hey,
said it's
hey,
the
rap
only
star.
opponent. But let
Hey,
me
rap
ask you
star.
this, Major Key. I need to
Oh,
ask
hold
you
on. Let
this,
me
bro.
finish. Let me finish, bro. You're not even letting me finish, rap. Come on, man.
All right, bro.
All right. So what I'm saying is no, I agree with what Punch said because I could repeat it without even knowing what he said because I already said the same shit in my head, which is that Josh Taylor to me, Josh Taylor is the better fighter all around, whereas Ramirez is going to come forward and just throw the reckless punches like he did, even though it was effective versus Postal. You know what I'm saying? It really wasn't like he was still getting the check hook in his face. You know what I'm saying? And now if you got somebody like Josh Taylor, as long as he could last 12 rounds, as long as he got the energy to last 12 rounds, he's going to defeat him, man. He's going to defeat him. You know what I mean? That's what I've been saying, man. And I like Ramirez, but I'm just saying Josh Taylor to me is a better boxer. But when the reason I brought up Teofimo is because I feel like if Teofimo moves up to fight whoever wins that, right? Then I feel like it's a one-trick pony, and Teofimo is not. Teofimo is not Jose Ramirez. You know what I mean? Teofimo is a solid boxer and fucking punter. You know what I'm saying? So it is going to be a different story. But that's all I got to say about that.
So what about if Teofimo and Regis Prograis? Can you imagine that Josh Taylor dealt with somebody who's got the power and brings that kind of ferociousness? You see how Josh Taylor did deal with that, Major Key, though, right?
Yeah. But I mean, the styles make fights, and you're right. That would be a more interesting fight. Although I think Teofimo still wins.
Okay, yeah, of course. Everybody got to say what they're going to feel in that fight. But look,
Yeah. I believe that it's a better fight actually than Josh Taylor with him. But I feel like Josh Taylor beat Prograis, right, and he beats Ramirez as well. But I don't think Josh Taylor beats Teofimo, and I think Teofimo with Prograis is an actual better fight just because of styles.
Anyway, we got to see what happens in the near future. I just know at the end of the day, these are great fights to come. And these are the fights. It's nice to see you guys kept it level-headed. You know, Punch said that he got Josh Taylor in that. Major Key said he got Josh Taylor. I don't know what D Calico, he was on the fence, right? He didn't tell me who's going to win in that fight.
I
Right?
mean, I definitely like what I see from Josh Taylor.
Okay,
You know,
okay.
like
And listen, I got to ask you this, right? Because we don't speak about it enough, D Calico. And I know Punch knows all my fighters out here. Josh Warrington, Punch, who should we see? He's a world title. He's got a world title. He's just been sitting on the fence. I mean, who should we get Josh Warrington in with, bro?
Hey, can get Gary Russell Jr.
Gary Russell against Josh Warrington. That'd be 2 titles, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a good fight for Josh Warrington in England, right?
Yeah.
Now,
I think
would
that'll
Gary
be a good
travel?
fight.
But would Gary travel?
I think that'll be an exciting fight.
Man, I've seen Batman saying that they just want some big fights. Would Gary travel though? Would Gary come to England to fight Warrington?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what Gary Russell Jr. I don't know. I think he got 1 foot in and 1 foot out of boxing. I think with Gary Russell Jr., he's too picky business wise that I even think that the business people don't even want to deal with him anymore. I mean, it's not like he's bringing this type of cachet to grant him whatever he wants. And I think they're just gonna how you say it, when not cash out, but how you say it, like just put him on the shelf.
blackball. Yeah, shelf him.
Yeah. That's what they're gonna do.
I mean,
Hey, rap star. You know, it was fun, man. You know, I appreciate hanging out with all y'all, man. I'm gonna definitely have to make a move.
yeah, man,
But
you take it easy, bro. You want to let everybody know. And when you exit the building, this is D Calico in the house. So yeah,
yes,
D,
sir.
catch you soon, bro.
For sure, sure. You know, peace to the chat. You know, the panel, everybody.
Peace.
D
Yeah.
Calico.
Hey,
Yo, peace, brother.
The Terrence Crawford fans nearly came for you earlier, bro. They were sending some big messages out to you guys. So before you leave, D Calico, Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, a lot of punch said it won't happen, but if it happened, who wins that fight quickly in 4 seconds?
Unanimous decision, ESJ.
Errol Spence Jr., yeah?
Yeah. Pacquiao is going to give him more trouble just because he's more of a veteran, and I don't even think Pacquiao going to give him no trouble. But I know it's going to be at least a judge that has some favoritism or some love for Pacquiao. You know,
Hey,
but
man, thanks for keeping it real, man. That was the main question on the thumbnail, which Punch actually didn't even answer. So I'm going to go to him next on that. Punch, Pacquiao wants to fight with Errol Spence. D Calico, I'm going to catch you soon, bro, and I'm going to wrap it up anyway in a bit.
sure.
All right, my brother.
Sure.
Yo, Punch, the big thumbnail question is, for all of us now, Pacquiao wants Spence. What chances you giving Pacquiao in this fight, bro, at 42?
I give him all the good chance in the world, but I don't want to see that. But I don't think it's a fair. It's a great. I don't think it's a smart move. A great move by Manny Pacquiao because Errol Spence said he's going to be back in the summer. So meaning that Manny Pacquiao and Errol Spence in the summer will have Manny Pacquiao 2 years lay off with his age. That's not a smart move. But if it was like earlier, then yeah, I got Manny Pacquiao competing very well versus any welterweight of this division. I mean, any welterweight of this era. He'll do good. He could win. He could lose. I could see him beating Spence. I could see him losing to Spence. I could see him beating Bud. I could see him losing to Bud. I could see a rematch with Keith. I could see Keith beating him. I could see Porter beating him. I could see him losing. I think with Manny Pacquiao at this stage, he could be anybody, but I believe they could beat him too.
So I spoke to somebody earlier, and they said, "Oh yeah, but if Pacquiao fights Spence, they're going to be a rematch clause. So forget about Terrence Crawford not happening anymore. It's done."
It won't be a rematch clause. It wasn't a rematch clause for Keith Thurman.
Okay, so it wasn't a rematch clause in Keith Thurman fight, no?
Nah.
But Keith Thurman never had a belt. Errol Spence will have a rematch clause for his 2 belts.
No, Keith Thurman was the champion when he fought Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, he had that 1 belt, innit?
He trying to say that he's the A side, bro. He's the A side.
Yeah, no, but what I'm asking Punch is, if you've got 2 belts and Manny Pacquiao's coming with his WBA super belt, ain't there going to be a rematch, Major Key, if Errol loses?
No, I'm saying if you ask him Punch, ask Punch. But I think what he's trying to say is that he was the A side. He like, it doesn't matter how many belts you have. It's Manny Pacquiao that you're fighting against. The money is the money.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking. The simple question: wouldn't it be a rematch in this particular fight in Punch? No.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think that Manny Pacquiao is going to do any type of rematch. But this is one thing I gotta say that a lot of people don't like to talk about. Bud Crawford didn't want to fight Spence coming off the car accident because he feel like if he would have fought Spence, he was not going to get the credit, right? He was not going to get the credit. That's what he said before. That is good. He don't want to come. He don't want to fight Errol Spence right after because he's not going to get the credit for it. And that's another way. That's another. I mean, it's not. It's both of them that's been avoiding each other. I could say that. And but yet, Bud Crawford is calling out Manny Pacquiao. But what does he think if he's gonna get the credit for fighting Manny Pacquiao almost 2 years later? What type of credit is he looking if he beats Manny Pacquiao? I think right there was a little contradiction for me with Bud Crawford. What y'all think?
I mean, I can just say this. What's so disappointing right now is I'm a fan of boxing, and Terrence Crawford's in a worse position if Manny Pacquiao puts his foot with Errol Spence. Terrence Crawford should have done everything to try and get that fight. Because if Errol Spence anyhow beats Manny Pacquiao, that puts Terrence Crawford in a worse position. Fuck him not taking 50-50. He's not going to get 30% then. So it seems... Sorry, go ahead.
No, Manny Pacquiao, to be honest, if he's running for president, he cannot afford to fight. I'm gonna say it like this again. If he thinks he's gonna win the presidents, because his opponent in running president if he leaves and comes to America for 2 months and train while there's still a pandemic in the world, he will not win the presidency, because whoever's his opponent going to be like, at a time like this, you decided to go to America and decided to fight when you have to be, you have a political seat, and yet you're abandoning the country. So I don't think, to be honest, I think they're looking for a fair fight. Away Spence, I don't know, it's going to be Mikey, but I think this is why it's taking a long time for Manny Pacquiao to actually fight. I don't think it's a smart move if he's going to run for president.
But you do know, right? Some fans, actually, I've had some Filipino fans, and you know what it is. I know people who like Manny Pacquiao and they've watched him for a long time. They say after the Keith Thurman performance, don't put it past Pacquiao. He might beat Spence, and he changes the game again for the whole welterweight. You think he can beat Spence? Manny Pacquiao can beat Spence?
No, he could.
You give him a better chance than Danny Garcia?
Beat him, and let's not forget in the second half. Yeah, Manny Pacquiao could beat Spence. I think, but because he's mobile. He's mobile. And he throws more punches. Spence has him face a southpaw like himself, and it's gonna be fireworks. These guys are gonna throw a lot of punches. Manny Pacquiao, he's gonna connect on a lot of. He's gonna connect more punches that he did versus Keith Thurman, because Errol Spence is just more open. He throws more punches, meaning he's subjected to be countered.
Yeah, man. Sounds like it could be a really good fight. But at the end of the day, right, 42 years fucking old. How long has he been out the ring? And by the time, how long will it be, Punch, until Manny Pacquiao fights Spence? It'll be 2 years? Over 2 years?
Can I answer that comment right there? That's not abandoning the country. That's
go ahead.
Back home. So that's not smart. So that means, as a president, the only way that your president is gonna bring back money if he goes out there and fight, that's not being a president. That's not realistic. Manny Pacquiao, if he's gonna run for president, he cannot abandon his country. Just like if you wouldn't want your president or whoever's prime minister to abandon the country as a pandemic so they could do what they do for a hobby. So let's be real, let's be honest in that sense. I know it's not boxing, but let's be real, let's be honest. That's abandoning your country at the pandemic. So what was the question?
Hey, he's been drinking a lot of moonshine. Hey, listen to this. Manny Pacquiao, if he beats Spence, it changes the whole fucking thing for welterweight division again. Older Manny Pacquiao can come and beat Spence. That fucking changes the game, bro. Are you there? Hey, what the fuck happened to your mic, Punch?
You drinking some moonshine, man. Calm the fuck down and drinking moonshine, bro.
All right. No, but you know what, Major Key? I know you can hear me, bro. But look, listen to this. Hey, listen, Major Key, yeah? Do you think this is a health hazard for Manny Pacquiao trying to prove it at 42 against Errol Spence Jr.?
It wasn't a health hazard at 40. It's not a health hazard at 42, bro. I don't give a fuck, because you know what? Here's the problem. If you got problems with Danny Garcia, which he really, like, you know, he beat Danny Garcia convincingly. So it wasn't like I've already said that. Like it's not like you know, like I got Danny Garcia, you know, winning that fight. But Danny Garcia did show some different wrinkles, and it probably showed something to some people, and that's probably what Manny Pacquiao saw, because Manny Pacquiao is ambidextrous, just like Terrence Crawford is. You know what I mean? So when you're talking about, yeah, his best fucking shot is the straight left, but bro, he can also hit you with the right. It's not like Manny Pacquiao doesn't have a fucking right. You know what I mean? Like, the guy's awesome. He's not fucking 8th division champion for no reason. The guy fucking he could fight. You know what I mean? So you know, all I'm saying is that look, Errol Spence, if he saw something in Errol Spence that he wants to fight him, he's either gonna win and then go to become undisputed, or he's gonna lose and pass the torch and go back to his country and do what he does over there on a political level. And I'm not mad at him either way. He's still a fucking champion, Hall of Famer. It is what it is, man. I don't give a fuck who he fights right now. He's still the man.
Man, you gotta respect Manny Pacquiao, bro. He's fucking
That's what I'm
sitting over
saying.
here, bro. And he's telling everybody at 42 years old, I'll come back after 2-year layoff and I'll fight Errol Spence Jr. What
And
the
I'm the
fuck?
A side. And I'm the A side. That's what he said. I'm the A side.
Let me ask Punch that. Punch, is Manny Pacquiao the full A side against Errol Spence Jr.?
He's the full A side, whoever he fights, except Anthony Joshua
And Canelo?
and Canelo. Or maybe Canelo too. He's the A side. Maybe Manny Pacquiao is the A side.
I mean, I want you to answer this point. A lot of fans are saying that Manny Pacquiao, they don't want to see him hurt, but also they can't doubt him because of what he can do. He's the man with the X factor. And if Manny Pacquiao beats someone like Spence, it will only inspire him to go and do something else again. You know what I mean?
The more people say that he can't do, and the more people say that they're afraid of him getting hurt, the more you're gonna bring Manny Pacquiao out to fight. Manny Pacquiao, his whole career is driven to prove people wrong. Fight bigger guys. The more you say he can't do something, it's like licking his chops. If you want to, if you want Manny Pacquiao to retire, then you talk nicely. You don't say he's old. You don't
Do a
say
prayer with him, right? You do a prayer with him and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't fucking like. Yeah, I agree with Punch. You do a prayer with him. You don't fucking disrespect him like Thurman did, because then he gonna smile. You're like, I'm gonna punch my fucking left right through his fucking mouth.
Bro, Manny
Now I'm gonna
Pacquiao
pray
is
to
coming.
Jesus.
Manny
HG.
Pacquiao is the type, when you hit him, he says, "Come and let's fight." That's his style. He's always gonna be like that. He's gonna be a old man wanting no help, going to his pharmacy, and if he doesn't have anybody to carry his groceries, he's gonna tell you that he's gonna smack your hand. That's Manny Pacquiao.
I mean, Major Key, you can only respect it. He's going to have the whole of the country behind him. And when he goes in that ring with Errol Spence, I'm telling you now, a lot of people are going to say that Manny Pacquiao can win. They're not going to go against him. It's just a matter of he's proven people wrong time after time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I know
I haven't agreed
let's
with
get it
anybody
honest,
about
Major
that.
Key. Errol Spence will be the favorite in the bookies. I would give that for sure.
Yeah, and I'm the type of person that would actually bet just because I believe in Manny Pacquiao, even though I think that Errol Spence will win, just like I did, but I didn't believe that Danny Garcia was special like Manny Pacquiao, where he could actually win. I thought that he had a chance, but I didn't think that he was actually going to win, so I wouldn't bet my money on him. But with Manny Pacquiao, I would actually probably bet some money on that. You know what I mean?
I want to clean it up before I leave the building, though. I do need to clean this up. There was a lot of chat Punch before you came, especially at the brother Ricky Williams and all that. There was a lot of diverse messages that I didn't really push forward, but people are saying, how can you put Errol Spence number one? But for me, Errol Spence is not number one, but I would like you to give me your top 5 pound for pound, and where is Errol Spence now to clean it up, and then I'll say what I think, and I want Major Key to say on that. Where's Errol Spence for you, bro?
Errol Spence is number 1, Canelo. Number 2, Inoue. Number 3, damn, I had my list. I got Tio, I think number 4. Number 3, maybe Bud. Or Tio 3. Usyk.
Errol Spence. Where's Errol Spence again for you?
Errol Spence is probably number 6.
Okay, so he's gone ahead in your pound for pound list.
Yeah, I still got Bud on top of him, and I got Tio, and I got Tio on top of Spence.
I mean, I'm similar. I don't involve the heavyweights anymore, but I've got my own thing, and I've also got Canelo number 1. You can't go back and forth with him, and I got Inoue number 2. My thing is with Bud, yeah, and I'm gonna be honest. on the pound for pound, yeah, when I speak a lot in England, I don't know how you guys look at it. We look at what have you done for us lately in the last 2.5 years, at least 2 years, right? And Terrence Crawford hasn't done much in the last 2 years, bro. And Errol Spence has overcome him in one position for us. So I'm going, Errol's going to go ahead of Bud. Bud's going to go after Errol and then Usyk. But major key, we still got Canelo number one. And we cannot deny that no matter how you cook it. But who you got, major key? And where's Errol Spence for you?
I'm gonna have Canelo number one. I'm gonna have like I said earlier. I think I had Chocolatito number two. Well, no, actually, I'm not gonna say number two. That's me being thinking about earlier years. I'm gonna say probably in a way because I think Usyk and Crawford fell a little bit. So I'm gonna put Crawford number four, um, Errol number five actually, and then Usyk number six because none of them have actually done anything. And I don't think that what Errol did was better than what Terrence did. I think that they were kind of equal in their wins. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You got your list. But can I ask Punch this? Do you have Bud ahead of Errol? Or do you go back as 3 years or 3.5 years? Because I like to know how everybody does their pound for pound.
I'm still gonna have Bud. I've been disappointed in Bud and because I do want to see him with a better welterweight, but I still got Bud. I still got Bud on top of Spence. You know, and if because I think if people just break it down and the way people just want to go after, people are mad that he fought Kell Brook, but people want to see him fight Sean Porter, but Kell Brook beat Sean Porter. It's the thing is people don't want to give credit to Kell Brook, but in reality, he beat a good opponent. He beat the same type of opponent. That is the reason why people got Spence as a top pound for pound. People got Spence as a top pound for pound because they add Kell Brook into the mix of his accomplishments, right? But Kell Brook was fighting Errol Spence after a loss, not after a win. It's back-to-back losses for Kell Brook. So we can't just take out Kell Brook away from Bud, but we could have him on Errol Spence resume. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I mean, yeah, but if you go back 3.5 years ago when Kell Brook fought Spence, Kell Brook resistance was way better than what it was as when he fought Crawford. Kell Brook's resistance, now there's been reports in England that the same doctor who's dealing with Dubois told Kell Brook that if you take too much punches to your left, try to be aware because I don't want anything going wrong with you like it did with Anthony Ogogo and Tony Jeffries where they went half blind. So I think that Kell Brook is a different Kell Brook which came for Terrence Crawford, if we're being real.
Yeah, but was he damaged and drained versus Spence?
Yeah, but not as damaged and where he was in psychological, in knowing the way he had to fight. His output was good. He hit numbers in output. He could give it, but he couldn't take it anymore. You know what I'm saying?
And I think that's where we nitpicking too much. You feel me? Let's just go by what it is. Forget about the excuses. We don't want to hear Deontay Wilder's excuses, right? So let's not hear everybody else's excuses. You signed the contract. You say you 100%. So we're gonna look at you like that, right? So if Kell Brook only lost was Triple G and Errol Spence, then for a fight with Bud Crawford, and he came off of what, 2 wins, 3 wins, 2 wins, right? For Bud Crawford, he got knocked out in the 4th round. He gotta be in the mix.
But some people say, right, in Punch, especially in England, we speak a lot about this situation, and there's been people who scientifically said what Kell Brook did, as in going up in weight and find those C+ fighters to get momentum at 154, because he didn't feel comfortable to fight Jarrett Hurd or somebody. He then stayed back and then lost weight drastically for Terrence Crawford. And you know about the hardcore fans. They speak deep about this shit, man. They get science on this shit. And they said, come on, man. That Kell Brook was done. He had no resistance left. It was shown in the fight. And if you're going to compare that Kell Brook with the Kell Brook that we're going to compare which fought Errol, then it kind of is being unfair to Errol as well, because that was 3.5 years ago and he wasn't that damaged. See what I'm saying?
He was damaged though because he lost against Triple G and he got his orbital bone. That's what I was telling your boy Ricky earlier.
No, I get
Exactly. He was damaged. I mean, if we're gonna call it, let's call it what it is. He was damaged. Kell Brook had limited sparring. It didn't even pass a year. He was forced to take that fight. I mean, if he wasn't forced by the IBF, he would have taken his time. He was just forced. He was rushed to take the fight. He was weighing almost 100, 190 plus. So if we're gonna come with the science, it was a matter of time for him to look bad down the stretch in that fight. If he was a trained fighter, we'll see it in the 8th round if he's a trained fighter, you know. So I mean, that's what I mean. I mean, if we're gonna come with we're gonna have excuses for every other fighter on why they lose or win. You feel me?
So this is another thing that started last couple of days after Errol Spence's win, and they say to all Bud fans and Bud Terrence Crawford platforms that now tell us that Sean Porter and Danny Garcia wouldn't have beat everybody that Bud has beat. What do you say to that? Do you think, like, look, Errol Spence's opponents would have beat everybody that Terrence Crawford has fought?
No, we can't say that.
But you know, more likely it is like that, though, right?
I mean, yeah, but we're going by potential. Did Sean Porter go on? Did Sean Porter have a draw with Julio Diaz?
Did Danny Garcia have a controversial decision against Mauricio Herrera?
Yeah, and all I'm saying is, bro, at the end of the day, they say that the opponents that Errol's fought, they're more proven than the opponents that Terrence has fought. And they would have cleaned the slate against Terrence's opponents so far. It's just that Terrence Crawford gets recognized for cleaning up 2 weight divisions in the pound.
Tell that person to give me the winning lottery numbers.
Yeah. No, but listen to this, Major Key. Terrence Crawford might have a weak resume, but he is a 3-weight world champion. And because he's a 3-weight world champion, they hold that highly and give him the pound-for-pound status. So what happened to Santa Cruz? Because he lost, he's in nobody's pound-for-pound status, right? And there's also other people out there with 3-weight world champion. But it's just that Terrence Crawford's resume not too strong, Major Key. His best resume is Victor Postol. We came to that earlier, didn't we? We said that Victor Postol was a better opponent than Gamboa.
You're forgetting the undisputed thing. That little thing called undisputed, you're forgetting about that.
I get that.
I know it was a while back.
It's a while back. Don't you see it, Major Key?
No, I do. That's why Terrence Crawford is not in the top 3 for me. That's what I'm trying to say. I slipped him off my list. If you haven't noticed, I've slipped him off my list. He used to be top 3. If you listen back to Black and Brown, Punch Drunk, D. Jefferson, like, you know, and my bad for even mentioning him, you know what I mean? But you know, the channels I used to follow and the channels that I still follow, trust me when I tell you, man, I've always said that. I've always said that that's a normal question on any boxing channel. What's your top pound for pound? And I've always had those same numbers. And Terrence Crawford has slipped off. And why? It's not because he's not great. It's because he hasn't gotten the fights that I wanted him to get. And you know, I don't think it's his fault, but yet I still blame him for not making them.
Would you change your mind if he faces his mandatory with Porter and he beats Porter?
If he fights fucking Porter, I don't understand how anybody could slip Errol Spence against this dude for Danny Garcia, and then not put Terrence Crawford right above him again for beating Porter. Because Porter, in a lot of people's cards, Porter beat him, which I didn't. I had Errol Spence winning, but it was a close fight. But also that was a close fight with Danny Garcia, even though Danny Garcia did kind of beat him, you know, closely too. You know what I mean? Like, shit, man.
But see, Brad, that's what I was talking today. So let's say Bud Crawford fights Porter, right? And everybody's saying it's a good fight. Okay, the same guy that Kell Brook beat, Sean Porter. The same guy that Kell Brook beat. So are they going to legitimize Bud Crawford for fighting Sean Porter? And also Sean Porter coming off from a loss? Oh, no, not my fault. He did win his last fight. But what is Bud Crawford beating Porter going to do? The triangle effect. Oh, they just gonna gauge him off the performances that he okay. Then Kell Brook, then Errol Spence beat Sean, Kell Brook beat Sean, Keith Thurman beat Sean, and then Bud beat Sean. So now he's actually really really legit. That's what they're gonna say. What's the talking point?
I mean, I feel bad for Bud Crawford because if he doesn't take that fight, he's going to get shit. If he takes the fight, he ain't going to gain nothing because there's no title Porter's bringing. He's only bringing a name.
Yo, that's what people like. I understand people have written this guy off, and I mention him. But you know why I mention him? Because I want to humble people's minds in the welterweight division. You see, this is why a fight with Thurman is better than a Porter and any other fight not named Spence and Manny Pacquiao, because Thurman beat Sean and Danny Swift Garcia. That's if none of the champions fight another champion, Keith Thurman is the guy to fight and beat.
I actually agree with that. I agree with Thurman and Porter, actually. I think Thurman and Porter are both dudes that you have to beat, and not they're like virtual gatekeepers, even though they're better than gatekeepers. I'm not saying that they're gatekeepers, but it, like once you beat one, that legitimizes you already in the division.
Yeah, and look, before I cook this last thing, man, everybody smash the like button. Rapstar always fucking forgets to say on his own channel, smash the like button. But on his friend's channel, he's always telling everyone to smash the like button. Smash the like button for Rapstar, man.
And I apologize, man, because I don't know how to use my phone.
Bro. Huh? What you say?
No, I was saying I apologize because usually I do post that when I'm in the chat, but when I'm in the actual panel, I don't know how to like jump back to the chat.
I mean, the fans don't realize, or the subscribers, these little likes, it goes good content against YouTube analytics, and it actually helps performance on channels. That's all it is. It don't fucking cost nothing. It's just a little tap in the button, and I keep forgetting talking about that. But
hit my email up. I'm gonna teach you something too, bro, tomorrow.
Let's go, Rapstar. Let's pick up the energy, Rapstar. Let's pick up the energy. Who you got?
I just want karaoke night.
Energy man. But I'll tell you what, Rapstar always got energy. I just want to say this, Major Key. A lot of people are giving Rapstar a hard time about the Canelo and Callum Smith fight. I keep telling people, Punch. Look, I keep telling people, Punch. I might be from England. I love Callum Smith. I like that he's took the fight. I like that he's given a fight to Canelo in Texas. You got to respect him for that. But I can't see him winning the fight because Canelo has actually shown me that he can deal with reach, he can deal with power, he can deal with different styles. I can't go against Canelo. And I get messages saying, Rapstar, you got to go with Callum Smith. I said, okay, I'm going to go with Callum maybe just to say, yeah, he's from our country. But my money's going on Canelo. And it is what it is. You know what I mean? I can't go against Canelo on that fight. But the fight's coming up. You guys have got it in America, man. How do you see? Look, I'm going to predict the fight, but I want to say it last because I got, people in England. Punch, how does this fight go? Canelo, Callum Smith for the super title, bro.
Canelo Alvarez, leg stoppage. I won't be surprised if it goes to a decision because Canelo Alvarez he could take some rounds off. He likes to box around too. He likes to paint a picture. So Canelo Alvarez, I got a late stoppage. Callum Smith, I just don't I just don't think he fought the quality of opponents to be ready for Canelo Alvarez, baby. That's what
before you predict it. No. I want to say this. I got a couple of guys, a couple of channels who are gambling channels. So, Punch, if you predict it, try and predict it in a way that if we were going to put our money, how does this fight go, bro?
10th round stoppage.
Okay, all right.
It's going to be a stoppage. What is he going to come to the body a lot? Is Canelo going to break down Callum Smith's body because it's going to be exposed?
Bobblehead stoppage. Too much to the head.
Wow. I mean, Canelo, I can't go against Canelo, man. But Callum Smith is at least stepping up, Major Key. Give him some props for that, bro.
I love the fight. Everybody that keeps calling fucking Callum Smith a cherry pick and shit like that, I get pissed off about that because I already made a video about that, bro. Fucking Canelo Alvarez is not. He's fighting the number one, arguably at 168. So I don't understand what the fuck anybody's saying. Caleb Plant fucking ducked the offer. You know what I'm saying? Like that, it is what it is.
Callum
You know what I mean?
Smith a unified champion, Major Key? Is he unified linear or something?
No. He's got one belt. He's got one belt, Callum Smith. But he's still the number one at 168.
Okay, yeah, I have to check on him, bro. But I know he's a WBA super title, right?
He's number one at 168. He's like basically he's considered basically he's been the longest champion at 168.
Hey, I got a message here, Punch. Are you happy with the fight, though? I want to say this, mate.
Can I say one more thing, bro?
Yeah, I just want to know, are you guys happy with the fight, though? I want to see energy. Are you happy with Callum Smith and Canelo?
I'm happier than since because everybody was saying that he was ducking Caleb Plant. I'm happy that he offered him first, so now everybody knows because now nobody could. And I'll defend him myself. I'll fucking do lives like I already did. Not lives, but I did recordings. You know what I'm saying about this shit. You know what I mean? Like fuck that, man. Stop hating on Callum Smith, man. You know what I mean? This dude is Canelo never ducked anybody. Period. He's fighting the number one at 168. What the fuck are you hating on for? You know what I mean?
But they're hating already right now, Punch. They're saying, Major Key, they're hating already. They're saying that it's a cherry pick. What do you say to that?
Because Canelo always challenged himself. Canelo Alvarez goes for champions. Canelo Alvarez is already cemented as a future Hall of Famer. Canelo Alvarez is actually younger than the people that say he's ducking. Maybe these other guys should have catched up and start putting in work early like Canelo Alvarez because he's younger than Errol Spence. He's younger than the Charlo brothers. He's younger than basically all the guys in their prime right now. Canelo Alvarez is future Hall of Famer, damn it. He ducks nobody. That's why he's number one cash cow. Because he beats legends, he beats quality opponents. He jumps divisions to divisions. He is what he is, the best, the number one ranked fighter of the world. And the dude is just 29 years old. Excuse my language, damn it. I think it's a Baptist show, a Christian show. That was mine. But whatever it is, ladies and gentlemen, Canelo Alvarez is number one. He ducks nobody.
Somebody smack that fucking dust off a fucking Punch's shoulder for him, bro.
You know what? For that, you better smash that fucking like button. You better smash that like button for that one, bro. And look, you can't keep it real than that, Major Key. Punch is telling them as it is. It is what it is. Canelo is the guy because he keeps proving it. And Callum Smith is the champion. So what the fuck do you want him to do? If he was going to fight Caleb Plant, you would have still said Caleb Plant ain't good enough. They're always going to make a fucking excuse, Punch. They're always going to make an excuse. It's like the greater you try and keep fighting champions, Major Key, they keep fucking degrading you. And this is why I got this channel. And I'm going to tell you this right now. And Punch is the other channel that keeps respecting the game, calling people bums and this, that, the other. This is why I got my channel, because I don't take that shit. You got to respect Callum Smith. They're calling him a bum in America. Who the fuck do they think they are? This man's a fucking proven world champion.
Now, let me be honest. Yeah. Punch actually made a video about that. Like nobody could say that over there. And it is, it's what was it? Lower opposition. And I gotta be honest.
Listen, Punch. Callum Smith's not lower position. I mean,
he's not low opposition. I'm not. You misconstrued what I said. What I'm saying is that there's no bums at all. We call him low opposition. I'm not saying Callum Smith is low opposition. I'm just saying that we don't call nobody bums or tomato cans or anything like that. Garbage truck juice, nothing like that. You know what I mean? And I had to text somebody in the channel earlier. But no. What I'm saying is that no. You damn right. Callum Smith is a fucking great fighter, man. Like I don't understand why everybody calls him trash can, garbage truck juice, this and that. Come on, man.
Well, they say the same thing about many good fighters in America.
Hell no, bro. Not Callum Smith, man. You know what I mean?
I mean, this is a live show. This is a real show, rap show, right? I mean, we don't talk like our sources tells us or they. Who's they? Who's they, rap star?
What do you mean? How do you want me to specifically say they? Tell me what you mean.
When you say they say that Callum Smith is a cherry picker, who's they?
Like, you get a lot of these channels, right? And I get a lot of these messages, Punch Drunk and Major Key. I get a lot of messages saying, why are these platforms, rap stars, so biased towards European fighters and their own fucking fighters? And then they send me these tickets like BFBB, I don't know who the fuck he is. And so, you know, these channels which are with the LDBC, some of them, and I don't know what names they've got. But there's these channels that are out there, bro, that they're consistently just riding for 1-2 fighters and a certain narrative. And a lot of these European fighters, that's why they don't like watching those kind of platforms. And then you will never see them around those kind of platforms because it's like so biased against their own fucking people. You know, you got an American champion, Major Key, and Teofimo Lopez. If I'm not mistaken, last time I checked, he's American. He Punch? Is Teofimo? I know he's from
Yes, he's
Puerto
American.
Rico,
He's American.
but he's American as a wrestler, isn't he?
Yeah, he's born and raised in America. His parents are from Honduras, but he's American with Honduras culture, with Latino culture.
Yeah, so if you want to keep it raw, I like keeping it raw because at the end of the day, that's how my channel is. But let's keep this shit raw. You got Americans shitting on Americans and totally making the boxing world look like it's totally disrespected. Calling great fighters that the people in Australia, New Zealand, China, and Japan and England talk about them like good, great fighters. And then you've got these Americans shitting on them like they don't even know what they're talking about in boxing. And then you've got all these narratives following the movement, and it's nothing to do with boxing. And Major Key is disgusting because there's a lot of Latino race towards that kind of situation, and there's a lot of racism going towards the situation of the brotherhood and the people towards great fighters. It's disgusting.
And Rap Star, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Look, I know you addressed me, but I'm gonna divert this back to Punch because Punch actually made videos about this, man. And sometimes it's hard to listen to it because he's spitting facts. You know what I mean? Punch, I tell you that I love the dude, man. That's my brother right there, man. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, man, like he spits what it is. Like whether I agree or disagree with whatever the fuck he's talking about. But he's talked about that before, you know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people that act like that, you know what I mean? And it's crazy, and we have to deal with it, you know, in a boxing culture, you know what I mean? We have to decipher, and we have to know what kind of content we want to bring to our own channel.
Yeah, but you know what's a fucking shame? I'll tell you what's a shame, Major Key. It's the bigger platforms, even in those media.
That's worse. Let me speak, bro. It's still a shame, though. It's still a shame, but it's worse.
But let me speak to Punch and you, right? It's the bigger media that I don't even want to call names. Like I called a name yesterday. Even that brother was talking like bums and shit. And I was like, this geezer's got a fucking big following. What the fuck is he doing? Do you see what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, bro, they're just shitting on their own people. The worst thing is, you know, as a country, you're making the country look bad as a world champion, and especially.
I don't understand how they do that, man. I don't understand. Like the same way that you're gonna rep for your people, like you do, right? And that's what I was trying to say. Like Punch always like says, why are we shitting on our own people? We Americans, why are we shitting on our own people? You know what I'm saying? And once I launch my channel to that extent, I could speak about that, but right now I haven't even been really putting in that much work. You know what I mean? Because I've been dealing with my own things. But when I do,
I'm saying at the end of the day, it's the bigger.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to correlate everything. So when it comes down to it, you know what I mean? Your point right now makes perfect sense because you're doing a boxing channel. Punch also comes with the same things, and you know, it's not an agenda that anybody has to call each other for. You know what I'm saying? Like these other boxing channels, like you said, nobody has to correlate and say, "Hey, can we do this tomorrow?" No, it's just common sense. You feel me?
I want you guys to look at it from the outside, though. Looking outside, coming inside. We look at all of you as one country, as Americans. So when you guys come and fight for world titles, we look at you bringing your own inherent flag and your country flag, like the British fighters do, right? We don't look at you guys the way that they shit on each other. It just looks so stupid. Actually, other countries don't need to say nothing. Americans shit on Americans. How do you feel about that, Punch?
You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. And like I also say this statement. I said that boxing translates to life itself. I like boxing because it translates to life itself, but also it's true in the negative side as well. In the negative side, you come out here in the hood, it's all of us. We kill one another. Black on black crimes, black Latino blacks. Everybody is in the slums. We all wipe out each other, right? But it's the same thing in the boxing world. The same thing. And then when we see something quote unquote that's unfair, then we blame it on everybody else that our community it is the way that it is. Or that we're unfair. They're being unfair to us. No, 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 no. We're being unfair to ourselves. That's why these boxing channels, they'll go at it and credit Errol Spence, shit on Bud. Then credit Bud and shit on Spence. And then say that Deontay Wilder, American heavyweight champion, is trash that can't fight and can't box. This is what we do because we have a hate in our heart. It's embedded within our community and society. America is a fucking sewer. It's a what you call what's the word? Damn. It's fucking it's just a fucking sword. That's what it is. That's how we look at each other. We love to hate, bury one another. That's what we love to do. And then we then we like the Cinderella story. That's America. That's American sport. If you Google right now and say the top 10 hated athletes, you will see that the hated athletes are the greatest athletes because we hate greatness. We insecure bunch of sons of bitches. That's what we are in America, and that's the way we do our sports. But then if somebody else disrespect us, we'll say that, oh my God, it's a race thing, and they're against us, it's an unfair, and we have been oppressed, and things of that nature, even in the sports world. It's a fucking lie. We a bunch of haters. We hate ourselves. That's the problem in America culture.
Yeah, looking from the outside in, it seems so bad sometimes because you guys got too much hate within yourselves. And as American fighters, they get a lot of hate, yeah, especially with this new media, the way that they do media now, and everybody has this way of doing media. It's like there's no restriction on media. At least with big channels, they go for their fighters, but they don't shit on other fighters, disgracefully, like they do on these platforms and what we see in today's world. And I get a lot of these people in Europe punch. I'm not gonna lie. Actually laugh. They don't need to say nothing. They say these guys are shitting on their own best fighters that we actually rate. We respect these guys, fighters that they're shitting on. You know what I mean?
Bro, I'm telling you, I've been in Europe, and they say the same thing. They be like, why in America y'all always about race? Why y'all always about race? And it's true.
That's true, bro. Like, yo, man, yo, you already know how I get down on this punch. What you call it? Yo, rap star on some real shit, man. Like, I'm a light skinned dude, man, but I grew up in a certain way. You know what I mean? And I talk the way I talk, man. Half of my family's pure white, half of my family's pitch black, and everybody else is in between. You know what I mean?
Well, you sound like us over here. We're in a multicultural family too, but carry on.
That's what I'm saying. So I hate when somebody tries to talk down to me like as if, because they see my skin color, and then all of a sudden they feel like I'm less. You know what I mean? And that goes for white and black. You see what I'm saying? You might have thought black automatically because you're darker, right? But no, it goes for white and black. You know what I mean? And that's the problem.
Do you think we've just got a lot of hate in this world? Like Punch said, there's a lot of hate anyway.
There's a lot of hate, man. Because you know what? Where I come from, my culture, and don't get me wrong, there's racism no matter where you go. There's racism in my own culture. I'm not gonna lie about that. There's racism in my own culture, but I'm not one of those, right? And what I'm trying to say is that in most of my culture, it's literally like we're so mixed up that all we're trying to do is just get by. That's all we're trying to do. We don't see white, black. Like if you go to for example, if you come from Argentina, they don't call you a black Argentinian. They don't call you a white Argentinian. They call you Argentinian. They don't call you a white Colombian or a black Colombian. They call you a Colombian. They don't call you a white Cuban or a black Cuban. They call you a Cuban. They don't call you a white Puerto Rican or black Puerto Rican. They call you a Puerto Rican. They don't call you a white Dominican or black Dominican. They call you a Dominican. But in America, they call you a white or a black, and they make you fill out paperwork for that shit.
but before you even start your fucking job.
But you know what's so crazy? We coming from England just as boxing. Let's keep it to boxing. And just seeing what goes on. No, but let's
I'm
just
sorry, y'all was talking about that. So yeah, you got me passionate though. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
but let me talk as well.
No,
From a
because
kid,
no, but it started.
let's just keep this at boxing. From a kid, yeah. Let me tell you the fighters I've seen all of England stand by. All one multicultural race behind these fighters. Lennox Lewis, Nassim Hamid. Nassim Hamid had the biggest following in coming to England. From England to America. Ricky Hatton, and Nigel Benn, Chris Eubank. We're talking about fighters. Frank Bruno. As a country in England, I can honestly say I'm proud that when we support our fighters, Punch, we support them as one. Do you know what I mean? We never shit on them, and I can honestly say there's no that racism like the way it exists in America for their fighters as one country.
Okay. I was trying to see where you were going with that, but I get it now.
No, the thing is what because I said boxing translates to life itself, but the way that we look at boxing is the way we look at the community, and that's why you see those channels that you talk about. That's the way they are in their own community. That's where they see life. So they bring in that type of mindset into their boxing analysis and their content. And that's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah,
why
you're
I'm
talking about
bragging
that. Yeah. That's true.
I mean,
That's true
Punch,
too.
you just started the Rap Star channel off, bro. There's a message after message after message now. You've blown the channel up again, bro. Starting this topic, bro. I mean, these people now, you know what I mean? There's a lot going on in America right now. And it seems like the boxing world is especially very toxic when it comes to the fans, man, in America, man. I don't want to be like that. It's America. I want to say it's all over the world because then I'll look like a person who's coming at America. And I love boxing and I'm not meant to be like that. You know what I mean?
No, but honestly speaking, Punch is right. You know what I mean? When it comes down to it, my bad, I got a cigarette in my mouth. Hold on one second. Let me take that cigarette out. Okay, there we go. So, honestly speaking, he's right. Like, when it comes down to it, man, the racism out here is fucking crazy, bro. Like I've lived in the South half of my life, more than half of my life. And
So-
I've run into people. I'm from Puerto Rico. That's a commonwealth. Okay, that's a commonwealth, not a different country. It's a commonwealth of the United States. Okay, and I've run into people that have said, "Oh, are you Mexican?" And I'm like, "No, I'm Puerto Rican." "Oh, is that somewhere in Mexico?" I've run into people like that, bro.
No, look,
That's how
racism
ignorant they are,
definitely
and they
exists.
live here. They live here, and they don't even know that Mexico is a whole different country, and Puerto Rico is a commonwealth of this country.
Yeah, I get you, man. I see a lot of things do exist.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I see a lot of things exist. I see you emotional about this situation, Major Key. It's like you don't like it at the same time, and at the same time you're seeing it happen in front of your eyes all the time.
Yep.
who's the greatest American boxer for you, Rap Star?
I mean, it's hard. Muhammad Ali.
Was he one of the greatest athletes ever?
At one time,
How about Floyd Mayweather?
yeah, he's one of my greatest fighters in the ring.
Is he one of the greatest athletes, boxers ever?
He was hated.
There you go. That's America.
So,
You forgot Mike Tyson. You forgot Mike Tyson. I saw where you were going with that.
yeah, I mean,
I'm
Punch
saying-
is always calculated. He's always calculated. That's what I love about Punch. I stay quiet until I get it.
but what do you say to the messages like D Calico, who was on the chat? He's saying, Rapstar, you got to tell this to the panel. Being a black people, we're always under white people, the color white. What do you say to that, Punch? Is that like it is in America?
The only person I'm under is God. I think that's if people think like that. I think you've been taught to feel insecure. I mean, we live in an information culture. I mean, I think I'm not. Look, I understand there's a lot of people that don't believe in religion, don't believe in a higher power. But I'm gonna say it like this: I don't care. The closer you are to God, all this racist and all this systematically and this mental shit they try to imply into our psyche, you would never let that penetrate your mind nor your heart. If you feel that is under somebody, you need to work on yourself. Put it that way. And that's all I could say about that.
I mean, you got a message just came in from Milo Green. He says, "Look, man, it's facts because I live in a private community, and a white person would always think I'm saying dope or something, and I'm shaking my head."
Well,
You
that's
see
the
what I'm saying?
opportunity to be in that community and change by them looking at you. Then it changed because a lot of these communities, you gotta think about it. The city and the suburbs and those gated communities are very, very different. Give me 1 second.
It's a very deep subject, Major Key. Since we touched on it, it looks like it's like, you know what I mean? It's bringing a wave of people through our channel right now, which have got a lot of views about this, Major Key.
All right. So which was the question? And I'll answer it definitely.
Okay, well, look, it says, look, your entire world begins between your ears. So think about it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Wait, let's look at these messages, bro. I've experienced racism in London and in the US. Somebody says.
Okay, so I haven't been to
Yeah,
UK, but
Jolyn Thompson says, I've experienced racism in London and in the US. Racism exists everywhere. It exists all over the world. But what I'm saying is, as coming to sport, it seems to be coming into sport of the sport that we love of boxing. And it seems to discredit some of the sport that we love and the fighters that we love, that they involve race before the fighters' attributes.
no, bro. You want me to tell you why not?
Tell me then. Tell me, is it not that?
No, because the last person that you just said you have to have 2 ears, right?
Yeah.
Listen. 2 eyes, right?
Of course you do.
Observe, right?
Right.
And what does it break down to? Talking? That's afterwards. You break it down afterwards. But first you need to listen and hear, and then you need to see and observe. And then once you get down to that, then you go ahead and explain it to whoever. Once you got the knowledge, wisdom, understanding. You know what I mean?
I mean, when we're young, right, we're supposed to be a team. When we play soccer in England, we don't look at race punch and Major Key. We look at all as players who makes it in the team, and we become a team, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying racism is cool at all, bro. That's not
Right.
that's not, yeah.
But what I'm saying is, in sports, racism is becoming raw. And, it seems to me, if we're going to be logical and factual about this on my channel, and we got to keep it real, people are getting discredited of what their attributes are in whether it's a particular sport, whether it's, in a particular field, because of race punch.
So rap star is happening in the UK then, is what you're telling me.
Well, it happens, but it looks to be happening in a bigger platform when we're looking at outside in. Because in boxing, I explained to you, Major Key, we support our fighters with one flag, and we have that spirit for the fighters of England. But there's a racism raw when it comes to professionalism in sport. And you can kind of see it for this backlash when it comes to the fans and the casuals and these people who seem to make all these narratives up and put toxic fucking dirt on this sports that we love. You know what I mean?
I think a lot of them. I think there's racism. I think a lot of racism is made up. I think a lot of and vice versa. I think it's racism, but there's racism that's made up. There's victimhood. People know how to use the race card when they want to, and they don't get their what if they feel like they have shortcomings, they'll use racism for an excuse. It is what it is. I mean, for me, I teach. For me, to be honest, bro, and I make this comment. I made this comment before, and it's a controversial comment. Racism is an illusion to me. It's a made up thing. That's how I see racism. Racism do not control me. Oppression does. I don't feel oppressed. Oppressed does not control me. And that's how I see it, and that's the way I teach my kids as well. My kids don't know what racism is. They don't know They don't know none of that bullshit.
I mean, you can say that, right? But it's also a part of stereotyping. you have to appreciate a lot of messages are coming in. And even if you look at the projects, where I don't know where Major Key come from, I don't know where you came from, Punch, when you were younger. When you come from like the projects or the hood that they call it in America, you get stereotyped. It doesn't matter if you're white, you're black, you're brown. You're a guy who comes from the hood, and if you come into certain platforms, you get stereotyped. So
You
racism also is a stereotype way of where people feel they're not getting the right credibility or the right in the right situation like another person would because they get stereotyped.
the I'll say like this. I'll speak for my experience in the community and the communities like mine, right? I'm not gonna say that I'm a spokesperson, but in the inner cities, most of you're gonna have blacks and Latinos, right? There's only one race that could say there's racist that they're being racist towards, and that's Black America. If a Latino says that this person is being racist, it doesn't by African American, it doesn't give the same effect. Nobody cares. Now, put it this way: if African American is below white, Latino is below African Americans. Because if a Latino man claim racism towards an African American, it does not going to work. It does not move the needle. It's not going to spark a news. It does not do anything. If I tell you my racism experience, 98% comes from the hands of comes from an African American. That's not a topic. It's not something to really understand or care because it's only racism only counts in America when it's towards a black person. That's my opinion, and anybody could let me know, debunk it, or yeah, which I want to do.
I mean, it is what it is, but we're getting loads of messages here, and if you look at some of them, it's like, I mean, you
Hold
can
on,
look at these
those
athletes.
messages, are
Major
they
Key,
coming
though,
from
Major Key,
America?
let me just say this, Major Key, and then you can come to the platform. Some of these athletes which make it to the top, whether it's the Mayweathers, the LeBron James, do they do anything for racism to basically show that it shouldn't be there, or do these kind of people make it worse? I have to ask you these things because the people that these people look up to, do they play a part to make it better, or do they make it worse?
It depends if you're a basketball player, bro.
They make it worse and use it for political and lose it for political they just use these celebrities and use these athletes for political gain. Now I'm gonna ask you a question. Before the election, you did see all these Black Lives Matters movement. You saw a lot of protests. Have y'all seen any Black Lives movements after the election? Have you seen any protests? Have you seen anybody trying to burn a store? Whatever happened to all these protests and all these oppression, whatever happened, what you saw was somebody won the election and there was celebration outside and there was no more protests. There was no more there was no more police brutality news covered. There was no more of a white man killing a black man. Whatever happened to these stories? They magically disappeared.
Yo, Punch, you want me to talk to you on that on a different channel? Because I could put you on to some YouTube channels that do that shit on a daily basis.
I mean, we could go on and on for this, but
I know. That's why I try
I
not
think we
to.
give
That's what I'm saying.
I think we give another perspective of America that people really
Yeah,
don't
no,
want to
I know,
hear,
I know,
because
I know, I know.
then we're justifying the struggle. We're letting people know, like, oh
That's
my
why I don't
God, it's
want to.
really
Yeah,
not
yeah,
that
But can
wrong.
I
exactly.
ask you
That's what I'm
something? Let me
But I'm
ask
gonna let
Punch
the
this.
people
I
know
just
the
want to say
truth.
this, please. As a younger guy, when I used to talk about stuff, I never knew solutions sometimes. I used to just talk about the problem. So now we're rectifying there's more of a problem. How can we have a solution? Is there a solution to this, Punch? Exactly. What's the solution
Of
conversation?
course, there's a
What's
solution.
that
Of
solution
course,
conversation?
of course, the solution is seek the will of God. That's the solution. If you don't seek the will of God, then you're going to live and think as a cesspool, like this earth is and our community is. If you live through God's will, you will not see racism. You will see love. You will see kindness. You will see togetherness. You will see that we're one race. You will see that we're brothers and sisters. That's how you will see. But if people do not want to go into the lights, then you stay in the dark.
I mean, is this a psychological thing you're saying? This is a personal preference thing? Because you got to rectify this a bit more simpler. Are you saying that this is something that you've got to take upon yourself and just realize not to let anything like this affect you from the past, from your ancestors, through other people's miseries and problems, and just look forward and don't let these kind of things, but just take God in your life and be able
This
to
is
become
yeah.
what
This
you're saying is be the
yeah
best. Are you saying be the best you can right now for yourself, for your
yeah.
families?
This is all
Be the
this is
best
all
you
made
can.
up.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, this is all structured. This is all made up. When we identify as a collective unit that this is a structure thing and all made up, and we have adopted, and there's cultures and generations that have adopted the because to be honest, I adopted the emotions of, oh, they're racist on me. Oh, I cannot gain this because I'm dark skinned and I'm black and I'm this. I've abandoned an emotion before, and when I abandoned that emotion, I seen the light. I saw that everything this is all made up and this is all this racism and shit like that. All you gotta do is go to a kindergarten school. Go to a kindergarten school and see all these kids how they mingle with each other. Go see the first graders. Go see the second graders. Go see the third graders. They don't know shit about racism. They love one another and stuff like that because you know what? By the time they hit that stage, like 10, 11 years old, and now they're gonna go to school and February is and February and it's Black History Month, and then they're teaching them about the racism and stuff like that. Then they're gonna see the news and they see CNN, and then that black kid that never thought there was a problem, or that white kid that never felt that he needed to be guilty about something, then they start looking at everybody else and seeing stories and movies and be like, well, this happened. Well, I don't feel like this. Yo, you hate your prime minister? Do you hate your president? Why? You don't know shit about politics. Who's telling you that? Your parents. This is all made up. There is no such thing as racism. It's all made up. It's a made up. We hate each other and think that we're better than one another. We have abandoned the structure of love. We're abandoning God. Society does not want God in our society, and that's why we live in the cesspool, and that's why we're going down, 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 down.
But what do you say to the people that are sending all the messages, and that I think sometimes that when you get to the hugest corporate level in life, you'll always be looked upon like your color, like you're brown and black like us. Major Keeps comes from multicultural life. So because of our color, we can only reach to a certain level, and then they'll base us on that we're not part of. We get based on color. You think? I mean, a lot of people say this exists. There's loads of questions coming just for you, Punch. And even Keen Mitch said racism is raw and real, Punch. D Calico says racism is denying a person services and things in life due to the color of their skin. You see what I mean? So it will be judged upon your color to a certain extent. That as much as you don't like the world to be like that, you are judged upon your color to a certain extent. I've lost you, Punch. You've made this deep conversation, bro. And it seems to me that as much as we would love to know...
If you go into the pre-assumption that you're going to be judged because you... Hold on. I think because the phone is fucking hot. You hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
We spit fire. That's why it's hot. We spit fire.
No, but hey, listen, Major Key, we're speaking facts. At the end of the day,
Oh, I
bro,
know. I'm smiling here, man. I'm smiling. I'm
Major
smiling.
Key, hundreds of messages have come in since we've touched on this subject, bro. This is deep for some people. This is real life.
Yo, I know I love y'all, man. I'm falling back because this is a deep subject. But whenever you want me to jump in, man,
I want you to jump in because you got multicultural children. How do you feel, bro, that some of your children are going to be judged because of the color of their skin and some ain't? How do you feel about that, my brother?
I'm in a beautiful situation, and the reason I'm in a beautiful situation is because I have red kids that are dark skinned, right, and then I have little white girls, right, that actually are very fucking intelligent, and they argue politics and everything. Even my one of my daughters is vegan, and she doesn't care. She spends her own allowance on her. She's already planned how to get out of high school. She's only 13, and she's already planned how to get a car and move out of her crib by the time she turns 18. Okay, that's how smart she is. You know what I mean? And she's like really really intelligent. But when you say how does it feel, they're a little bummed out that the country's this divided. You know, they're bummed out, but at the end of the day, that's why they're so passionate. You know, and then they show my other kids that are a little younger than them. They show them, hey, you know what, this is the way you got to be, and I promote that too because everybody has to have an opinion. I don't care if you agree or disagree with me. I'm independent. I'm an independent voter, but you have to make an intelligent decision. Whatever your intelligent decision is, I'm not going to make an assessment for that. That's for you to understand. But I'm going to definitely explain what I feel. But I don't even need to do that right now because they're just talking amongst themselves, and that's awesome for me because I'm like, damn, I don't even need to talk to these people. You know, these little people, these little psycho heads, you know what I'm saying? That are my children. I don't even need to talk to them right now. Right now, they're doing all this by themselves. That's beautiful to me, man. So, but I think that the world right now is a little crazy. And I think that the United States needs to make sure that it maintains its integrity as a superpower, because otherwise we're going to start getting attacked.
Hey man, I'm good getting attacked. With the truth, I'm cool. I'm cool.
Why are you cool? Why are you cool with getting attacked?
Cause I mean, if if it's the truth, it's just a matter of time that that they're gonna fail, they're gonna unravel, and they're gonna beat themselves. It doesn't
No,
take
I'm
long.
saying
Oh,
I'm saying my sister, my sister's in the military. I don't want her to get hurt.
no, I was just talking in general.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Like if they attack us and we unprepared for it, which we are prepared for it, but still, like if they catch us off guard somewhere, you know what I mean, like Pearl Harbor or something like that. Damn, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Somebody could get hurt. I don't want my family to get hurt.
I mean, a lot of people said to the chat earlier when we spoke about these athletes, they said a lot of athletes, when they make it to a certain extent, they're a waste of time. They're worse than the race themselves. They don't help no fucking community. In fact, they make it worse.
Now they don't make it worse. They wake up.
Yeah, they get
Yeah,
older.
actually, they talk like Punch. You know what, Punch? Where are you getting this shit from? Only made athletes and these made people, when they make their money, they say, look, man, you got to live your life. I'm not involved in these politics and race. I'm here looking out for my children and doing the best I can, and I want to keep living my life with peace and harmony. You see Floyd Mayweather even say, I don't even want to know nothing to do with the Black Lives Matter. And Floyd gets a lot of hate about that. He goes, I want you all to move on.
Why?
And
Why?
then,
Because
but
he
then
feel
sometimes some of these athletes, they don't support their own communities. And I feel sorry for the brotherhood, even the Mexican athletes. Which, I mean, do you see Mexican athletes coming out and doing things for their communities?
look when you in the hood, what do you say growing up? What's your dream? What's your dream when you live in the hood? What's your dream? What everybody says in the hood, what they say.
You want me to be on the Grammy shit? You want to be the biggest hustler?
Nah. You know what they say? I can't wait to leave the hood and buy a house in the suburbs.
Oh yeah. That's the other
If people
part.
hate, if people think that there's racism and there's whites, why would they dream about leaving the hood? Because there ain't no white people in the hood. It's your own people. So why people think that, oh my God, that's my dream is to leave the hood? Meaning leave the hood and leave my people. Why do I want to leave my own people? You know why? Because in the hood, that's what you see. We drug push we give our own people drugs. We kill our own one another, and it's the hood. That's why we want. That's our dream is to leave the hood and go into the suburbs. What you think? We're gonna go to the suburb and then call your neighbor you a fucking racist? No, it's not about that. It's everything is just structure. Everything is made up. Ain't no fucking such thing as a fucking racist. It was made up. Not saying that there's no racism, but it was made up. The day that we identify with the people that want to make this shit up, every time when we see a news a story and we know they're race baiting, we have to protest the news. We have to protest the media because they're the one that's strategically they the system. So when we see bullshit, we gotta call it out. We gotta protest that. Not protest the truth, but protest the fake. If everybody here worries about being character, accountability, responsibility, you will be the best parent. You will be the best yourself. You will live a good life. If you want to live a clean life, you will live a clean life. If you want to be holy, you don't have to be holy for the man above. Be holy for yourself. Be holy for your body. Be holy for your family. Be holy for your woman. There is no fucking excuse. People just live by excuses and have a victimhood shit. You think oppression is gonna stop me in 2020? Are you nuts and crazy? If you let oppress stop you in 2020, you a fucking weak man. Beta males. That's why women are going out of here and dating fucking other women because the men are weak nowadays. They're fucking weak. You think a woman want to hear a bunch of dudes with a fucking excuse? Wake your fucking ass up, put your bootstraps up, and fucking make something out of yourself. And stop complaining about oppression and racism, you weak ass motherfucker. That's the truth.
Wow, you gotta smash the like button.
You got fucking kids out here. Your own kid is making more money than you playing fucking video games. You think your kids want your fucking lame ass excuse? Motherfucker, put your bootstraps up. Take care of the fucking family. Take care of your woman. Be the head of your household. Be the protector. Be the provider. And stop with the fucking excuse. This is 2020. Ain't no fucking racism gonna stop nobody, no oppression. And if oppression and racism ain't gonna stop you, then you know what? Racism and oppression is an illusion.
Hey, listen, Punch, I've got a really great friend who's in the boxing fraternity. Met Mike Tyson, met people that you love, Punch, Sweet Pernell Whitaker. Met a lot of people in the boxing fraternity. This man met Miguel Cotto. Roper Dog. Hey, listen, Punch is not normally this strong and emotional. You don't get this, you know what I mean, hype. But this conversation has gone into the racism, and it went into the what's going on in racism in sports, bro. But how you doing, Roper Dog?
Hey, my love goes out to everyone, man. Peace and love, man. Peace and love.
Peace, brother. Peace.
Yeah, Roper Dog, man. It seems like racism is, always a bad part of our life when it comes to sports, and especially with the things that we love. And Punch was saying this earlier. Look at all the great people who do greatness. He mentioned, you remember when we met Floyd Mayweather? I mean, I don't like making it big, but you can vouch for me that did I meet Floyd Mayweather with you, right?
Yeah, 100, man.
Right, we met and I shook his hand, Punch. But what I'm saying is he gets a lot of hate. Punch was saying no matter what person has done greatness, they get a lot of fucking hate, right? Is that to do with racism on their color, or is that just based on more to do with that when you reach certain heights, you always get hate? But if we're going to look at like Floyd Mayweather got hate, Ali got hate, Tyson got hate, Canelo gets a lot of hate, Teofimo Lopez gets a lot of hate. I mean, this is more hate within their own country they get. And it's not like we're hating on them. Their own fucking country hates on them. I wanted to ask this question, which was vital for Punch, before I get to you, Roberto. When a Mexican fights for America and he's an American Mexican, Does he fight for Mexico in his heart, or does he fight for America, Punch? When another guy in America fights for where his inheritance, say if there's a black brother coming from Jamaica and he's American, does he fight for Jamaica in his heart, or does he fight for America, Punch?
Is that to Punch or is that to me?
I mean, that's to Punch. I want to ask Punch that question.
I'm sorry. It was breaking up.
Can you hear me now, Punch?
My fault.
Can you hear me now?
I just heard the make. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm losing you, Punch. Can you hear me, bro?
I hear you. You
I
hear
said,
me?
when a Mexican Latino fights in America, does he have the Mexico in his heart, then America? And when the brother who's from Jamaica, who's American, does he fight for Jamaica in his heart and an American flag? How does it work?
They fight for both. You know, America is a melting pot. So you an American, you proud that you're an American, but then your culture may be Jamaican, may be Dominican, may be Puerto Rican, and you're proud of your culture. You know, you're proud of both cultures, but you know, so it's you're in America. It's just like Oscar de la Hoya. Oscar de la Hoya is born and raised in America, but he also wear the Mexican flag on his trunks because he has the Mexican culture because his parents comes from Mexico. So that's what it is.
Hey, Roper-Dope, how you feel about that, man? Racism comes and makes things really bad and toxic towards certain things. And even people don't give people good, like let's say Canelo's one of the best fighters, yeah, Roper-Dope in America, right? I mean, have you got Canelo pound for pound yourself, Roper-Dope?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this the other day. Yeah, I mean, for some of the stuff we were talking about, you know, I think Canelo's got a great resume. For me, he's number one. You know, maybe there's a discussion to be had where, you know, we can look at that. But I want to touch on this racism thing at the moment that you guys are talking about. Excuse me, guys, because I just come into the conversation. I may have missed a lot of what you've talked about. So I've just come to the chat. It's early here in London, and by the time I've got to the phone, it's you know, I've obviously missed a lot of what you guys have been talking about. But look, I want to talk about this for a moment, guys, and I'll tell you why. Racism is something that's been, you know, something that I've personally experienced heavily in the UK. I don't know. I mean, I know Rapstar can talk about it because he's in the UK himself, but I don't know in America how much you guys know about the racism that's been in the UK. So I want to touch on something. First of all, with regards to athletes that are at the top of the chain and the hate they get. Well, let me say one thing to you. Success in life is very hard to forgive, not just in sports, but even if someone who's non-sporting, who's just done well in life, success is very hard to forgive. And the reason a lot of the time that happens is because it makes motherfuckers look in the mirror and ask themselves, why can't you, how comes you haven't done it? It makes you question your insecurities, because to see someone else do something that you've not been able to do, it makes you look in the mirror. And it makes you question yourself. I mean, I'll give you an example. As Rapstar knows, I've been someone who's trained all my life. And there's been times when I've gained weight. And after years of training, and, you know, when I go into the gym and a certain period comes and I've gained some weight, you know, I like to be like one of those crazy motherfuckers. I'll train 2 times a day. I diet like a monk. And I'll get myself into a certain condition, and I do that because I've got that kind of mentality now. I've just on that level, I've experienced hate from people and friends around me, and these are some guys who have been good friends, and all of a sudden you can see when they look at you, they're a little bit unhappy, and they start saying, "Oh man, just enjoy your life," and they start saying shit. Now these are motherfuckers that are hating on you. And these are supposed to be your friends. So that's just, and we haven't even, I've not even touched on the racism so much yet. I'm just talking about someone losing weight. You'll see that. I don't know if you guys, you know, I'm sure you guys, if you're into sports, you're probably in some sort of shape yourself. But you'll get this. You'll get people hating on you just by the way you can look. Bitches hate on each other. And I'm not talking about women in general. I'm just talking about some of those type of girls that you can get. Women hate on each other. Now, let me tell you about racism before. I want to give you, if you want to call it credentials, but let me tell you something. I don't know how much about the UK that you know in this regard, but if you think about when you go back to the slavery days, etc., this shit, I believe, from if I'm correct on my history here, it started from the British. It was the British Empire that started going all over the world. They went to India. They went into the Americas, and obviously over there, they were involved in a lot of the slave trade and they had the ships that went into the seas and threw those bodies over into the water of the black people. Now, this is where we are. We're at the heart of that shit in the UK. We see it more than anyone. So I'm telling you something. I'm a grown-ass man now. I'm 48 years old. And I'm telling you something. As a kid, to give you an example, and I don't usually go too deep into this, and the reason I'm going into it is because we've touched on this subject. It's not something I'll talk about much, but I think certain things need to be said. I'm telling you something. When I was a kid at around 7, 8 years old, I was spat on. I was beaten up. I mean, I saw racism, and we saw in my family racism like you'd never seen before. Like, I'm talking, we had to have mesh put on our windows because every other night, these motherfuckers, these skinheads, were coming and smashing our windows. They would spray paint our front door because it was a single house in the area of some shops where all these guys used to come and hang out. They used to put fire through our letterbox. So I'm solidly someone who's experienced racism. And even growing up, I mean, down to the point where I got attacked with hammers when I was a teenager. And I got hammered all over my head and everything. They broke my shoulder. They broke my collarbone. And these were racist attacks. So I've seen this shit bad more than most people. In fact, I know people that use me as an example and my family as an example for the level of racism that we experienced and what we saw. My brother couldn't come home from school. We used to have to stay at my aunt's house till the evening because we needed that area to clear up before our parents would come and get us. So I'm not going to have anyone personally tell me about something about racism because nobody's seen it the way I've seen it. Now let me tell you something. With regards to this going into sport, I'll tell you what it is about sports and the way I look at it. When you talk about people like Oscar De La Hoya, when you talk about some of these fighters like Floyd Mayweather and everything, and the racism that of people that may get it and where their loyalty lies, let me explain something to you. Here's the way I see it. America is a little bit different to the UK. In America has, for a big part of it, at least in the areas of New York and these areas, it's been a melting pot. And when you have a melting pot, people grow up when they go to kindergarten, etc. When they grow up around people who look different. So they get used to it. They build relationships with him. They have lifelong friends. And when you've been someone who has grown up with lifelong friends who have been of color and for color to be with people who are white, and they've grown up together, when you try and tell that kid at 10 years old or 12 years old, well, this black guy's like this or this white guy's like that, they're not going to be listening to it too much because they're going to have a personal experience in there. They're going to say, no, I've grown up with these guys from my younghood. Don't try and tell me something. In fact, you may even get them defending them. Where often racism is found is in areas where there's a lack of mixing of people. Now, it's not. I found, and I'll tell you guys, I'm not saying that there isn't been some heavy racism. There has been some heavy racism, and with the way, I mean, I think it's disgusting the way. I mean, when I've come to America, I have to say, the cops over there, the one thing that I feel you guys have got, which is harder than us, man, the cops over there that I've seen and some of the authorities, if I've been stopped at customs when I'm coming through, is I find the police. I think the police has been a problem over there. They walk about like doormen of nightclubs. They're big, they're hefty guys, and they walk around like they're doormen. And it's almost like a bullying kind of intimidation sort of vibe that they try and put out there. The way they talk to you, I find them condescending. The way they look down on you. So this is the kind of difference that I've found with one of the problems. I think the police is a big problem there, more than actually amongst the people. I think the police have been a problem in America. Now, with regards to loyalty, I'll tell you, I'm someone of color, and I'm someone who has got heritage from another country, but I'm born in the UK. Now, if you want to ask me where my loyalty is, look, I live here. I live in the UK. So because I live in the UK and I've grown up here, this is where I've earned my money in my life. This is where I've had some opportunity, probably more opportunity that I would have had in my own country, because over there they don't have that kind of money for you to earn. The currency's a lot weaker. So on a global sense, the way I've come up in my life and seen the kind of success, etc., to the level that I've seen, to some extent anyway. I'm not saying I'm some real rich guy or something. I'm just saying that I've seen more success here and more opportunity here than I would have in my own country. Now, when it comes to loyalty, and there's, say, for example, a football match between two countries, and you would ask where my loyalty lies. Well, like I said, I'd like to make sure I'm being loyal to both, because I have a love for both. But where does my loyalty edge? My loyalty does and has edged when it comes to sports, etc., things like that, to my heritage. And you know why it comes to that? Because I think to myself, it's up to the people here. We came as guests into these countries, and it's up to the people here to make us feel welcome. You come and invaded our motherfucking countries, yeah. So then we came over here, and all we've wanted to do is try and work, and motherfuckers seem to have a problem with that. You come and raped and pillaged our countries, yeah, and put our people into slavery. But when it comes to us and our parents wanting to come into these Western countries and wanting to just work, put their head down and earn a living, to earn a little bit of money for their family, motherfuckers have got a problem with it, that you're coming and taking our jobs. So I'd like, look, I'll give you an example. Let's just take India as an example. Do you know that the Kohinoor diamond, which is the size of a fist, is probably the size of Iron Mike's fist, it is still sitting in a British museum. So whenever someone says something to me, I'll say, before you start telling people to go back to their countries, why don't you get that one diamond first, and all the other diamonds that the Queen wears in her crowns, and send them back where they come from, before you tell us to go anywhere. So first of all these people that seem to have some claim about what people are doing of color, I would love to sit on a table with them and tell them a few things about themselves. For me to love the country that I live in, I do, to some extent. Definitely I do have love, and I do have some patriotism to the UK. But I think to some extent, with the history that is there, and we are taught history, it's not like we're told to be forgetting about it. We're taught history. So you're showing us, it's all over in the books, it's everywhere, it's mentioned, so that we're being shown what history is. Well, if you're going to tell us history, and if you're going to tell someone, hey, guess what, man, your mum was raped. Well, how do you expect us to react? Of course we're going to be upset. We're going to feel sad. We're going to be distrusting that shit, man. Is this what you fucking did? Right? So it's up to them to make us feel welcome, make us feel that shit ain't like that anymore, man. You got opportunity over here. That was them people. Now it ain't like that. We want to make you inclusive. We want to make you feel welcome. And to an
So
extent,
how do you
people.
feel about this? How do you feel about all of this like stuff that's going on in the world? Because I'm about to chime off, but I definitely want to make sure that we get any dialogue in that we can get in. because you're across the pond, and I love Rap Star, and that's the mediator right here, right? And I like what
Brother,
you're saying.
brother, I don't know if you can hear me, man.
It's hard, you know what I mean?
You're crackling a lot. The phone's crackling a lot.
I respect you because you're coming up. You said a lot of stuff, and that's what I'm saying. So how do you feel? Just so I could get an understanding, so we could I could give I guess I could give a last point of view, and then I could chime off so you could chop it up with whoever else you want to chop it up with.
Sorry, brother. Would you mind repeating that?
My bad.
How
I
do
know
you feel about it, Rob? How do
that's
you
New
feel
York.
about it?
That's New Yorican East Coast language, bro. That's like that you have to like actually. I don't even think they do that in college, but you know sometimes you know you could get it online. But so basically what I'm trying to say is like what do you think? Because I agree that you have a correct point, right?
Okay.
And so what I'm trying to understand is how do you say that applies right now to the current situation in the United States? What you're saying, because over here we have a difference. Because like for example, the reason I put my camera on is because I don't know if you can see the top, but it says Bronx veteran, and it has
Yes,
a
yes.
Jamaican flag. It
I
has
see.
the American. It has the American.
Yeah,
Puerto
I see it.
Rican, Jamaican flag, Italian flag,
Nice.
United
Okay.
Dominican flag,
Yes.
all of that.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the way that's the way I was raised, right? But then you understand that apparently, so that's great,
Yeah.
right? So other people that don't understand that, how do you make them understand that? Because everybody thinks that everybody's trying to get somebody else. Everybody thinks that somebody's trying to get a one up nowadays.
Look, I'll give you my view on something, and this is something that it's just something that's been something that I've noticed in recent times. Unfortunately, and I can't be sure where it started from, but unfortunately, I've seen recently in global politics that there's a certain thing that's been happening, and I'll give you the UK as an example. Brexit. I'm sure you guys have heard about that. This is a breakaway thing that the UK's been, you know, there's been a vote whether the UK should leave the European Union and be more independent as a country. And let me tell you something, there's been a couple of politicians here, and what they did is, even though Brexit had a lot to do with trade and a lot of other areas, and not global immigration, but just more so European immigration, they used that. They put huge posters of thousands of immigrants marching, and it looked like they were coming into a border. And the impression they gave to the people over here was that, hey, if you vote for Brexit to stay in, this is what's going to happen. You're going to have thousands of these people coming into the country. And they used this fear mongering to basically get people to vote to leave Brexit. And they made this vote more about immigration and racism than they did about the actual policies in trade, etc., that went with Brexit. Now I've noticed again, I feel that in the same way, there was a certain thing that was played on in America. There were certain policies, etc., and certain things that were being said and being marked in the way that, with the way about the Mexican people, etc., banning people from, like, I believe it was the Islamic countries, that okay, they can't come in. Man, putting blanket bans on people like that and splitting. I mean, we saw some stuff going on here because I'm an avid follower of US elections, so I saw some of the things that were being said. But when you see a certain people like the Mexican people, and you're seeing families being split apart, families that have been here for like 25 years in the US, living together 30 years, and then you're splitting families and saying you have to go back. Well, what you're doing at a time like that is you're basically what you're doing is you're making other people that have been in the country feel like the other. And when you make them feel like the other and they're not welcome, what you're doing is sowing division between people. And when you're going to use things like that, and get one people to go, yeah, they should go, and some people saying, hey, let them stay. Well, you know, this starts becoming about color, because if people who are, say, from the Islamic faith, or people who are Mexican, for example, all of a sudden are feeling, hey, why are we being alienated? Then obviously they're gonna feel almost like, hey, we've worked here and lived here for 30 years, given our lives here.
You know, I gotta give you credit for understanding all of that, because that you're damn right, and at the same time also, when it comes to Puerto Rico, let's say Puerto Rico, right? A lot of people don't understand this. When most of the laws, I have many state licenses for whether it's healthcare, life insurance, or property and casualty, which is auto and home, right? And so I can sell a lot of different insurance, right? And I have to know the different laws, you know, in different places. But I could sell to different places like Commonwealth, like the Puerto Rico and stuff like that. But they teach you all about that. And the problem is that Puerto Rico, they get taxed twice. So they can't even, like if we get a shipment from China, it doesn't even stop at Puerto Rico first. It has to stop here to get taxed first over here in the United States. Then it goes to Puerto Rico and gets taxed a second time.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is exactly what I'm talking about. That, you know, you got to look at the injustice that is out there, and you know, when the people who are, you know, more from a weaker state, and you know, they don't have that power, they don't have any leverage to basically say, hey, you can't do this to us. Well, I mean, and they don't have the power to do it, they're going to feel wronged. And even people who are of Puerto Rican heritage. I don't know if you have Puerto Rican heritage yourself, brother.
Puerto Rican Dominican, but
Yeah.
I'm really, I was born and raised in America, so to be honest with you, but my culture is Puerto Rican Dominican.
Yeah, but the fact that you've even mentioned it tells me that there's a little bit of, like, you know, there's something that you're not quite happy about that.
Of course. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. So what this is what I'm saying, that, you know, when you see injustices like that against your people, then of course you're going to feel a little bit wronged. And when you feel wronged, then you start looking for and asking questions, that why is this happening? Why is this happening to my people? You start asking questions, and then it makes you start feeling suspicious towards other people. But, you know, we need to understand a lot of this is to do with the politics that are above. Depending on the politics that are above and the policies that are sent out, you know, we elect these people to obviously make things better. And what these people do, they're on these power trips, and all they care about is power and their friends. I mean, I'll give you another example of how power is used. India right now is a classic example. The government in India has used a right-wing movement, and they have a history of going back to the RSS, which followed the ideology of Adolf Hitler, and they are in power right now. There's a lot of people of the Sikh faith who are marching against them right now because they feel that they're being treated unfairly. There's an area in between India and Kashmir, which is called India and Pakistan, which is called Kashmir, and over there's been a rights of the people that's completely been taken away. They've pretty much been in a prison for over a year, and rights are taken away. And those people are more of the Muslim faith. So what I'm saying to you, race politics has really been taken a rise, because these scandalous politicians, what they're doing is they're using race to divide people. You know, if you just look at, and what they're doing is they're corrupting people's minds. Where do these people get this information from? Where do they start hating people?
I'm gonna actually chime back
I just want to say this, Major Key, on my platform. Let me say this. Punch started this conversation, and it's gone deep. And until you face,
but I'm leaving. No, I'm leaving.
Oh, okay. All right, bro. You gone?
You know, no, I was saying I was gonna leave. That's why I just want to say peace to everybody. Because if anybody else, I mean, I think I had enough, you know, dialogue here. I think your brother right there made his point and very clear. You know what I'm saying, from UK, which I appreciate. You know what I'm saying, and I'm just gonna sit back and listen, man.
Okay, well, Punch is the one who started this conversation, and it's gone.
I know, but it's like
blown up. It's blown up. It's totally blown up.
it's like
But
almost 5 o'clock in the morning of my time, so I'm about to time off, man.
yeah, I'm glad
But I love you guys. I love you. And you're a rap star. I always appreciate you, brother. You know what I'm saying?
you're always respected on this platform, bro. You're a real one.
I respect you always, bro. No matter where I see you. All right.
All right,
Peace
bro.
out, man. Get some
Peace
rest.
out, man. Hey, Punch,
All
what'd you say to that, man? Until you face racism, right? It starts to be looked upon in a whole different perspective. But I want to say this as well. Is something like this affecting the future of our people who are colored people, Punch? Or you know what I mean? Because until you faced it, it's a whole different outlook, Punch.
Look, I say this. Don't want to seem disingenuous because I feel like a lot of people have their experience. But we have fallen as a society the habit of telling our stories, but then really have no solutions after. We keep on saying the stories of, if I tell you my racism stories, I have racism stories. For me, at this point, it's irrelevant because those racism stories didn't stop me. And even when I see racism and I think I may face racism, it's not gonna stop me. So some people some people may look at it at, oh, you're mind fucking yourself and thinking that there is no racism. No, there's racism, but racism to me is not strong enough to stop me. I mean, there was a point in America where there's oppression, but there's no opportunity. When there's no opportunity, that's oppression. Like, damn. Today, there could be oppression, there could be racism, but there's too many opportunities for me to rely on racism and oppression. It's not gonna stop me. So I could say a bunch of stories, but it's irrelevant in my life. So I think that we do have a habit to soothe our emotions with our experience. But then with all the experience that we have, we're still living and we're still making it and we're still taking care of our family and we're still doing this. So why should I sit around and feel sorry for myself about something that never stopped me anyway?
So in other words, don't let anything discredit your future and live for today. And don't let whatever happened before. But look, put it this way.
Naturally,
But,
you know what, rap star?
yeah.
And everybody in the panel, you don't even have to say it because naturally you will say it. If your son or your daughter tells me, Dad, I don't know, I can't do this because this person do this, what you gonna tell your daughter? Well, that's just the way it is, you know how it is. People are just trying to keep us. Your friend is just trying to keep you, or whatever. No, you tell your kids you could be whatever you want to be. Ain't nobody gonna stop you. Nothing in this world stops you. Right?
Hello?
Yeah, of course.
Your
If it's
phone
your
went out.
children, I mean, if it's your children, you will motivate them to make sure they get the best of the world, to have a spirit, so they don't let nothing stop them. But
But
at the
then if
same
you but
time, you will still tell your children that at the end of the day, whatever friends and climax you choose, make sure you find people you trust. Don't look at somebody because of the external. Look at somebody for the internal. You would tell them, and you would expect your children to be that wise and grow into a better community, regardless of their race or color. But let me ask you this, Punch. If you have a child which is white, like mine, and you have a child which is mixed race, at the end of the day, right, whether you like it or not, racism and supremacy exist. Like D. Calico said, it exists in a world where if you've been slave, if your ancestors have been slaves, yeah, and people have come over to take over your territory and treated, like, I don't want to say about these things, but I've never let racism affect me. I like what Punch says, to be honest, Roper Dope, because he always says, forget about the past, move on with the future, make the best of today. whenever we've spoke about certain things which are close to these. But you have to appreciate, Punch. My mum had everything until a country and a regime came and took everything from their ancestors, whether it was castles, whatever it was, the inheritance of her family and everything that they had. They got treated badly by, like what Rope-a-Dope was saying, by the British government in another country. So when you've come from scars like that, it does come in a way where if your ancestors been treated like slaves, can you imagine how that could feel and what kind of scars that creates in this world?
Hey, wrap up.
Yeah.
Wrapped up. Ignorance is bliss. So guess what? Like I say, so-called black people in America, they don't know. Like the brother said, his heritage. That's important. We don't know our people don't even know, especially over here. We don't know our heritage. We don't study history, so we don't even know our place in history. So we just ignorant as a motherfucker. So we blissfully happy that we the real Hiram Abiff. Like we've been hit upside the head. We don't even know the house that guy standing in was our house. Now we out here, we got amnesia. We think we homeless. That's your house. But you got knocked out and you don't remember, huh? You don't want to remember. The writing on the wall, you don't even care. You know what I'm saying? Ignorance is bliss. You feel me? Ignorance is a motherfucker.
Look, if you don't mind, I just want to come in on something. Look, my point and ultimately what I was getting to is, and the reason I told my story is because I don't want to talk. I don't want to be talking and not come across as someone who's disconnected or not in touch with reality. This is the reason I was obviously talking a lot about what's happened with me, is because I don't want to look like someone who's disconnected and doesn't know what I'm talking about, and someone who hasn't experienced it myself. I wanted to come to the point, and what I was actually saying is, we know what it is, we know what's happened, but I want people to open their eyes and see why it's happening and who's doing it. There's people at the top who are sitting there sowing division, and as long as we're in touch with that, and we know what these people are doing, and we open other people's eyes to show them what's happening. And I was pleased to see in America, when a lot of the marches and things were going on and protests were going on, there was a mixture of people of all color coming together, trying to protest peacefully. And as long as we know that, and as long as we recognize that, I think the people themselves, a lot of the people themselves, they don't want this division. They like the fact that people have come together. There's now more relationships, mixed relationships now than there's ever been. So as long as we recognize what's going on, but when it comes to letting that stop you, I'm on the same page, man. I'm on the same page. Don't let that shit stop you.
Is that the goal? Is the goal to have more and more and more mixed relationships? Is that what y'all saying?
No, it's not a goal. But what all I'm saying is, one thing it shows are people are becoming more accepting of each other. Because if they weren't more accepting of each other, those relationships wouldn't be happening. So all I'm saying is, it's a good sign, because it means people are being more accepting of each other. People of different colors, etc., are seeing past color and skin color, and they're having more relationships with each other. So that's a good sign to me, and it almost shows that, hey, people aren't looking at color as much as they were before.
That's nothing new, because you saying it's more than ever. But I mean, that's the reason there's Moors in Europe right now. That y'all, speaking of being dark-skinned people in Europe, y'all were the Moors that went into Europe and populated all of those areas like Spain, mixed in.
Well,
that was the first melting pot.
You say that we've taken over Europe. We haven't. I mean, in the UK, the total coloured population, I think, is definitely less than 10%. So,
we know about the expulsion of the Moors, 1492. That's when they kicked all the Moors out who didn't accept Christianity or Catholicism. They didn't get baptized, under Queen Isabella. If they didn't do that, they had to go. They couldn't stay in their castle. They had to go. The expulsion of the Moors.
Yeah, but I want to say this, though. I like what Punch comes to. What do we do about our future? Like, I got children. Punch got children. D Calico got kids, everybody or whatever. What do we do for our children? What's the best alternative? We can't let racism discredit what we want to show our kids. We got to make the
But what
best
we need
for
to
our
do,
children today.
what we need to do is counter the narrative that is being tried to put out there to sow division. We can't let these people do that. We have to counter that narrative, and this is what we're talking about here. We're doing that right now. We're countering that narrative because we don't want these people to allow them. There's already been so much destruction in the past, and we don't want to let anyone do that anymore. So coming back to your brother, who's also on here, talking about this and saying, well, I'm going to let my life carry on anyway. I'm not going to let no one stop me. I mean, ultimately, that's the message I'm saying. We can't let it, recognize what's out there. When you're walking into a jungle, know the dangers that are out there. You have to be aware, and you have to be know what's out there.
Shouldn't you use that? Yeah, but shouldn't you use this as a more of a positive? Like Punch said, use it as one of those things which energizes you to do the best you can for you and your kids. You see?
Of course. Look, I'm all about bettering yourself and trying to make life better for your family. I'm not saying that. Ultimately, that's what all of us are trying to do. And that's what I'm saying. There may be some people that want to sit there and wallow in the past and what's happened. I mean, you've got to look at tomorrow, man. You've got to look at tomorrow. But what I'm saying is what we need to open our eyes to, and we need to help put awareness out there amongst each other, amongst people and our families and people around us, to open our eyes and let them see that. Open your eyes to what these people are trying to do, and we can't let them do that. These discussions need to be had because there's people listening to us. We're obviously talking amongst ourselves, and hopefully some people that are listening today, they're going to be also taking that message away that, yeah, it's actually a lot of the people at the top who are doing this, who are sitting there. I mean, where does this information come from? Someone's putting it out there, right? Someone's making and brainwashing people to make them feel that they're better or more inferior than someone else, than another person of another color. And all I'm saying is, of course, carry on your road. Carry on trying to do the best that you can for you, your wife, your family, and everyone who may be in your life. Try and do the best you can, and look for the opportunities. Because look, as tough as it is, look, I'm pretty sure that there's been studies that have shown that if you walk into an interview, there's certain people that are more likely to get it than others. That's not everywhere, but it does happen.
Why are channels so scared to be raw? Are we talking about? Let's just be raw about this, because D Calico, right? Rap Stars Raw. I think Punch knows Rap Stars Raw. Are we talking about the white supremacy all over the world, bro? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay,
so-called white
one
supremacy.
thing about this channel, if they shut me down for just being straight up about a conversation, that's not on me, is it, bro? I'm just trying to be raw about this now.
No, Rap Star.
You get this, Punch.
This is nobody sitting here and saying, hey, fuck this, man. Everybody, don't bother going out looking for a job. Everybody, fuck your life. Fuck this. Let's just go out there and cause. Nobody's talking like that. This is a constructive conversation. We're sitting here saying that, look, we know the shit that is out there, and we need to try and make it better. We need to just be aware of what's out there, and it's no secret. It's on the news. We all see it. Everyone knows what's going on and what's happened. But all I'm saying to you is that we're being constructive. Don't hate on us. We're sitting there being constructive. We're trying to spread awareness that people out there in the positions.
And you know what? I appreciate this because let me tell you why, Robert. I've realized even on my platform, it's very powerful. And even Punch, I've seen him having these conversations about God lately, having conversations about dads. I think you're right. We need to start preaching what we think is the best, and fuck what this bullshit narratives and stuff which is coming out there to destroy people's mindset. We need to be positive in our mindset, right? And
can I say something?
And wait, Major Key, before you do, this single dad thing that you touch on, Punch, it means a lot to me. This God thing that you touch on means a lot. And now when I see we talk about race, at least we're talking about it. And like Punch says, if we talk about it, we might be able to help with small solutions and get people to at least start to be better about it. So we should at least talk about these things. We shouldn't run away from these things. You see what I mean? What do you think of that, Major Key?
No, I think it's beautiful. That's why I chimed back in because I was gone. I was like, I was heating up food to eat some food before I go to sleep, and I was listening still though. And then, man, like, your boy over there, like, let's be honest, man, you in the UK, but what the fuck's the difference? We're still brothers. You know what I mean? We're
100,
still
man.
brothers, right?
100, man.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So what the fuck is the problem with people in the earth that want to fucking act like they're different, and everybody want to hate left and right and this and that, blah blah blah. Divide. Everything is dividing. Everything is dividing. I don't want to be divided from my brothers and my sisters. I just want to talk. So that these platforms give us a chance to talk. And you see, this is beautiful right here because we get to talk.
But this is
And
what
you know what?
Like,
yeah.
Tomorrow I might curse you out if
like,
I feel like you're wrong about some fucking fighter that I hate. But I might not. You know what I mean? Like who the hell knows? You know. But at the end of the day, as long as I know that you're a fair guy and a brother to me, then guess what? At the end of the day, I'd be like, hey, you know what? W- hey, he had a point or he didn't have a point, but we still brothers. That's it.
But we've
Look,
already
You know what it
started.
is
No,
that
no,
I
let
was
me just
saying?
say this to everybody. I'm glad Punch touched it today. We've already started positive, Major Key. We got a black brother in the house. We got Rope Dope who's multicultural. I'm multicultural. Punch says that he's got 6 religions in him whenever I speak to him. Oh, he's got 6 different fucking, he's got everything in him. And then Major Key, there's you with your multicultural family and kids. This is a start. This is a positive start in the right direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
look,
man.
look.
It's it's
It's a
like
positive.
it's like you
Sorry,
was
bro.
touching.
Sorry,
It's like
brother.
you was touching base on earlier. It's about identifying who's trying to divide us, the games,
100. That's what I'm
and
saying. 100.
they're in our face. They're not behind closed doors. The media, we see the media. We look at your newspaper. Look at your newspaper. There's some current event. Like I've been blocked. I've been terminated. I've had 4 Twitter pages terminated. I've been terminated from Facebook. I've been terminated. That's why I don't like to touch base on this YouTube stuff because I feel like, okay, if I touch too much base on this, that's why I call Trump Captain Orange. I don't call him by his name because I feel like, okay, they're going the liberal platform is coming after me, you know. But I said we need to identify. For example, for example, there was and I said this before in my channel. There was uh, a man that killed a male lady, shotgun, shot her in the head and in the back. What was the reason? The reason was that he didn't get his stimulus check, that she didn't deliver his stimulus check. But they say a man shot a lady. It was a black guy shooting a white lady. But they didn't write it this way. They said a man shooting a lady. Now, if it's the other way around, they'll say a white lady shot the black man to entice a race issue
yeah,
when
that's
it's just
called
probably a psycho
yeah,
shooting another psycho.
yeah, that's
And
called
that's
yellow journalism.
Yeah, and that's what we try. We need to identify when the media try to create this hate and created racism when it's not even there. The thing is hate, is right, is wrong, is
Look,
love and hate. When they put words in it and they make it racism or they make it anything else, that's when it entices the public. That's when you see burning buildings. That's when you see riots. And then they could shut it down whenever they want. They don't talk about it.
look,
And that's why I said what happened after the election. There's nothing. There's no more protests. What you hear from
look.
us out there in the UK? Do you hear any Black Lives Matter stuff going on over here?
Yeah, we
No.
hear it, man. We hear it. We hear it. We saw it all
I
over
mean,
the news.
lately, there's nothing going on in the news. There's nothing going
Not
on.
not lately. Not lately. No.
What and why you think that? Because it's all made up. It's an emotion made up.
So, how do we help the children of today, Punch, with our conversations and realizing that we can recognize problems? How can we help make our movement help others, even if it's one child or one person out of 100 or 1,000
This,
or 100,000?
this is the truth. This is the truth, and this is gonna be new because this is the information. This is the world of information. You remember earlier what you said that kids are going to experience what the gentleman said. The kids are going to experience when he was talking about the multicultural, and you could say anything about race, but they're going to be living it. They're going to be experiencing it, so they're going to understand what's bullshit or not. We live in the information where your 8-year-old has a phone or has some type of social media, and they see everything. The kids are going to teach us nowadays. This is going to be the era of the kids teaching us how to live. Because like I said, my teenage kid, they didn't know what racism was. He asked me that 2 years ago, what's racism? And I said, it's nothing. Because if he don't know it and he didn't feel it, why I'm supposed to tell him about anything that he doesn't feel or know? He don't know nothing about that. His friends don't know nothing about that. I'm just going to tell him a bunch of stories that was unfortunate stories. I mean, I don't know, guys. I just feel like, we can identify who's pushing these narratives, who's pushing these emotional roller coaster when it comes to race and oppression and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, man,
it seems to be a stereotype as well. And it also seems to be... Sorry, go ahead.
Look, Rapstar. What I'm saying is, I think what we need to take away from this is what we were just talking about. Is we need to identify the people that are trying to do this, and as long as we're aware of it and we know their game, and we know that, we're not going to let you do this because we see what you're doing. It's when they're trying to do it and people aren't realizing that they're doing it, but they need to know we're switched on to it now. We know what you're doing. They're trying to corrupt our kids' minds, and I'm sure we're all fathers here. I'm sure any of us who know that our kids are trying to be manipulated or saying, we're going to stand up and defend our children. And this is an attack on our children. It's an attack on their minds. It's an attempt to corrupt their minds. And this is why we as fathers, we are taking a stand here and we're saying, you know what? We know what you're doing, and we're not going to let you. We're not going to let you poison our kids. We're not going to let you.
We're close. We're close.
Exactly. We're not going to let you sit there and wallow in your self-pity and say, oh, this happened to us, because either they want you like that, as your friend was saying, okay, and there's definitely a case for that. That there are people that sit there and they spend their lifetime wallowing in self-pity, and they basically, it stops them from taking action because their mind's so filled up with this thing about, oh, I just don't have a chance. So they're beaten. I mean, there was a study once that was done, and there was 2 classes. There was a talk that I once listened to, and they said there were 2 classes. One class was told, you guys are absolute failures. There's nothing you're ever going to do in your lives, okay? And one class was told, you guys are the best. You're amazing. And when the tests happened, it showed a clear example that the kids that were told that you ain't shit, okay, their results didn't turn out good, and the kids that were told they were amazing, they did good. So if you're going to tell your kids that, oh, it's just bad, you're destroying them. And these people that are trying to put that in their head, that's what they're trying to do. It's an attack on our children, and we ain't going to let these people do it. We're going to let them know that, you know what, we are countering that narrative. Before, these guys were allowed to just put out whatever they want in the media, whatever, on the platforms that we elect them on and put them on. We ain't letting you do that no more. We're countering that narrative.
And why you think strategically they took the fathers out the household?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why you think they did that?
I'm saying, but BLM, the Black Lives Matter movement agrees with that. They say the Black Lives Matter movement, they tell you, and if you ever go on their website, it says that they are against the heteronormative. They call it heterosexual, they're against that being called normal. They want homos to be normal. You know what I'm saying? So they don't agree with men being in the household. So FBLM, Black Lives Matter ain't nothing, ain't no good for the so-called black people.
Yep.
But there's a misguidance in that. Let me just say something. A lot of black people are misguided in their own communities, and also some people don't agree with what you just said, D. Calico. So, and it just seems like a lot of lack of education and the scars. The scars that we've seen in our ancestors. We don't want those scars in our children. So like Punch said,
Mm.
and Rope-a-Dope said, we got to find the movement what helps the kids today. Because we can't let these scars and the system, which is already designed to break our people, right or wrong. But we're
Yeah.
not going
Yo,
to
we
we're
are,
not going to
we
push them back.
are, yo, people, look,
Yeah.
we are the superheroes. You know who are the superheroes? Men are the superheroes, bro. You look at you could be in your household and your wife or your girl, whatever, could say anything to your kid, and they're misbehaving. All you got to do is give your kid a look as a man and the father, and everything stops. They know the power of men. They know that they know the power of a father. They know,
Why this?
and a responsible and a protector and provider of they know the power of that. When there's a father in the
Yeah.
house, nobody could come around that. Nobody could come around that house and play around with that family.
Yeah.
They know
Yeah.
that.
People. See, I tell people the enemy fears that masculinity. You know, feminist women, they get mad when you say that. They be like, no, no, it's not masculinity. No, they fear they don't feel no damn feminine. They love femininity. You know,
Yeah, but yeah,
they
but
want
why?
the woman.
Yeah, but why do they love it now? You know why? Because again, it's the narrative that is being pushed.
And
Because
you know
again,
the narrative is,
what is that going to do? That's going to basically put the man and woman at loggerheads with each other, and it's going to cause more division. Because you know what? When you have an unstable household, okay, which is what a situation like that can bring to. I mean, you can both be working, but it doesn't mean you have to have this thing. These things that they're putting in people's minds, it's all things to bring people at loggerheads, because but what it does is it makes a household unstable. And when you have an unstable household, you have unstable children. And when you have people with unstable mindsets, these are the people that are easy to corrupt. And this is what they're trying to do. And again, these things need to be recognized.
and you know what else needs to be recognized? Just like you seen today, D Calico, through fear, they controlled the whole world within 30 days. Through
Exactly.
generations of fear, they've tried to destroy different people. And in today's world, I appreciate what Punch and Mark Robodope saying. I'm all about that. I ain't gonna let that fucking affect my people. I'm gonna change the movement now. I want to be part of this new movement of giving great information. And you know, this guy said something really great. We shouldn't sympathize. We should empathize. He's in the message now. We should empathize. We should look for solution instead of being stuck in the moment, like Punch keeps saying. How do we become those people? Because I'm not going to lie to you, Robodope. I think I was scarred when I was younger through living in the projects. But now I'm all about positivity and empathy and positive stuff and move forward.
Yeah, well, we made it out of that, right? We made it out of that. So obviously we're doing something right. Well, our minds are awake.
Yeah, but how do we help going forward? Because we're the
Listen,
same as everybody fucking else.
listen.
We
Let me
find the
say something.
solution.
Let me
We
say
find
Not
the
the same
solution,
as
but we
everybody else.
don't
No,
share
no, no,
it.
no, not the same as everybody else. Don't say that.
No, but I feel
Don't say
this
the
way, you
same
know,
as
but
every.
I feel bad
No,
right
no,
now
no.
because I found a way out of my life through a lot of darkness,
I feel you.
right?
I did too. I did too, but not the same as everybody else. Can I just say my last piece before I bounce? Because
Go
I
ahead.
already ate. I was listening to you guys while I was eating, and I'm about to bounce real quick. You know what I mean? But listen, let me take you back. 1980. Glenn Diaz was born. Glenn Avery, Major Key Boxing. That's me, right? I was born 1980. 1983. My father was a cop, right? My mother killed him with his service weapon. Okay, on his birthday. All right, murdered him because she said that he was attempted to kill me and my sister. No evidence of that. However, that's what happened. Moving forward, grew up in the burning Bronx. If you look up videos, you can look up the burning Bronx if you think I'm bullshitting. That was like the murder capital of the world back in those days when I lived there. All right, the burning Bronx. All right, that's where I lived, and then all of a sudden, a few years later, we moved to the north side of the Bronx. I grew up around Jamaicans. That's it, like just straight up Jamaicans for like 6 years. They taught me how to play soccer. You know what I mean? They they taught me the best herb and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
and all that. You know what I mean? We were cool. I learned a little bit of patois, you know, and I definitely learned reggae music. I can tell you that right now.
Irie.
Uh, huh?
Irie.
Yeah, I
Everything
read.
Irish.
You know what I'm
Everything
saying?
Irish.
Listen, as a matter of fact, just so you know, also most of my family lives in St. Croix, which is the Virgin Islands, where they talk just like that. They talk just like Jamaicans. All
Hey,
right.
to me, London talk like Jamaicans. I ain't lying.
Yeah, yeah. No, I know. There's different, like it's because it's broken English, like from
Yeah.
England, or is broken English from America, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And
It's
so
from England. Yeah,
yeah, there's different ways of saying it, but it's still broken English, right?
yeah,
And so
yeah.
yeah, no, I understand it. But you know that's why I actually have a 10-year old and 11-year old that they could actually recite Super Cat lyrics from back in the days. Like they could actually spit bars from you for you for you know what I mean, from Super Cat, bro. Like, come
Oh
on, man.
man, I'm surprised I know him, man.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, bro. Hey, Major Key, boy, that was a super deep story, man. And sorry to hear half of it. I ain't lying. Whoa.
Nah, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. But what I'm saying is that I grew up through all of that, right? And I came up through I moved from the top of New York, like from the Bronx, New York, all the way to the bottom, dirty South in Miami. And I had to learn how to get down with them dudes, you know what I'm saying? And we just
Mm-hmm.
understood each other because I was getting down with it. You know what I'm saying? I was a light
Yeah,
skinned dude, but they understood me. You know what I'm saying? They knew I wasn't fucking around and I knew they weren't fucking around. So we just
man.
had to we just had to
That
respect each other. That's it. You know what I
matter
mean?
of fact, what they call Little Havana and all those kind of places down there.
Yeah, that's a mother player. But I wasn't around them light skinned dudes like that. I'm talking about Paran, Goose, South Miami Heights. You know what
Okay.
I'm saying? You
Yeah,
feel me?
yeah.
Homestead, all that. I was all around that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
Look,
everybody I just grew up there, so they already knew because I was there. I was just there with them.
yeah,
So what
yeah.
you gonna do? Like if I'm there with you and I'm repping with you, you know
That's
what I
right.
mean? Like,
Mhm. Yeah,
you can't tell me I'm fake because I'm repping with you. You know what I'm saying? I
yeah.
got a gun on my hip and you ain't got a gun on your hip, and we in the same hood. Who's the
Exactly.
real one here? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
So
Holding it
so
down.
yeah. So we just got along, and then all of a sudden, I got older, and I started trying to get away from all that, and I moved to Hollandale. If you know from down south, then you know Hollandale Beach. You know what I mean? Hollywood or around that, like Dade, not Dade, but Broward County. You know what I mean? So I got away from Dade County and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man. So after all of that, man, it was all about my kids, man. All about my kids, and so I'm proud because you know what? I don't give a fuck. People want to get riches. They want to become millionaires. I got kids, man. I got 9 kids,
That's real.
9 children.
Hey, you multiply like you're supposed to.
Exactly. So when
Hey,
I'm gone, I
it,
got
it, it, it,
9 more of me that you're gonna have to deal
Well,
with.
put it this way,
hey,
Major
I'm
Key.
gonna say
You are definitely not dividing, conquer. You're conquering. You're not dividing. You're conquering. All right.
yeah.
You feel me?
And
That's
at the
all
end
I'm
of the
saying,
day,
man.
let me
But
tell you
listen,
what it is, Calico and Ropedo, Punch, everybody. At the end of the day, bro, they want divide and conquer. You know how powerful we are when we share the messages to our children. You know how powerful
Exactly.
this is, bro.
beautiful, man. That's
Yeah.
beautiful.
That's why they say my people perish from a lack of knowledge. Like that's all they need. They need the knowledge.
And this ain't no
Mhm.
national conversation, man. This is international. We are talking here.
That's
This
real.
is international
We're connecting
conversation,
and
bro.
sending a message out there internationally.
Hmm.
That's for real. Hey, brother Robodope, you
Yo,
sound like David Icke. Yeah, that's a good thing though.
okay, good.
Hey, don't say that, bro. They'll be looking for this David Icke on my channel.
Yeah, yeah.
I
This
mean,
the
listen, man. A
boxing. Hey,
lot of
this is the
people.
boxing David Icke.
Hey, listen. This has been a beautiful conversation, but a lot of people they've agreed with Calico. They agree with Major Key. They've agreed with Ropedope. A lot of people said Ropedope brings some facts to the table, and also Punch. Punch is telling the truth, man. He started this fucking conversation, Major Key, but now he's left. I think it's late where
Hey,
he is, isn't he?
man. Hey, we need to. Hey, we need to identify who trying to give all of us mandatory vaccination.
Hey, this is too deep, bro. I
That's
mean,
another story altogether.
that's another
all
whole
kinds of things.
channel. That's another whole
We
channel,
need,
bro.
we need,
Vaccinations.
yeah, we need to do that one on a whole different conversation.
I mean, vaccinations is the new way of they're trying to show you to live forward, but that's a
Hey,
whole new conversation, bro.
Rapstar, I see yesterday someone sent me a message that they're giving these identity cards out here with the vaccines that Pfizer's done. They're bringing out these cards that are going to show that I've had the vaccine or not, and they're saying at the moment it's just something that you know, they're saying make sure you keep it in your wallet. I mean, eventually, what's going to happen? I mean, you know, if these vaccines and these kind of things happen, what's going to happen? Eventually, it's going to be, oh, forget keeping shit in your wallet, put it under your skin. That's where this shit's going to go, because they want to just number us all, like they did to the Jews in Nazi Germany. They just want to number us.
Exactly.
And this is what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying. They want us to sit there and just be caught up in racism and that. Well, first of all, there's a message out there for me, at least, and my brothers that are on here. I want to say one thing. First of all, we onto your motherfucking game. We know what you're doing, and we ain't going to let you do it. We found our way ourselves, because our fathers didn't tell us any of this, but we found our way. And you know what? Our children ain't going to have to find their own way, because we're going to tell that way to them ourselves. So they're going to be in an even better position than us. And with regards to any shit that you're pulling out there, we're onto that as well. And we ain't going to let you try that shit on us.
Yeah, all that nanotechnology, you know, they're trying to change our, you know, genetic code, man. You know, it's said that it's gonna, you know, take away the ability for women to even, you know, birth. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna attack so that, you know, when they reproduce and make a new child, the genetic code is already kind of, you know, degenerate as far as the womb is gonna go. So all the babies gonna have to be born outside of the womb. Everything gonna be artificial.
Yeah,
Everything.
I mean, dude, there's some fucked up shit going on out there. You know, there's children out there who are under 16, and they're allowing them to take hormone tablets and shit to because they, you know, a kid under 16. So hang about, a kid under 16 can't drive, can't vote, but you're gonna let them do something majorly structural inside and internally and outward to change their physical being. That's going to be a decision for the rest of their life. But that's okay. You can do that. Okay? The kids can do that, but they can't vote, they can't drive anything. I mean, you know, there's some fucked up shit going on. I mean, whoever's
because it's castration. You know, they want to castrate as many people as they can. So anybody want to be, you know, anybody want to switch sides, they'll gladly cut it off for you. You know, it's just castration. You know, first off, they mentally castrated. Now they physically castrated. You know, they don't have to worry about people like that procreating.
Yeah, well,
I mean, look, man, this is crazy, though, bro.
This is where people like us come in, where we're sitting there, we're spreading awareness.
Yeah, but some of us are not that fortunate. You can't live without the vaccine. Your children are not going to be able to go to school without the vaccine.
Well, let them politicians
that you can't do without the vaccine.
Let them politicians take it first.
Well, politicians, you're going to get but let's remember this: big companies like Coca-Cola and all these people, and big athletes like LeBron James. These people will show you which ones to take. The vaccine is a big, huge business. You're going to start to learn that once athletes take vaccines and you know, the people in parliament and presidents, it leaves you no option.
Well, no, listen, you know what? Let
children to think about, bro.
Listen, they're the leaders of the of these nations that they've been elected. Well, you know what? Lead from the front. Lead from the front. You take it. Let's see your kids take it, and then we'll take it. Let them take it, and then I'll take it too. You take it first, and you give it to your kids. You take it first, and you give it to your kids. Lead from the front as the leaders that you're supposed to be, and then we'll take it too, and we'll give it to our kids.
Nah, no, they're gonna get a placebo. We're gonna get the real mercury in our veins.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. That's another thing we can't really tell, can we? But
no.
You know,
okay, but let me tell you, this is not the way it works. They don't think like you're thinking. Majority people around the world have to generally adapt to the society and what they're living today, and most people are not in the same position as the majority amount of people will be subjected to take the vaccines in order
Mm-hmm.
to live a day-to-day life. And
Yep.
like Rope-a-Dope said, the vaccine is becoming a passport. So if you travel, it's going to be something which is like connected to your passport, that or app on your phone. So when you're traveling for social, domestic, or I mean, sorry, for any social pleasure or any business travels, you need vaccine. Any
Yeah,
any
yeah,
any any
they're going to
places,
suffocate us. They're going to
yeah. Any
suffocate us
so when you go
into
to the
taking it.
doctors and the hospitals, the first things they're going to ask you are, have you been vaccinated? So it's like yes, people are not going to want to be vaccinated, but generally, when you start seeing the movement and the way that the world starts moving into, you'll feel left behind. And then you won't be able to do certain things because of the vaccine. So they'll get you in an entrapment in another situation there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the intention. Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody
Like,
like
hey, hey,
listen,
hey,
Lance Mayer is saying he likes what Rope-a-Dope is saying. Lead from
hey,
the
what?
front. Lead from the front, and we will follow.
Hey, no, watch this though. Hey, watch this. A vaccine, the vial that they have the vaccines in. If a nurse or a doctor is bringing the vial, to the room and it falls and breaks, they have to evacuate the building, and then they have to bring somebody in a hazmat suit to discard of it. Like, come on, man! But they're gonna put that inside of our veins, in my bloodstream. You know what I mean? In my baby's bloodstream. You feel me? Like, I remember I used to be able to convince people that love vaccines. I'd be like, okay, when they come out with the AIDS vaccine, are you gonna get that too? They'd be like, oh no, I never intention to give myself AIDS, but now they're gonna do it with COVID-19. Like, who would? Why nobody ever went and got the Black Plague vaccine? Huh? Like, seriously.
Look, you know what? Here's some facts out here. Is that, do you know, when we looked at the death rate of 2020 compared to 2019, we had less people die in the country in 2020 than we did in 2019.
I believe it.
99.9% of people are surviving this. Look, I had COVID myself just a few weeks back. I had it myself, and
Mhm.
I'm hoping you guys haven't had it, but I had it a
Yeah.
few recently, and I'll
Mhm.
tell you the feeling what happened to me. The first day, I just laid down. I didn't feel too well. I laid down, and all of a sudden, the room was really warm, and I put the heating on, and I was shaking. I was shivering like anything, and it was a really bad fever. And for 2 days, I literally couldn't get up. I mean, it was like a really, really bad uh, flu or fever kind of thing that I had. But then third day, because I forced myself, I got up. Now it is a heavy thing that happens to you when it does happen, but you do get through it. I mean, as they say, 99.9% of people
Yeah.
survive it. But I
Yeah.
can see how an elderly person who's got underlying conditions, etc., would struggle with it. But so I can see how they may be trying to protect those people, and it's not, maybe it's not targeted um, to the younger people, but maybe they're saying, look, we need to make sure nobody's getting this because we're going to have a lot of dead bodies in our hands with regards to the elderly people, and that's why elderly people are being protected. Look, as I said, for me, I like to rely on my own immune system. If
Yep.
we've got 99.9% chance of surviving it, I'd rather take my chances and go, you know what, I'm just going to survive it, because and thankfully, thank the Lord that I did. But what I'm saying is, if you have an 85-year-old mother, for example, and I mean, I can tell from experience right now. I've had I had a case of this, and I know it was heavy. So what I'm saying is, the question lies that, and I want to ask you this, guys. I don't know what the right and wrong answer is here, guys. I mean, I just want your opinions here. I've just told you what it was like for me when I had it. So you tell me something. If all of a sudden you knew that, your mother, who is like 80, 85 years old, keeping them trapped at home for how long? I mean, that's going to be something that's going to kill you alone, just being trapped in a home, no
Hmm.
fresh air. So what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, if someone's like 80, 85 years old, they've got diabetes, they've got blood pressure, they're very, very vulnerable. Even if this hasn't been tested 100%, At that age, would you say, shit, man, I know that if they do get it, they're probably not going to survive it? Would you give them the vaccine to maybe over a 50-50 that maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work? Would you, in
No,
that case, say, you know what, let them have the vaccine?
no. I'm just, I mean, it sounds like it's worth a try, but it's really not because a vaccine just is not save lives. It's not an all out cure. It's a small dose of the disease. You know, like what the hell? Like we should be doing herd immunity, not herd vaccinity. You know what I
What,
mean? Like,
but brother, my point is, look, ultimately, I think herd immunity is what's going to end up happening. But what I'm saying is, if you ask the man, I mean, look, I'm gonna ask Rap Star this, and the reason being is because I know his mother, and lovely lady, and what I'm saying is, Rap Star, you told me with your mum and everything that she's been through, if all of a sudden she's like 80, 85, and you know that, look, there's a lot of people around the family, people that are coming and going inside her house, and they're not well or they're sick, and there's a good chance your mum could get it, and your mum could be very vulnerable. What I'm saying is, are you gonna just say no? We just won't take anything, and hopefully my mum will be fine? Or would you say, you know what, if this may be something, even a 50-50, which might work at her age, would you then take it? I mean, I wouldn't give it to my young children, and I wouldn't take it myself. And for anyone my age, or someone who's not, as they class as, vulnerable. But what I'm saying is, I'm talking about the vulnerable people out there, like someone like your elderly mum. Would you give it to her to give her more of a chance if you feel that it gives her a chance in that situation? Because it's easy for us, brother, to say no, it's not going to do nothing. But what I'm saying is, when the knife is at your throat, and your mother is someone who's in the position where they're saying, well, look, everyone around her's got it, and there's a chance you could get it. At that point, to try and give her any chance to maybe fight it, if it does, what would you do? Do you say let her have it just in case, because I don't want nothing to happen to her, because I know if she gets it, she may not survive anyway?
We're in
like
a fucked up situation because they put a whole bunch of fear in everybody in the first 6 months
yeah,
by all the old
yeah.
people dying. Then what
Hmm.
happened is the whole old people homes all over the world got targeted through the staff and the people coming in there, having just coming and visiting. And the next thing you started to recognize is that old people haven't got much of a chance. So how can you go against the vaccine as well for the elderly? Because that's how they got you under the fear of what's this virus, this new virus.
Look, look. Watch this.
Rapstar, I just want to address one of your guys. His name's Jed Kyle, and
Yeah,
he's
Jed
saying,
Carl's from down under Australia. He comes from the
okay,
boxing fraternity. His mum and dad owns a gym over there. Go on, mate.
okay, so Jed Kyle is saying it's suspect that they have a vaccine so quick. I heard of multiple medical experts that it takes years and years to get vaccine tested and up and running. I just want to say something on that. And here's the thing. I had this conversation with someone recently, and they were talking about that. How comes this vaccine's come so quickly? And one of the answers that was given to me, I'm not saying I agree with it, but one of the answers that was
Pfizer.
given to me is that first of all, the finding a vaccine for this has been a global effort. It hasn't been one country that's just been trying to work on something, or a little team. It's been an urgent global effort, and a shitload of money has been pumped into this, more than anything else. Things have been rushed a lot more. Nothing sitting on the back burner for 6 months, 2 years before a panel makes a decision. And that's the reason. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's the reason that I was told that how this vaccine's managed to turn up so quickly is
Yeah.
because everything was expedited. Everything, all the panels and everything, that everyone worked on this urgently. It was a global effort. So you had a lot more people working on it globally, the top teams coming together. There was a lot more funding that went into it, and all the panels and everything to agree it, to okay it, everything has been expedited. So this is the reason that was giving. How true that is, I don't know, man, but that's what I heard out there.
It, it's big business. You know what I mean? Like even if it's not a cure, they're gonna sell out. It's like saying I only have 100 million copies and I'm gonna sell all of them in 1 week. And
Yeah.
guess what? We're gonna come out with another one because that one didn't work, and then that one's gonna sell out. Like so,
Yeah, but
it's
what
just
do we
like
do about our little kids? Now, let me ask you this, D Calico. Every time I call you, you seem like you. When we talk about boxing, you seem like you're around a lot of little kids too, right?
yeah.
So, what we're gonna do about these beautiful babies that we love? They're gonna
See,
vaccinate our babies.
man, I can't do that. You know what I mean? Because
I mean, how do you feel about this? And then I want to get to rope dope. That say if we get put in the position that 97% of the students have been vaccinated, where do
like
we go? What do we do?
Look,
I want you to.
listen,
I
man.
want you to elaborate. At least tell all the viewers, and put it in detail that really, when it comes down to our own loved ones, our own children, the future of our generation, what are we gonna do?
I'm gonna let your man talk first, man, and then I'll tell you what I think about it.
you say, as far as concerning the youth,
Yeah, the children,
yeah.
majority
I mean,
children, and
I
your
mean,
own children.
I'm always in the frame of mind that number one, we made it this far, and I don't just mean the little age that we are. I mean humanity. Humanity has been around, probably for millions of years.
Yeah,
You know,
it has
and
been.
and regardless, they have not had no vaccines. I mean, like, what the heck? Like, we're going too far with this. Want to be technology? Like, we ought to know as a people. We ought to see how they done use this, against us time and time again. It's like, like this is just another way to castrate. This is just a slow death in a sense. This is the takeover, and we don't even realize it. This ain't, man. They create the problem, so you need their solution. So I just want them to leave me the hell alone, and I guarantee my kids won't never have no damn sickness. I mean, I've always had the religious waiver when it comes to vaccines, and my kids, if they get sick, it's from all the other kids in the class having vaccines. To me, everybody with vaccines glow in the dark. Because they got all this sickness in them, and I'm over here with no sickness, so I can only get it from you. You know what I mean? But it's crazy, man.
Can you
I just
imagine, right, rope a dope, or can you imagine, D Calico, in some years to come, the children, like Jed Cole says, can get autism and stuff like that through vaccines? I don't want to hear this stuff, man.
I've heard shit like that, man. I've
I mean,
heard shit like that.
Jed
That some of
Cole
these
saying
vaccines are cool.
his mate claimed that vaccines caused his son autism, and he stands by that 100%. I don't want to hear things like that, rope a dope, because I got little kids. You know what I mean? And this is not. I mean, what are you gonna do, rope a dope?
Look, I look at it like this. I'll give you an example. Um, for example, I mean, there's some immunization that all kids get over here. Our children get it over here. But I'll give you an example of, like, for example, they keep on calling up about the flu jab. I don't give that to my kids, and neither do I take it myself, because it's just something that's the one that I've heard stories about. The flu jab and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is that when it comes time to, I mean, look, first of all, kids aren't really getting this COVID anyway. Kids are hardly getting it. They seem to have some kind of immunity towards it. So kids aren't getting it anyway. So I don't think it's going to really come to the kids just yet. But obviously, when they get older, these things are going to happen. But man, look, I'm a believer in the immune system, man. I mean, I take probiotics every day. They say
mhm.
vitamin D. If you take vitamin D on a daily basis, if you take 4,000 IU per day of vitamin D, I was watching this Dr. Rhonda Patrick. She was on the Joe Rogan show, and she was saying that, look, we don't know what to make of it, but one thing they did find is that 97% of people who are, look, maybe my figures or numbers are slightly off, but I'm pretty sure they're quite accurate. She was saying that 97% of the people who were dying from COVID, they were vitamin D deficient. And a lot of the people that did survive, they had sufficient levels of vitamin D. And luckily, even before this whole COVID-19 thing turned up, I take 4,000 IU of vitamin D3 on a daily basis without fail. So that's the first thing that I will tell anyone to do.
Well, that comes with the sunlight, which they telling us to stay in the house and get away from.
Yeah. Well, when you don't get a sufficient amount of sunlight, especially in this country as well. I mean, we don't get much sun. We do have daylight, but obviously we don't have much sun.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is the one thing which is a first is that, you know, make sure you take some vitamin D3. It's not 100% confirmed yet. Well, actually, it did come in the newspapers now over here. They've actually said vitamin D3 can fight against COVID. So that's the first thing before we even think about taking any vaccines. That's the first thing that I would tell any of my friends, colleagues, strangers, anyone. And if we want to go back to the color thing, black, white, brown, whatever color you are, man, everyone, I would recommend that, you know, it's a good idea to take some vitamin D3 and put that into your daily supplement if you're on any kind of regime there.
I think that we can come here and say what's best, what's not best. But the majority, the way that the world will look at this situation is like, once people, like you said, Rope-a-Dope, once the people lead, then the people will follow. So you see what I'm trying to say? There'll be a movement at some point when you see these big companies getting involved with these vaccines, these huge superstars, these huge, people which are going to be taking these vaccines, the LeBron James, the Ronaldos of our soccer players, and even our boxers and our athletes will be needing vaccines. Can I ask you this? All these people that people idolize in the sports world, or even as, you know, people which are dominant forces in the media, once these people take vaccines and live their life day to day, who the fuck are we? We're going to think to ourselves, well, they got to take it, so we're going to take it. It kind of, you know, it's all right to say right now that, yeah, but once the movement changes and the world changes and adapts to a new, like, you can say what you want, but that flu jab, do you remember when we were in school? Everybody got the flu jab.
I never heard of it.
Calico, our parents never used to come to school and sign something and say, oh, our kids are not going to take the tetanus. Remember the tetanus jab?
Yeah.
Right? My mum and my father never came and stopped my school giving me a tetanus jab.
Look, I'll tell you.
I've already had all these things inside my body, and I still got things like chicken pox and measles and stuff. Where the fuck did these chicken pox and measles come from?
Listen. I'm gonna tell you.
And I got them after the. Let me just make a point. I got them after the fucking vaccines.
Exactly.
And this is the biggest thing, Rope-a-Dope. When I was a kid, nobody came and stopped. My family didn't come and stop me getting all these jabs and stuff.
Yeah, well, they weren't as connected as we are now. We're a lot more aware now of what they were, because you know. But listen, I want to say something. I've got a friend who's a doctor, and he's the one who is one of the ones. I mean, he doesn't get his children the flu jab, and I said to him, "How come?" And he said to me, "Well, it's just say like one or one strain of flu. There's so many different strains of flu that come. That how do you know you're going to get the right one?" So you know, they may protect against one strain or two strains or whatever, but what I'm saying is there's so many different strains of the flu that you can get that the likelihood that you're going to get that one is very slim. So that was one thing. And with regards to, look, I will avoid my children. I don't care if the stars and people are taking it or not. There's a million people out there, millions of people out there that take the flu jab. I haven't taken the flu jab, nor do I allow my kids to get it. So
you guys should be lucky about this. We should be lucky that, I don't know how America is, but England is. But do you remember when these other countries started getting COVID? If you saw in India, Pakistan, Turkey, Japan, China, they started beating them with sticks, D. Calico. They started beating them and sending them home. Some of them, they killed them. And let me tell you this, D. Calico. When you don't take your vaccine in those countries, they're going to beat you to death. What do you say to that, Rope-a-Dope?
Look, man, you know, different countries, they have different look. I don't agree with beating anyone, but the thing is, the kind of culture and the people. I mean, I think you're talking about what they showed about India. India has a
And
population
they
of
showed it in other countries. They were beating people in China, black and blue.
yeah. Well, I mean,
They were beating the fucking people in China, bro.
yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
like they were boarding them and locking them up in their own homes.
look,
You know what I'm saying?
look. We've been locked in. I mean, my mother has been indoors for the last 8 months. I mean, we take her out here and there, and we try and get her some fresh air and that. But I'm telling you, I've seen her deteriorate just from being at home for so long. And you know what? Do you know what the biggest killer of old people is? It's loneliness.
Lonely, yeah.
So when you're isolating them, you're not letting them get any fresh air. You're not letting them go out. I mean, I've seen my mum really deteriorate over these last 6 months, 8 months. I'd rather take my chances, man. I'd rather take my chances and say, look, I'd rather get you out. I'd rather get you out and about and be fresh than have you slowly dying in your house like that. So, there's a counter argument. I mean, they keep on saying, oh, we must isolate, we must do this, we must do that. But there's another side of it where this is killing the elderly people in their own houses. I mean, I've been obviously in my house just like everyone else for quite a long period, and I'm telling you something, it has a really bad mental effect on you. I mean, and that's what they're doing. They're slowly just destroying people mentally, physically. So yeah, we have to be smart. But there's real arguments to be made here.
A lot of people remember D Calico in America. I was reading there've been people killing themselves off the bridge. There've been people jumping off of different places. Just can't take the pressure of all these financial issues. A lot of marriages have been broken, and just like Roper Dope said, mental and psychological issues are definitely going to be a lot of cases in different ways of life now, bro. This is destroying. Some humans are not as strong as us. Some people are not,
Unfortunate.
unfortunately, cannot deal with loneliness, cannot deal with antisocialness. But you think what they've done to our lives overnight? We can't even be in groups of people. I used to love going to the gym. The gym's been closed and open and closed and open, and not to mention they've locked us down different times in our life and made us come back how many hundreds of times we wore the mask. And every time I wear the mask, D Calico, and go to Tesco's or Sainsbury's or shopping centers like you guys have, Walmarts and all these things, every time I wear the mask or go here and go there, that's like hundreds and hundreds of times. And at first, the mask didn't feel normal. But now I've become used to wearing this fucking shit.
Man, I'll tell you something. I don't even like these masks, man. Like you're supposed to breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide, right? I mean, this shit, the carbon dioxide, it's like it's not getting out. It's like it's just staying in. That can't be good for you, man.
And like I say in England to a lot of my friends, D Calico, yo fam, this is gonna drive you mentally fucking unstable if you don't beat the situation, because hundreds of times now when we go into certain places, they tell me sanitize your hands. When I get out, sanitize my hands. This is like a consistency of antisocial behavior, and I've kind of become fucking antisocial. And listen, we used to go to the bars a bit more. We used to go hang out with friends. We used to express each other with pure happiness. All right, and they've took this kind of what's it called? The momentum's gone. It's like they've put a lot of fear in the air. And how the fuck did this fucking whole virus come from a place in this world through bats? I still don't believe how they've told us that this thing existed. I still don't understand how this thing they called the virus, and then this virus got us into a pandemic. It still hasn't been factual that this is really how the virus has come across the world.
Man, I don't buy any of this snake and bat shit that they're talking about. That
snakes and bats and shit. I mean, people have stopped talking about this now because they've put us in the pandemic already.
Yep, that's real.
And
you ain't heard nothing. You ain't heard nothing about a fruit bat since.
And financially, I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe I don't have millions, D Calico, but I've took a big financial hit in this pandemic.
Hell yeah, everybody.
And I know Roper Dope has for sure too. But it's like we're lucky that we've got something that we can still use our intelligence and move forward and do the best for our children, right?
That's real. Yeah,
But other people are not like us.
man.
A
I know
lot of
people. The people I know. Some people I know who had the best jobs, managers, and all of that good stuff. They lost all that. You know, everything. Like they don't have a car. They barely have an apartment. You know what I mean? It's rough. They lost everything.
And you know, it's a sad situation, man. My kids have been at home more than over a year now. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And you know, these kids are not made to stay at home, Roberto.
No,
Our children are meant to express the nature, life, great energy, and we've took them away from that. Yeah.
look, man, they're experiencing something that we didn't have to experience as kids ourselves. They're having to experience something. I mean, I've got my 5-year-old coming home and going coronavirus, and I'm thinking, man, why do you even know that word? That don't even sound right to me. Why do you even know about these things? I don't want you knowing about all this shit. And they're saying, oh, it's the coronavirus. I mean, they put it into our kids early. But look, what I am going to say is when these vaccines do come out, there will be a lot of people that do take them. A lot of people, I think the majority will take them. And once they do take them, that should calm things down. So, I mean, we can be a bit, if you want to call it smart and say, well, we're not going to take them. And we can try and hold out for as long as we can. But what I'm saying to you is that a lot of people will take them. And I think that will start easing the pressure. Because if most people have taken them, they're going to start allowing people to go back to work. They're going to start allowing the businesses to open again, and it should take the pressure off of it because having people at home like this. I mean, I hate to say it, but if people want to make that decision and take it, and it gets the economy moving, I mean, I guess that's up to them. I mean, I'm just going to be a byproduct of the ever improving changes that we see along with that because. If people say they want to take it and they start opening everything back up and things start normalizing, well, that's up to them. I mean, I'm not saying that people should, but I'm just saying that if the byproduct of it is that life can start resuming back to normal, well, obviously I will be happy about that.
I mean, I got to tell you this, Roper. Jed Carl just made a good point. Just one little feature in our life: shaking hands. In the business that I was in, DeCallo, I used to shake hands a lot because I used to be in sales. You know what I mean? Whether I be in properties or whether I be selling cars or whether I be selling product. I've been in sales in my life. When's the last time we ever shook each other's hands like proper men? You know what I mean? These kind of things have totally changed. And we've adapted to this new normal of just saying hi now. And we do a fist bump. And what's it we do nowadays? A shoulder bump. I do
Well,
a lot of shoulder bumps.
there's people doing elbow bumps.
Yeah, sorry. What am I talking about? I'm doing elbow bumps. Elbow bumps is my new handshake now. Do you know what I mean? And just this climax of the way that we've adapted, and just it's like we don't talk about how this thing existed. I mean,
Rap star. I'll tell you, and I've said this to some people that I know. Do you know how I feel? I feel that I've been robbed of a year of my life. Our precious years and our precious days. I feel like I've been robbed of a whole year of my life. And, obviously, I'm really sorry about everyone that's lost their lives. Why they've lost their lives, I guess, is questionable. Some people can say it's COVID, and it may well be. But, the majority of people we have, and I'm not sitting there saying, oh, I don't give a shit about all the people that died. Of course I do. I'm really sorry for anyone that lost their lives or lost loved ones. But I'm just saying that a lot of people have lost a whole year out of their lives over this. And who knows where it started from and what it is, I mean, it's a disconnection of people. Then now you can't shake hands anymore. It just seems to be everyone's just being forced to disconnect from each other. Everyone has to isolate. You can't be with each other. You can't shake hands. You can't hug anyone. Close the gyms, anywhere communal that people can get together. Offices where people can meet. It's just separate everyone. Nobody can be around each other. It's just like it's like we're all been put in our own different little rabbit holes. Everyone's just hide away from each other. I mean, this seems to be like one of the only places that we can get now, where as communities we can talk to each other.
I mean, is this the way that the future is going? That they control the majority population in the way that is the direction, regardless whether we like it or not. Just like what
I,
Jedko says, that is
I
what
don't. I
people.
don't.
That's why the
Look, I
plan
don't.
is
Look,
brilliant, brainwashing a whole new generation of people who are the future.
Look, I don't think so. And because if you look on this second wave that we've had in the UK, for example, less people have died than they did in the first wave. You know, it has seemed to have slowed down. Even in the hospitals, they seem to have, figured out how to deal with this in a better way. So the further along we go, the more prepared they're going to be in how to deal with this. So less people are dying now than they did before. And, for how long can this go on? Eventually they're going to have to start opening stuff up again. My fear is that what if in 5 years, 10 years, all of a sudden they say, hey, guess what? There's a different virus now. And we have had many viruses that have come before. Um, and they have been more severe, but they've been things that have been able to have some control over them. There's been treatments for them, but this one just seems to be one that they say spreads a lot quicker than the other ones. So I see things are starting to somewhat normalize. There's not as many people dying, so they're starting to be a bit safer. I think people are going to start going back to work eventually. But one thing that certainly changed is that I think a lot of big businesses have realized that, hey, we can still carry on business with people working at home. So if people can work at home, why do we need to pay rent in all these big buildings to house them? And we can save money and make more profits. So, and some people are going to be happier. I mean, I know some people personally, and they're happier with this because they feel that, hey, guess what? I'm at home and I can be around my kids. I don't need to go on the trains. I don't need to go on all the way into an office and be away from my kids. If I want to go downstairs and see my kids, I can, and I can work from home. But some people, it's like even training. Some people, they can't work from home. They need to go out to be working effectively. Some people can't train good at home. Some people say, no, I need to be in a gym to be able to train properly. So it's going to be good for some people and it will be bad for some. So
I mean, but how do you feel about this? Because they've totally, at first, right, they said you can't touch any metal for 9 days. Then they say you can't touch any paper for 4 or 5 days. Then they said this virus is getting transmitted through everybody touching stuff. So then they got people thinking you need gloves. Then they know that it said no, it's coming from 6 foot distance of talking to each other. So then people had to get away from each other and wear masks. Then they said that, oh no, this can happen even through your ears. Remember, they said it could happen through your ears. And then, just like somebody said now, I saw an article. Lance Mayer says, I saw an article the other day saying that it's from the airflow of your car, it can, and how it helps transmit the virus. These are kind of fearmonger situations that brings people into more antisocial behavior. This is damaging society, bro.
yeah, it is damaging, man. It is damaging. But I guess we go back to the conversation. Do we let this or anything stop us from living our lives? We have to keep on. Ultimately, I think the only way we will come out of this is with this herd immunity that they talk about. That look, everyone's got to get it, and the more people that get it, the less this thing's gonna take an effect on everyone. So I guess that's the way we're heading. They can vaccine as much as they want, but there will be an element of herd immunity here as well. I mean, I've already had it, so in one sense, I'm like, okay. They say that if you've had it for 6 months, you have these antibodies in your body that protect you against getting it again. But the fact is that I felt to myself, okay, I've been able to survive it. So and most people do, as they say, 99.9% of people do survive it.
But
So
let me ask these theories, conspiracy theories to D Calico, and I'll quickly come back to you. People said it's already airborne. Whether we liked it or not, D Calico, it's already airborne. So whoever got it, they got it, and they couldn't control it, and it's airborne. How do you feel about that? Or they said you don't even know how you're fucking getting it. D Calico, you still there, bro? Anyway, before D Calico comes, Ropedope, what do you think about that, bro? They think, look, whether you're
Look, man. The goalposts keep on changing here. You know, one time it's like, oh, if you touch something, you're going to get it. Then they're saying, well, you know, if you cough, then someone can get it. They've got to be close to your face. And now they're saying it's airborne. Well, if it's airborne, well, you know, air is air. If it's airborne, well, and they're saying that it can hang around in the air. I mean, I saw a study, not a study, but I saw a little clip of a video where they showed someone who had coughed, and they were showing that the thing stayed in the air for hours later. So if that's the case, well, it's going to be hard to avoid for anyone. So if it's hard to avoid and everyone's going to get it anyway, what are you going to do? You're just going to, you know, if someone's got it at home, even if you go out or whatever, or you're in a store, and you know they're limited. You know, certain stores they've been limiting the amount of people that can come in. Where if someone in the store has coughed, well, how many people are going to go through that aisle in the space of like 8 or 9 hours? Many. So really, it's unavoidable. It's unavoidable, really. Then, isn't it? If you're going to get it, you're going to get it. You can try and sit there and protect yourself, but ultimately, if you're going to get it, you're going to get it. The only thing you do want to avoid, and that's the one that I would only be a bit concerned about, and that's not because it's COVID-19. That would be with any kind of a pneumonia or anything like that. That to protect the elderly, to protect the vulnerable, the ones with underlying conditions. These are the people that need to be protected more, because they don't have the strength and the immune system that's strong enough to battle something like this. So they're the ones that need to be protected. I don't think this is more for, hey, if me and you get it, or, you know, any of us guys get it, you know, none of us seem to be of that age. I think this is more a case of, look, some people might say, well, I'm okay. If I go out, I'm going to be fine. But at the same time, there's also an argument, well, you may be fine, but if there's someone's grandmother that's outside, and because you've not been that careful, she's got it, well, it might not matter much to you because it's not your grandmother. But, you know, that poor lady might have lost her life and her whole family will be devastated. So I think this is more about protecting the elderly people. But I guess as long as we have some kind of provision in for the elderly people and the vulnerable, I think the rest of us should be out and about and be looking at this herd immunity. And when we get it, and if we get it, you know. Most of us are going to survive it. Like I said, 99.9% of people, they say, survive it. Well, if the rest of us get it, the only ones we really have to protect is the elderly. So that's how I would say that it needs to be approached anyway. But again, you know, I'm not in charge no matter what we say or what we suggest. It's these people that are going to be making the decisions. But the fact of the matter is, it looks like they don't know what they're doing anyway. Every I mean, just in the UK, for example, you know, they shut everything off, locked everyone down for 4, 5, 6 months, however long it was, but they locked everyone down in strict lockdowns. And then the Prime Minister over here, you know, they had a policy that, oh, now we've got to try and lift the economy back up, so let's eat out to help out. There's a 50% discount in like most of the restaurants. So all of a sudden, after having a 5 or 6 month, a 5-month lockdown, a strict lockdown that everyone sacrificed, and we all stayed at home, and as a joint effort, everyone came together and worked together. All of a sudden, you've now got 50% discount at the restaurants, and all the restaurants and bars are overflowing. And guess what happened? All of a sudden, there was a rise of COVID deaths again. So, you know, I mean, I think that was really irresponsible guidelines by the government. I mean, you know, why are they not held responsible? And that's the thing, that nobody can hold them responsible. They can hold everyone else responsible for breaking rules, for breaking laws. But what the amount of screw ups they have? Why isn't there an independent panel set up to look at the failings that they've had?
Hey man, it's a very, very deep situation, bro. But we got to look forward to the new future. I'm not gonna lie, Rope the Dope. It feels like I lost a year in my life already. You know what I mean? It's like the whole year has been taken away from just, you know what I mean, living the life that we used to live, going the places that we used to go. Can you just imagine the boxing events that we used to go to in front of 30,000 people, 20,000 people, all these events, concerts, just being able to express yourself.
Look, man, I was at the Anthony Joshua and Vladimir Klitschko fight, and there was I believe there was like 90 or 100,000 people there. So, I mean, man, I miss those times.
Man, you know what I miss? I just miss the times that we had now, and how much more I appreciate wanting to go back to those times, and just to see how, you know, the negative environment what's been produced after all this 2020. I want to get rid of this year, Robido. I'm not gonna lie to you. I fucking want to get. It's even slowed down the game of boxing that we love. And for the first time to the channel, you didn't even read the thumbprint. We've had hundreds of people going in and out the channel today, and the thumbprint is one of your favorite fighters of all time. I know he's in one of your favorite fighters. Manny Pacquiao has turned around and said at 42 years old that he's interested in the Errol Spence fight. That was the real fucking show today, bruv. That was the show. And then we went into every different environment, through racism, through politics, to vaccines.
Well, man, it looks like this thing's been going on for over 6.5 hours. I mean, I just jumped on with you guys a couple of hours ago. Yeah, it looks like this has been a long one, man. But look, man, I'm gonna have to bid you guys a good day or a good night wherever you are.
Yeah, but I want you to quickly touch on the subject. Manny Pacquiao is coming after such a long layoff, and by the time he gets in the ring, will be over 2 years, and he wants to fight Errol Spence Jr. What are you saying, bro? 8-year-old Manny Pacquiao's coming to fight Errol Spence.
Well, look, man, I saw a little clip about him, and they were asking him and saying to him that, hey, you know, would you fight Errol next? And he was going, yeah, sure, like that. I mean, he's not exactly going to say, no, it's a punk move and I'm not going to do it, you know? He has to say that obviously he's going to fight. But you know what? You got to remember, man, Manny Pacquiao is a little bit different to all these other guys. The way Manny Pacquiao comes in, just punching away with the speed and the elusiveness that he has. I mean, he's going to definitely bring something different to the table. You know, you're talking about a man. I mean, I know he's not that age anymore, but you're talking about a man that had the experience of going in with the likes of, you know, Marco Antonio Barrera, Eric Morales, Miguel Cotto, you know, Floyd Mayweather, Antonio Margarito. I mean, the list goes on. So,
Joshua Clottey.
Well, exactly. So what, I mean, you know, what are these guys, apart from age being against him, what are these guys really going to bring? That is something that Manny Pacquiao has never seen before. So I guess, Oscar De La Hoya. So what I'm saying is, I guess we just have to see. But, you know, as we saw from the Keith Thurman fight, you cannot write off Manny Pacquiao.
Are you there?
Yeah, I hear you.
But look, Manny Pacquiao, right? At the end of the day, if he's going to come back to fight Errol Spence, that fucks up the whole situation with Terrence Crawford, and that fucks up the whole situation with that fight. And Manny Pacquiao, like you said, you can't write him off in any fight in the welterweight division. Even today, at 42 years old, Manny Pacquiao still brings danger in the ring.
Look, man, there's something I want to say, as you've touched on Terrence Crawford, right? Look, you know, there's been a lot of talk about Keith Thurman asking for a lot of money, and, you know, yeah, he is asking for a lot of money, and, you know, Crawford saying, oh, we're not going to pay that, and, you know, but let me say something to you, man, all right? Apart from, like, real boxing enthusiasts, when you hear about Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford fighting, yeah, the boxing fraternity and these people, they're going to look and go, yeah, man, it's the best against the best, and they're going to want to see that fight. But let me just, I mean, a lot, I mean, when we were talking recently about Keith Thurman and where he is. And I know he's piled on a lot of weight. I mean, there's rumors of him being sitting up around 200 pounds, but I think he's working his way down on that now. You know, maybe he needs a little bit of a layoff to revitalize himself again, to re-energize his mind. And okay, but let me just say something to you. People don't want to pay Keith Thurman, but let's just put something where it is. The thing about Keith Thurman is that man can sell a fight. Crawford can't sell a fight. What's Crawford got? Crawford, yeah, great fighter, but can he sell the fight? You need a dance partner like Keith Thurman, who's a talker, and he's the kind of person that is going to sell a fight. And you know, I have to say, and I'm a fan of Errol Spence, I'm a fan of Terrence Crawford, but they need a dance partner with Keith Thurman. And if you want to start being known and start having, if you want to start seeing more of those kind of pay-per-view kind of fights, and you want to start having events like that, you know, I mean, with the Danny Garcia Errol Spence fight, you know, you got someone like Angel Garcia in there. So, you know, people are interested because you got people like Angel Garcia talking, and, you know, Danny Garcia can talk somewhat, but Angel Garcia is a big talker, and, you know, that works well. A lot of people wanted to see what happens with Errol Spence after he came out of that accident, but you know, maybe these people need to have a little investment, and you know, I mean, Bob Arum keeps on complaining about the money he's having to pay out. Well, you know what? Maybe you need to take the gamble. You know, you need to take the gamble. I mean, maybe you don't have to agree at 10 million, but maybe you can agree a lower number or whatever. I mean, the thing why Keith Thurman's looking at that kind of number is, I think, that's the kind of figure that I believe he earned against Manny Pacquiao. So, but you got to remember, Terrence Crawford ain't Manny Pacquiao, so Keith Thurman's got to be a bit realistic as well. You can't expect to earn Manny Pacquiao money against Terrence Crawford, because Manny Pacquiao's a global superstar, and to expect that kind of money fighting Terrence Crawford is not going to happen. So I think everyone needs to start being a little bit sensible here. Keith Thurman needs to be a bit more realistic, and Bob Arum needs to start putting some money in his pocket. But start taking some money out of his pocket and thinking about, right, okay, you know, we're going to have to somehow make this fight, because the bottom line is, you know, these guys need to fight a Keith Thurman, because you can't freeze Keith Thurman out. I mean, if you think about the top guys that are out there, I mean, Sean Porter's another person that can talk. But if you were going to say, if you take Sean Porter, you take Errol Spence, you take Terrence Crawford, you take Manny Pacquiao, and you take about all these guys, like there's 4 or 5 guys up here right now, okay? And you want to talk about all these guys. Who would you say is the biggest talker out of all of them? It's Keith Thurman, in my opinion.
Yeah, Keith Thurman sells really well.
So you know, you've got to look at what he brings to the table. You know, and Terrence Crawford needs one of those kind of names now. Terrence Crawford can't be sitting there, you know, fighting like washed up Amir Khan and you know, a little baby boy Gamboa. You know, he needs to fight, and you know, Victor Postel and these people, you know, who have had moments like that anyway. But what I'm saying, I think your man's snoring on there, bro. Right?
Hey, listen, this is live and direct.
Well,
Hey, listen, let me just mute the brother, yeah? I'm muting for everyone. He's snoring. He's snoring. Oh, I love it, bro. I got him on mute, bro. But listen to this. This whole thing, yeah, with Terrence Crawford is going to get deep. And is he still snoring, bro? That was funny. Can you hear me, Robert? Wait, Roper, give me a sec. I muted you by accident, Roper.
Yeah, I said that's going to be funny, man. You remind him of that when you speak to him, and just say that you started snoring. My guy fell asleep. But
hey,
yeah,
my guy's snoring, bro. My guy's snoring hard. Hey, listen, everybody's laughing, bro. He's snoring. Hey, yeah, listen to this, Roper. I gotta tell you, man. If Manny Pacquiao comes to fight Errol Spence, that changes the whole dimension of the welterweight.
Of course,
Terrence Crawford has to get a big fight. Terrence Crawford has to get a big fight. But remember this, Sean Porter is the mandatory challenger for the WBO title.
Yeah.
Sean Porter's a good fight for Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sean Porter's actually said that he prefers fighting Terrence Crawford, and the reason being, he said, because he said he's already had the dance with Errol Spence, so people have already seen that. So he said he would like to fight Terrence Crawford more. If he was given the choice, he would rather fight Terrence Crawford because that fight's not been had yet. He said I can always go back to fight Errol Spence later. He said, but he said it'll be good for me to fight Terrence Crawford because people haven't seen that fight yet. And I think that would be a good fight, man. I think it would be good to see someone go with that relentless pressure and strength that Sean Porter brings. And let's see how Terrence Crawford handles that, man. We've seen how Errol Spence managed it. And that was probably, and Errol Spence says, well, I could have made it easier on myself and just boxed, but I wanted to, I mean, he wanted to show the dog in him and show that he can fight and fight fire with fire. But it'll be interesting now to see how Terrence Crawford takes that on. But listen, man, Terrence Crawford's got to fight someone who's relevant right now, and the relevant names out there right now is, are these guys. It's got to be Manny Pacquiao, it's got to be Keith Thurman, it's got to be Sean Porter, and Errol Spence. Is that Ugar's guy? So basically, these are the names he has to fight. There's no escaping. You need to fight these names. You want to be sitting there at the top, pound for pound, number one. Well, if you want to sit there at the pound number for pound number one, well, man, you've got to justify that, man. You've got to fight. You fight the big names out there now. Yo, you there, Rapstar?
Yeah. Sorry, man. Personally, man, I think at the end of the day, Terrence Crawford needs to start stepping up in his opponents. Errol Spence has got different avenues now with Manny Pacquiao in different situations going on. So I don't think Terrence Crawford needs to rely on Errol Spence. He needs to do his own thing. Is that he's still snoring?
Yeah, I can hear him.
And I see the chat still laughing, yeah? They're telling me about you, Roper-Dope. They said, Roper-Dope knows the man needs to go and get some sleep, That's funny. But listen, the main thing is, bro, Roper-Dope, by Manny Pacquiao announcing he's interested in Errol Spence, that changes the whole momentum of Terrence Crawford fans. And Terrence Crawford came to Texas to watch Errol Spence while we were in England watching that fight. And it was like, you know what I mean? He got known that he wants to fight. And now Manny Pacquiao's changing that whole vibe, bro.
Look, man, you've got these guys, like you've got Errol Spence, who's got Dallas behind him. You've got Terrence Crawford that's got like Omaha behind him, and these guys have got like cities behind them. But like I said, man, Manny Pacquiao's got a nation behind him, and he's got an international following. So he's a major star, so he can't be counted out. But I look forward to him coming back. Obviously, we were hoping to see him in 2020. I believe. Well, actually, when was the Thurman fight? Was that earlier this year? When did that happen? It was earlier this year, wasn't it?
2019 in July.
Yeah.
Manny Pacquiao's last fight was in 2019 July.
So he's not fought in a year and a half.
He's going to be out of the ring for 2 years and going in with the top welterweight, which is Errol Spence Jr. I think it's a big ask now.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, nothing signed and sealed at the moment, so I guess we just have to give it some time. I think Errol Spence was right. And I don't understand this sometimes, man. As soon as the guy's just finished the fight and he's trying to celebrate a victory and he's standing in the ring, and while he's standing in the ring, and I know they're pumped up at that time as well, and sometimes they want to start calling people out. But man, give the guy credit for his victory. You can ask him a little question but the guy hasn't even taken his wraps off, and people are saying to him, "Who are you going to fight next? Who are you going to fight next?" Let the man have some rest, give him some time, let him sit there, reevaluate everything, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from him soon about who he wants to fight next and what's coming together. But man, someone needs to jump in fast, because anyhow Errol Spence comes on and says, "Hey, I'll fight Manny Pacquiao, or I'll fight Keith Thurman." Well, people are going to start asking questions of Terrence Crawford. That, look, man, Errol Spence has now fought Sean Porter, He's now fought Danny Garcia. He's now also fighting Keith Thurman, and he's fighting. So he's fighting. He's already fought 2 out of the say 4 or 5 top guys that are out there. You know, Terrence Crawford needs to come up and be fighting someone as well. I think it's time for Terrence Crawford to really come forward now and fight someone. One of these guys. I wouldn't want him to. I wouldn't want to see him against Danny Garcia, because Danny Garcia is coming off a 3rd loss now. In recent times.
So is Danny Garcia a gatekeeper? Because that was a big question earlier before you came over here.
Well, look, man, I don't like to call him a gatekeeper because I like Danny Garcia, but Danny Garcia needs to come with something different, man. And this was all right. The first time, you know, you don't realize and you think, okay, maybe I should have been more busier, and then it's hard to be busier against someone like a Sean Porter as well. But bottom line is, you know, unless he's going to come with something really different. I mean, Sean Porter has been quite polite about Danny Garcia and said, well, I was looking to see if he's going to still do the same thing, but he didn't. He really tried, and, you know, he just wasn't able to get it off. Look, man, it's up to you to try and get it off. You know, you can sit there and say, and if you can't get it off, you can't get it off, you know, in the ring. So the bottom line, you know, it's going to end up with a situation where, you know, where does Danny Garcia go from here? Do you see him beating Terrence Crawford? Do you see him beating Errol Spence in a rematch? Do you see him beating Keith Thurman or Sean Porter? Do you see him beating any of these guys convincingly? Can you really, hand on your heart, say, yeah, he's gonna beat Manny Pacquiao or any of these guys? Are you convinced of that? Yeah, you could say that about maybe an Errol Spence. You could say that maybe about a Keith Thurman. You could say that maybe about even a Manny Pacquiao. But what I'm saying is, can you say that about Danny Garcia? So as long as these guys are now sitting and dominating that top 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 positions, I mean, I'm struggling to see how Danny's going to break through that. And if you're not going to break through that, it means, are you going to ever regain that title back again?
So then, if you can't win a title at the division that you're campaigning, don't you become the guy who's the guy to beat as the gatekeeper in that division?
Look, man, I struggle to see Danny Garcia winning a title again, if I'm honest.
Yeah, he ain't going to 140 anymore, bro.
No. And 154, he'll get killed. But what I'm saying is 147 is his weight. And I just struggle to see him winning a title again. I know he said, I'll be back. But, you know, you've come up short now 3 times, man. All right, one could be argued. But, you know, what tools are you going to bring? With someone like an Errol Spence, are you going to match his punch output? You know, maybe he'll get lucky. Maybe if he comes up against a Manny Pacquiao and he's all of a sudden managed to catch Manny Pacquiao the way Juan Manuel Marquez did, all of a sudden people might start talking about him. But even if he does do that, people might say, okay, you got him with a lucky punch. But does that mean people will then say, well, Danny Garcia will have him as the favorite against Errol Spence? I don't think so.
I think things are difficult for Danny Garcia now, and I think Danny Garcia got a bit of pride and ego. So it all depends now. Does he want to be the gatekeeper and get paid some money? Because you see some of the young guys being able to campaign against Danny Garcia now that he's tried 3 times, like you said, and he got unlucky on one of those decisions with Sean Porter. But on the other decisions, you know what I mean, he's lost. So where does he earn his money now? Where does he earn his bread and butter? He's going to be the name that people are going to want.
Look, man, he's just got to try and get as many big fights as he can for the remainder of his career. But, you know, he can still hold his head up high. You know, he's been a world champion. He's won belts. You know, he's been a good fighter. He's been a big name. He's beaten some good names. I think he can hold his head up high. I think he's had a great career. But, you know, I'm just saying that with the guys that are up there right now, I don't know if I can see Danny Garcia beating them. Like, is he going to beat Manny Pacquiao? I don't think so, unless he gets a lucky punch in. Is he going to beat a Terrence Crawford? I can't see him doing that. And can he beat Errol Spence? We've just seen that he can't.
No.
if you're not going to be able to beat, I mean, do you give him any chance against beating Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, or Manny Pacquiao? Do you give him any chance? Because they're the guys that are holding the belts.
Well, definitely now we've seen with Errol Spence that he can't win. Errol Spence's style is all wrong for Danny Garcia. I mean, we don't know with Terrence Crawford how that fight can play out, really. Obviously, we're going to edge Terrence Crawford in that fight for sure. Manny Pacquiao, he can get lucky punching with Manny, but I mean, do you think he's going to try and... You don't know. I mean, he'll probably still try and see if he can campaign. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, look, would you think Terrence Crawford, Danny Garcia is a big fight? Eventually, not now, but eventually.
Man, to be honest, I don't think people are going to be too interested in it because I think everyone's just going to see. I mean, people will watch it, but is it going to be something that really excites people? No, because it's not two up-and-coming fighters. Danny Garcia's recently looking like he's on the slide.
Right. Give me a sec, brother. All right, man. Well, you know what? It's been a great show. I want to wrap it up right now, Rope-a-Dope. And all I can say is thanks for pulling up in the building. We had a really great show today. We touched on many, many subjects. But I hope we're going to come back with our own show on the weekend. Rope-a-Dope's going to join me, and we're going to be cooking it up on the weekend anyway. So I'll say see you later to the chat. Thanks for everybody coming in. Smash that like button. If you watch the show later and you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the show. I'm going to catch everybody later. And you'll be catching Rope-a-Dope on the weekend as well. So, yeah, we'll see everybody soon, man.
Peace out, man.
Peace out to everybody, man. Yeah, stay on the show.
All right, man.